Welcome, everyone, to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Today, we're going to be talking about, is there proof now that there was more than one suspect that abducted Nancy Guthrie that night? I think our friend, Jennifer Coffendoffer, former FBI agent, I think she makes a compelling case. And I'm also excited I even found her YouTube channel. I didn't know she really even had one because YouTube had never recommended it, and I thought I knew about all the stuff in this space, but even yours truly is still learning. So I discovered she had a channel, and I was thrilled to discover it. So I'm excited to be going over that with you all today. And Bethany and Kat, and don't forget, and Miss Kim, how are you all? Yeah, the time got away from me today, and I'm sure certain people will remind me that I'm late. But no, not late. A wizard is never late nor early. He arrives just on time. So, but Jennifer Coffendoffer, I really like her because she is a clear shooter, straight, direct, and to the point. And yes, for the chat, it was Bethany's birthday yesterday. So, again, if you weren't here yesterday, wish Bethany a happy belated birthday. Yes, wand of the day, blue. Give me a like for the blue wand. Likes are free, by the way, right? Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Mr. Rooster, what's shaking? Light likes for the night owls as well. Montana, welcome. Because again, I don't want to put bad vibes and mojo into the universe saying that I have some kind of debilitating illness. I truly believe that stuff is really powerful and it can work, and we can certainly speak things into existence. So I don't advocate that. I don't advocate speaking that kind of thing into existence. But I do take it that seriously. Some people would say, Jared, you're just ridiculous. That's silliness. I say, no. The power of our words are super, it's incredible to me. Yeah, Cat's awake. That's good. Thank you, Tennis Girl. How are you? A cat nap earlier by Cat? You don't say. Hello there, Mike. Welcome. My question that I asked Jen Coffendoffer 2 days in a row, she would not answer it, was simply, can agents do a photo analysis of pick with backpacker versus pick with no pack? I mean, they put them side by side. They can do that. I mean, are you referring to an AI picture? Like an AI kind of comparison? Jolly, welcome. Thank you very much for liking. Thanks for being here, Jolly. But I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling very well. Hopefully you feel better soon. This weather with all the drastic temperature swings can be a lot for people. I mean, today it's 50 degrees. 3 days ago, we almost had 2 feet of snow. So these temperature ups and downs are wild. Although yours truly would much prefer warmer weather, but that's just me. Tron, how are you? Look, Lego says, Lego Mike YouTube, look at the blood at the front door. You see a package, but when you watch the video of crime scene, the package is not there. We went over this, right? We went over this in that Brian Etten video. We saw that blue and white Amazon package, and we saw the foliage and the blood. The delivery driver not see all the blood and report it? So we don't know when that package got there, though. That's the thing. We don't know. Was it there before? I don't know. We don't know when it arrived. So before I begin, yes, as you come on in here, remember to like the video. Likes are free. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live to talk about true crime and current events pretty much every night. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, and narcissistic abuse to give my own unique perspective on those things. And most importantly, an awesome flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Very welcoming group. Good vibes here. Come in and say hello. Weed is legal, depending on where you are, Bethany. We can check that out, as long as Nancy's going to be nice to us. Thank you for the super chat, Mike. Can they compare the pics of Backpack Boy versus no Backpack Boy and tell it's the same person? Yeah, I mean, everyone we've listened to has said that they are the same person. Why would you think FBI can do that? Jen would not answer. I mean, were you sending her super chats or something? I guess what we're asking is what kind of analysis do you want to see? An AI analysis? I'm not sure what else there would even be. But thank you for the super chat, Mike. Definitely appreciate it. Super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers are too. And memberships are a great way to support the channel as well. But here, speaking of Jennifer, let's see what she has to say.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindaffer. Obviously, I am not at home. Traveled all night last night. I can't believe 1 o'clock. Finally made it up to my room to get to bed. But anyway, involved in a case, getting ready for trial today. So always a big time. Anyway, thankfully, I have some time this morning before I testify. So looking forward to breaking down what we found out yesterday. And really, there's quite a lot I really would like to go over, hoping to make it brief again. I always say that, and then I end up going an hour somehow. But a lot to break down. I want to start with the individuals who came to visit. It was interesting because
So again, this is former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer. I highly recommend you check out her channel and check out her content. Subscribe to her. Mike, thank you for this super chat too. FBI photo analysis, and yes, I sent Jen super chats. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say if she didn't answer you. I would think they can try, but what are the metrics they're going to be using to comparing is what I would say. I mean, they can look at the height, right? They can look at, maybe they can try to get some kind of retina comparison going on, but I'm not sure how specific they're going to be able to get from those pictures. I can try to ask around to see what people can say about it. But thank you for the super chat, Mike. I appreciate you. And Miss Kim, thanks for becoming a member. I'm going to start doing some members only live streams soon. So I think that should be cool for people. Maureen, welcome. I can't put a link in the comments, but her name, the name of her channel is Nancy Guthrie. No, I'll go back real quick. The name of her channel, Break the Case with Jen Coffindaffer, FBI. That's the name of her channel.
Particular profile. True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindaffer. Obviously, I am not at home. Traveled all night last night. I can't believe 1 o'clock. Finally made it up to my room to get to bed. But anyway, involved in a case, getting ready for trial today. So always a big time. Anyway, thankfully, I have some time this morning before I testify. So looking forward to breaking down what we found out yesterday. And really, there's quite a lot I really would like to go over, hoping to make it brief again. I always say that, and then I end up going an hour somehow. But a lot to break down. I want to start with the individuals who came to visit. It was interesting because I was still at home when that happened, and Nicole Burley, who I absolutely love. Listen, if you watch News Nation and want to get what I truly believe out of all the networks and channels is just unbiased news, they like to have multiple sides on. Of course, Brian Inton is a correspondent for them. I'm a contributor for them, but I really, really enjoy them, and especially Nicole Burley. She is a wonderful anchor for those of you who don't watch. I think she's between the time, I want to say noon and 4, something like that. I was on.
Hey there, Turtle. And I have watched the interview room, but I will not be anymore. I'll let you guys fill in the blanks as to why. But No, there will be no more interview room.
On her show yesterday at 2, and typically she almost always has me on when it's something like this, a case, any crime case like this where she's looking for analysis. Anyway, that was the moment that literally it broke, that a bunch of suits, I call them suits, right, were at Nancy Guthrie's house. So we knew the vehicles that pulled up. It was obvious to me this was FBI. I believe there were 3 black vehicles and then also a white vehicle. And interesting, there was a lot of action that was going on, but it became very immediately apparent to me that these were attorneys that were really there to check out the scene. And it made a lot of sense because that's what we do when one of the prosecutors wants to go, when you're in the midst of really cutting up a case with them, they want to get in and see, and you combine.
So what Jen's talking about here is the people that went to Nancy Guthrie's house yesterday. Prosecutors going to Nancy Guthrie's house, perhaps for the first time, they were saying too. That's crazy, right? So for the first time, prosecutors are going to Nancy's house, and that was who was in the suits.
That with the fact that the Guthries apparently are moving back to their home, which also was pretty much radared for us, right? They put up the no trespassing signs. We saw right before that a locksmith go in and I think reinforce different locks to make sure there couldn't be entry. We saw this walkthrough. I believe the family was likely there. There's actually, I have a couple of photos I'll just put up. That's not the one. That's not the one. Sorry, everyone. I don't have my glasses on. Maybe I should put my glasses on and then I could see which photo I want to bring up. Let's see. Oh, is this the one? No? Well, I don't have the one. But nevertheless, it appears that the Guthries are going to be going back to their house and taking over their house. And I know that seems odd maybe to some people, that I want to get this off the stage, that, people could actually be going there at this time, right after all this happened. Oh, nothing's cooperating with me. Sorry, guys. There's what I want up on the stage. But they are actually going back to the house, apparently. And again, it makes some sense to me. The scene's been released. To me, unfortunately, the horse done left the barn in this case in terms of the crime scene. It's already muddled, and prosecutors are going to have to deal with that after an arrest is made. That's just the bed that's been made, and that prosecutors, unfortunately, are going to have to lie in. And so they want to go out there. So immediately that was apparent to me. I looked for guns and badges. There was nothing. And the way they were dressed, the woman was in a skirt with a slit clear up the back. There's no way that would be the attire of an FBI agent. So anyway, it was confirmed. And in fact, what was confirmed was that they were assistant United States attorneys that were there. Now, this is what I find interesting, and I haven't had time to put this together, but after I get back home, I'm going to put this together. Well, there's like 5 shows that I have thoughts for that I need to just get put together with the proper research. But the assistant United States attorneys were there, everyone. Those are the federal prosecutors, not the state prosecutors. We know venue lies squarely in the backyard of Pima County and their district attorneys, not in the assistant United States attorneys. So that has me very interested. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Yes, the room is very nice. I'm at a nice boutique motel here, or hotel. Anyway, it has me squarely wondering if this could go federal, which has me squarely wondering, what is the nexus? I'm seeing all the reports too. I'm waiting to report.
So there are some people saying in the live chat here that they don't really like Jennifer. I don't have a problem with Jennifer at all. I like her. I'd be curious as to why people might not, but I thought she's always been a straight shooter, and I don't think she's, at least in the cases I've heard her talk about, I haven't heard her be out of control or anything like that. So let me know why you think that.
Till there's something more solid. But could she have been taken over to Mexico? I told you, if this were me, if I were a bad guy, 100% go in when he went in, 100% go like the neighborhood. That's the perfect neighborhood to do this crime in. Although I truly believe she was targeted, I would get in, get out. I'd go straight to Mexico, and that's what I would do. I would, if Nancy's not alive, that is where I would dispose of the body, 100%. And I would beeline there after this crime, and you probably couldn't find much of a trace of me.
So on another side note, I did make my post about why I think Sheriff Nanos is narcissistic on Facebook, and I mentioned what Under Sheriff Rick Castiger said, the Sergeant Cross, who was the union leader, what they all said about him, and then Sheriff Nanos contradicting what Ashley Banfield and Bryant have said in order to control the narrative, perhaps. And I was surprised, but a lot of people not only agreed with me about it on Facebook, but they also said, actually, we think he's in on it. And I was like, what? So there is a lot of people going there. And I'm not saying I'm going there, but I'm just reporting what I heard people saying.
And did this guy do that? I don't know. But the fact that the assistant United States attorneys were there as opposed to the DAs, they came out and said, wow, that is big to me. Also, do they believe crossing state lines? I don't know about crossing state lines, but that international border really jumps out at me. That would make this a federal case. So sort of, I'm not keeping my fingers crossed, because that means, the worst. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed that venue will in lie with the FBI. I just think they're more equipped to handle this case, judging from all we've seen so far. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Very generous of you, and thank you so much. I want to move on now. So addressing who was there, what they did. I think they took one last look at the crime scene, but I think much more importantly, they literally escorted the prosecutors through and said, listen, this is where this happened. This is where the apple, you want to see that when you're prosecuting a case. Yes, pictures tell 1,000 words, but at the end of the day, it's to live it. So as an example, when I go to test.
So on another side note, people were asking, okay, can the FBI just take this case over? No, they can't just take it over. I had originally thought they might be able to, but that's actually not correct, because it's the local law enforcement's jurisdiction. It would be up to local law enforcement and Sheriff Nanos to turn the case over, or the Guthrie family has to make a formal suggestion that they would like the FBI in charge of the case. And that's from Reuters. Or Reuters, I think that's how they're pronounced. But that's another thing to pay attention to.
On certain cases, particularly homicide cases. I just had one, and it was just adjudicated about 5 months ago. I wanted to go up and be in that crime scene. I wanted to see exactly where the shooter was, exactly where the victim was, and understand where the casings were found. And I tell you what, when I looked at the photos initially in that particular case, it was so difficult to understand how small an area of this was, how just really feet from the victim that the shooter was, etc. And the casing, how close that was. And then also I could see how the floor was at an angle, which made sense, how the casing got where it got to. So my point is, without belaboring this, my point is that when you look at these cases, your prosecutor is going to want to see this. And I knew also it was lawyers, because prosecutors don't have government issued cars. I mean, maybe Kash Patel does. Well, he's an FBI agent. Well, he's not an FBI agent. He's a figurehead for the FBI. But nevertheless, prosecutors, the assistant United States attorneys, they just drive their personal cars in and out of work, because they're not supposed to be running around. So typically whenever we did a site review with a prosecutor, we picked them up. And I think they only wanted one, to limit the number of entourage, if you will. In other words, this was a big scene that pulled up, and you don't want that kind of a scene over and over again. So multiple things were accomplished with just one entourage going. I think, again, likely or possibly the family was there, but most importantly, those prosecutors were there. I am going to, like I said, do a show specifically about FBI Nexus and how this could become a federal case, what it would take. Let's see. I want to next move on to, really quick, the media. I did a post, and I actually, sorry, I have all these beautiful pictures of them. I did a post, and
so chat, let me know. But I mean, Mike's asking about how they can compare the pictures and do an analysis. I don't know what kind of analysis they can even run it through. I mean, is it going to be an AI analysis? I think you can probably pretty clearly try to measure the height. The width can be a little more difficult, especially if they're wearing a lot more layers. But you're really only looking at, the shape and maybe the eyes and a little bit of the mouth, maybe. So there's just a lot less to go off of, honestly. But the ones I've listened to, they say, no, it looks like the same person. So I do agree with them, though. I do think it is the same person, but I also think multiple people could have been in on the abduction as well. And that's something that Jennifer here is going to make a point about soon.
I specifically said the media is out. That was, I'm sorry.
And we got a super sticker from our buddy Turtle. Thank you so much, Turtle, for the support. It's greatly appreciated. If you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered too. So I appreciate all of the black sheep support here. And a lot of black sheeps are also night owls. And that's one of the reasons I do this stream when I do. And likes are for the night owls.
I probably should have said the media is going to be far curtailed. This is this huge area that is in and around Nancy's house. And you're going to see, look at this is a huge no parking zone. I also love this graphic because it shows the catacombs of this neighborhood, how difficult it would be to just happen upon Nancy's house, all the different ways to get in and out. And you can loop around and then go to the right and then go down this road. Listen, the bottom line is the sheriff wants people out of this neighborhood. And I think the biggest reason is because the Guthries are moving back or taking back in control of their house, whether they actually completely move in or just Savannah moves in or Annie and Tommaso, we don't know. But we know that they're going to be going back and taking over the house. So it makes a lot of sense that you would want the media out. You wouldn't want anybody, none of us would want that, to be going in and out of the house just to get the mail, to walk the dog, to have a conversation and have a million photographs taken and YouTubers and everybody shouting questions and molesting them at their every move. But this isn't, I should have been more clear, this isn't necessarily going to keep all the reporters out. Some private citizens may allow them to be on their driveways, to be in their yards. In addition, you have the fact that an Uber driver will be able to go in there again and drop them off and their equipment. My biggest thing was the equipment. How are the cameramen, the tables, just the comfort of not being under Arizona sun, all of that. How are you going to do that? How are you going to get tents in there and equipment and tables and chairs and microphones?
So quick announcement too. We were sending good vibes and prayers to Bella's brother the last several days because he had open heart surgery. And Bella had just said that her brother is on life support now, which is not very good, not looking good. Went from healthy hiking, workouts, has a great job, to now on life support. We will need to make decisions soon. Please pray. So very sorry to hear that. And make sure the rest of the flock of black sheep here send her good vibes, prayers, support, anything that you think that can help. I mean, in situations like this, there's not really words that can do it justice, but saying, hey, I'm here for you, support, try to help any way you can. But there's not too much to be done, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I wanted to make that announcement because we were talking about that a few days ago too.
And for any of you who have seen, it's really quite an entourage. The first time I was ever in one of the media vehicles was when I first actually met Brian Enton. And it was on the Gabby Petito case. Again, for those of you who don't know, I'll make this quick. I'm sorry. I got a call from an FBI agent. Well, he was retired, and he had been the CBS contributor for 7 years. He was moving out of media. He still is in the position of overseeing all security for casinos that are owned by Native Americans. And he's still in that job. I just was texting with him a couple of days ago. Anyway, he called me and he said, listen, everybody's covering this new case. It's Gabby Petito. Would you go do it? I said, no, I work behind the cameras, doing the expert witness stuff, not in front of the cameras. And anyway, he convinced me. I talked to the producer, who I absolutely loved, and sent them my CV. And anyway, ended up going down there interviewing. That's when I met Brian, who was quite disappointed because he was expecting him.
And Jen is friends with Brian Enton. We don't see her on the channel there, but they are friends, which is good. I'm glad they're friends.
Is an associate he knew from Miami. And I remember I was so nervous, but I sat in this vehicle, and in these vehicles that they have, I could barely sit. So Brian was in the passenger front. Luis, who was the photographer, was and the driver was and cameraman in the driver's seat. And then I was scrunched in between all this equipment, all of these. I mean, it was full. This huge suburban type vehicle was just full of all their equipment. So this is why I said media out, sort of in my brain. I was thinking about, without their cars able to get in, how are they going to get all their equipment in there? But I guess they can go with probably skeletal, whatever they can fit in an Uber, or they could get an Uber X. I mean, there's ways to do it, but it's certainly going to be more cumbersome. Of course, being part of News Nation, I like to see the media out there. I like to know of breaking news and things that happen, but I mean, let's be honest, what's really going to happen there once the family moves back in? That's of any importance other than Savannah exited the house. Savannah went in the house. Annie went in the house. Annie and Tommaso kissed goodbye. I mean, really. So I think this is also saying, listen, the house is really not of any importance now. It's completely out of the picture. The mistakes that are done in my view of that crime scene. So they're moving along. By the way, of course, Brian and I became such fast friends, really almost inseparable during that case. I remember we talked almost every day, and then all of a sudden on the stage. I want to get this on the stage. Okay, finally. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I want to say, again, this is Madres Buscadoras de Sonora. They're from that part of Mexico. They're these mothers, per their name, that are here to search. And they've been actually quite successful. I think it was over 2,000. I'd have to look back at my statistics. I posted them all, of reuniteds. In other words, where they find individuals and reunite them with their loved ones. And then thousands as well. I think it was 1,400, so I shouldn't say thousands, hundreds of cases where they actually were successful in finding the individual that was missing, even though they weren't alive. So I think that it's really a good thing that different parties are searching. Again, I'll say it one last time. I just wish it was coordinated by Pima County, meaning that they understood where everybody was searching, a big map. This is where the mothers are. This is where the Cajun Navy is. This is where this other search group is.
So here, former FBI agent Jennifer Koffendorfer saying she's all for these other groups, whether it's the Cajun Army or whomever, actually actively searching. So it sounds like she's all for it. Sheriff Nanos is not all for it, or maybe other people are in on that decision making with him, but for whatever reason, they don't want people looking. Which, you know, if they were hot on the case and were close and they didn't want them to mess up the case, I could see it. But I don't really think that's what's going on. I mean, why not at this point? Are they any closer to finding Nancy right now? If not, why not let them help? I mean, are there any reasons, chat, that you can think of? So, chat, let me know. Is there any reasons why they shouldn't let those volunteer groups look for Nancy? I'm all ears.
It just, you have to do that, or you don't even know who's searching where, what's been researched, nothing. So that needs to be mapped, and they need proper counseling. But I do like to see volunteers out there. I've talked about how Rachel Morin and others besides Rachel were found after law enforcement vacated the search. I want to continue to put, not that up. I want to continue to put bad guy up too. Let's see. Sorry.
Also, a cool thing, Ashley Banfield, she actually goes over some interesting things that I was talking about yesterday in the chat, and I'm really glad she addressed them. And what happened was someone else actually addressed them for me to actually the sheriff's department, which is even better.
Well, I don't know. It's not cooperating with me. I'm so sorry. I'll put bad guy up in a minute, but I want to talk about this. There is a lot of news going on around right now about Annie Guthrie and Tommaso Guthrie's vehicle. Remember, it was seized. It was taken.
Oh, and Jennifer here is going over it as well. So Annie's and Tommaso's vehicle, or at least maybe it was Annie's vehicle, not Tommaso's, but it was taken. It was seized. And since then, we haven't heard a word about it. What's happened? Well, Jen's going to mention a little bit about what happened.
We also know that Nancy Guthrie's vehicle was taken. We also know that this vehicle was taken, the Range Rover, that was part of a tip that was actually signed off on, this is critical, federal judge. So now we have a federal judge and we have assistant United States attorneys going to the crime scene. The federal judge signed off on this, and then the vehicle that they were looking for and had a seizure and search warrant for was taken, and we haven't heard anything about it being released. And you could see there, they tarped the back of it when they opened it because there was something in there they did not want anyone to see. You know, there was a lot of media there. So I find this interesting. There was a statement that was put out, apparently again by Sheriff Nanos, that the reason that they still have Annie's car is it's part of the investigation. I think those are—
So Annie's car, part of the investigation, according to Sheriff Nanos. And to circle back to the Cajun Army searching, someone mentioned that there might have been a case they messed up a few years ago. And I would say, well, in terms of how bad possibly local law enforcement has already messed this case up by opening the crime scene too soon, would it be one of those things where, okay, anyone can make mistakes, or that was like, no, this was completely preventable and ridiculous? It would be interesting to see what the specifics of that were.
the exact words that were reported. So some of you might be asking, well, Annie, Tommaso, Savannah, everybody, Cameron, husbands, spouses, everybody was cleared. So why would they keep those cars? Well, a couple reasons. First of all, and I go back to that case that I cited from 2019, where an individual was abducted just north of Tucson and taken into Mexico. They used GPS tracking, right? You can put these devices, such as one made by, I have on my dog, AirPods. It's not called an AirPod. the name escapes me right now, but it's basically a GPS tracking device. And there's many others. I had one on my kids when they were teenagers, that you just pop on there and you have it, and it's a wonderful tracking device. So could they be wondering if anything was put on that vehicle by the bad guys? Because remember, Nancy Guthrie was delivered from Annie and Tommaso's house to Nancy's house late that evening after a night of food and games and such.
I mean, I think it's very interesting that that still is in evidence, is under investigation. And to me, that doesn't seem like something that you would do if the entire family was cleared from being suspects, right? Why would you keep it? I don't know. I don't know why you would keep it if that wasn't the case, right? Can you think of any reasons, chat, of why they would keep it unless they thought it was tied to the case somehow? I mean, let me know. I don't know.
Could they have stuck one on there and tracked her from that house? I've always said, why were they in and around that neighborhood so much, canvassing, re-canvassed at least a second time, if not a third time, and looking in the bushes and everything? Were they looking for signs that Nancy Guthrie was followed from that location? I think it's very possible. Could that be why they're keeping that vehicle, to investigate if anyone touched it or if there's a linkage there? That's my initial thought, because again, according to Sheriff Nanos, which in working these cases, the same way I knew those were lawyers that went to the house and working these cases, the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office is not going to let, nor would a DA, let Sheriff Nanos release a statement that is that important, saying the family is cleared, unless everybody was in agreement the family was cleared.
Oh, thank you so much. Gone with the kale. Salivation a la mode and a cup of tea for Jared. Thank you very much for that. Gone with the kale. Very appreciated. Bonus points for anyone who knows the reference that song is from. Thank you very much. Also, while you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Super chats are awesome too, like that. Super stickers too. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Cleared. So working from that premise, I do not believe that they are involved, and I don't think they have the car for those types of reasons. In other words, trying to build a case against them. Let's see. We move on to, in my opinion, one of the biggest moments personally.
So let's open it up to the chat here. The fact that Annie's car is still being held. Press 1 if you think that means something pretty important. Press 2 if you think, well, that might just be a precautionary measure. So 1 if you think that's actually pretty important, maybe they're not cleared completely. Or 2, no, it's just a precaution because it's the last place that Nancy was that they know of.
In this case, for me, let me get that off the stage. I'm so sorry. Having trouble getting this to do what I want it to do. This should be what is up on stage, and it won't go up on stage. So I'm trying to get this picture that I have been, yes, this is the one. Y'all, it's a big moment for me, and hopefully for you, for anybody who cares about this case. This is a big moment. And my editor did such an amazing job, I think. I loved how she put it to music. Yes, it was dramatic music, but it gets your attention. And I love her style and give her a lot of free reign when it comes to the music. And she always I make sure that I see the end product before I allow it to go up on the page. And I know some people thought, oh, that's so dramatic. You know what? It was a dramatic moment. It's a dramatic moment for me. I'm wondering if it's a dramatic moment for you. Listen, this guy has a walkie-talkie. That's what I believe wholeheartedly. If you see there's a square and then you see antenna coming up just above where I circled. So look at the antenna that rises. And
so this is important here. This is what the thumbnail is all about. So she thinks this is a walkie-talkie right here. And she says there's an antenna and the shape. And why would you have a walkie-talkie? Because you're communicating with other people that are in on the abduction. But what do you think about this, chat? Do you think this is true? Do you think this is a walkie-talkie? And that means that, yes, there's certainly multiple people involved with this. Or do you think, no, she's reaching with this? So press 1 if you think, yes, that's a walkie-talkie. And it probably means that he's communicating with other people who are in on it. Or 2, no, she's off base.
In the square below. What does this tell us? Well, it tells us sort of what we already, I think, for me, I knew, but not everybody was in agreement. Look, there are, I think Gilliam said this is a bank robbery gone bad.
So how is this his right pocket though? Like doesn't this not look like his left? Because it looks like he's turned around right now, right?
Cut this up a lot with Mac, who I just love, and she always keeps an open mind to a lot of different scenarios. She felt like this might be a lone actor. I've always felt like it wasn't. I sent her this right when I found it too, and we went back and forth, and she's taken a look at it closer as well. But you don't need a walkie-talkie unless you're communicating with somebody else. Why would you have a walkie-talkie? Well, walkie-talkies are amazing because they don't connect to cell sites. They work walkie-talkie to walkie-talkie. And that means you can communicate. Some people said, well, it's too loud. Well, there's all sorts of capabilities in terms of Bluetooth and other ways that you could monitor. Plus, if you're really quiet with one and it was basically radio silent situation, except for to communicate big things, a walkie-talkie is fine to use. It's way better than a cell phone. Remember, a cell phone, you'd still be talking. So a walkie-talkie, just brilliant, actually brilliant. And this makes me realize a lot of things when I saw this. First of all, geofencing. I kept asking myself, and I haven't talked a lot about it. Nobody's talking about it because we're not hearing about it. But I was always hopeful and behind the scenes. Oh, you know what? They're doing the geofencing, and I bet they have leads. First of all, they have so much that we don't have. I mean, 99 to 1%. That's the disparaging what Ellie is working with as opposed to what the people in the public are working with. But this find shows not only, I believe, that other people were involved, but that it's, many of us have not given Porch Guy the respect due. Would I trust him on a firing range by the way he carries a weapon?
So the question I have for the chat is, some people were saying, whatever they were pointing to is in the right pocket. So, but to me, this looks like the left pocket here. And they said, well, if you watch it from the actual video, it shows the right. But what's the significance of something being in the right pocket versus this pocket? Are you thinking that it proves, no, this is just not a walkie-talkie? Or what do you think it means?
Oh, I'm going to talk about that, Sarah. Sorry, I wanted to get this one on. I lost it. They go so fast. Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Alan and I go way, way back to Gabby Petito. I didn't know he was on here following this case. Thank you, Alan. But this alone gives us clues now about the numbers of people that might be involved and about the sophistication. He doesn't at all look sophisticated, but look at what he was able to do.
I mean, that's a good point too. He might not look sophisticated, but here it is day 26 and he's still evaded capture and nobody knows where Nancy is. Now, I've also thought this guy is left-handed because we saw in other videos he was reaching for things with his left hand. So to me, yeah, most likely left-handed. Now, if you're left-handed, what pocket would you put something important? Your left pocket or your right pocket? Me, I'm right-handed and I have stuff in both pockets. I mean, if this was the wild, wild west and I have a gun on my hip, okay, that's going to be closer to the hand I'm dominant with. So that would be on my right side if I'm right-handed. But in terms of a walkie-talkie, I don't know.
He's been able to elude law enforcement, including the full resources of the FBI and at least 100 FBI agents and signal sniffers and everything else. He's been able to elude all of that because he did a lot of things right. And using a walkie-talkie, not bringing cell phones, but being able to communicate. Hey, I got her. Yes, the door's open. What I said from the beginning, if you look back at one of my very first podcasts, is I really believed he wasn't there to go in the door other than somebody letting him in. I think somebody else was behind the other side. I cut this up with Mac on our first, if you want to go back to that discussion with Mac, the first time I had her on, which I'm going to have her on again. I love Mac. Came in through the back and let him in. I think his job was to disable that camera. Why did he grab that shrubbery? That still eludes me because all he needed was his hand to obscure since he was going to have something in his hand anyway. Was it a signal of some sort? You know, did they say, you know, it looks to me like he's just searching around for that shrubbery, like it's almost an afterthought, but I don't know anymore. I don't know. The shrubbery thing, if I ever am able to try to make sense of that, I'll definitely pass it along. But right now, the shrubbery thing has me befuddled. Why he chose to use that, unless it was to signal something. That's the only thing that makes some sense to me. And I don't exactly know.
So for those who don't know, this is former FBI agent Jennifer Coffindoffer. This is her channel, Breaking with Jennifer Coffindoffer. Check her out. She's also often a guest on Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. We saw her with Joe Pags as well.
What that would have been, other than I'm removing the camera, which he could have put up his black hand to show that. All right. I don't want to digress too much, but to me, the walkie-talkie biggest clue so far, other than, of course, seeing the face of bad guy. Let's see. I want to talk a little bit about this. A lot of people, and somebody came on and actually put a sticker on here that I posted saying, what about the fact that leaves are on top of blood? So I don't know if you can see my cursor, but
Jennifer Coffindoffer might be listening to our chat because we went over the same exact thing, didn't we? Or maybe the people that are asking this question on her stream are watching my stream, one or the other. But this is exactly what we went over, right? We went over that video the day that Sheriff Nanos opened up the crime scene, and Brian Etton's assistant or whatever walked all the way up to the door and got this footage. And we said, look at all that foliage in the blood there. Look at all that foliage everywhere. You mean to tell me that there might not be any touched DNA on some of that? Do you mean to tell me there might not be some dried saliva around there from having the flashlight in his mouth and then transferred to his glove, maybe transferred to the leaf? I don't know. But to me, it's worth a shot to try it out, right? But also, please remember to like the video while you're here. Likes are free. Like for my spirit animal, the night owl. And that's my spirit animal of the day, the night owl. But subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't already, and check out the flock of black sheep in the live chat here. Awesome people, a very supportive group. We have a great community here that I'm very grateful for.
A leaf that's very close to this mat over here in the top, well, as you guys are viewing it, it would be to the top of the mat. You see that leaf is on the blood, and we know that it should be behind the blood. I'm convinced that there was a lot of blowing. These would be so dry and so easily blown. They're so small, and I truly believe that blood, breeze in this breezeway allowed some of those, and I think there's only 2 that I've seen that are on the blood. I believe that's how it happened. I think there's 2. Yeah, I see only 2. And I think it was blown onto the blood. And then, of course, as it hit the blood, it stuck. So that's my opinion on that. I know I've been asked about that. Let's see. We talked about Annie's car. USA's returning. That's another big one. The media, how far out they're going to be. Okay, last thing I wanted to talk about today. And this is really hitting it. I think Inside Edition, first of all, love them. Been on, I don't know, 10 to a dozen times covering this particular case. They have me on a lot of different cases, but this case particularly, they've had me on a lot to, cuss and discuss different things from the vantage point of an FBI agent. And last night they featured, and Nancy Grace did also, they featured a story, and I put it on this morning on my Twitter X, I call it, about this woman screaming. Please look closely at the timeline. I don't know. I probably am not going to have time today to actually delineate out the timeline, but I've looked at it closely. It's too far away, 3 miles away. It's in the middle of obviously a more hectic area. The timing is completely off. And I don't think, look, I hate to get graphic with this, but in my view, there is no way that they took Annie Guthrie, went through all this effort to abduct her, put her in the car where she had nothing on her head, so she could see them, she could see the car, she could see where they were going, and allowed her to roll down the window and scream. Can you really picture 84-year-old Nancy with her head out the window screaming? No, 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 no. My belief is that backpack was full of things to constrain her, to put a hoodie over her head, so that when she...
And someone also said she might have been injected with something to silence her. And is it possible that some of the blood could have been from an injection site? Perhaps not impossible, but I tend to think it was the nose that it was coming from. But I also think it's not impossible that she might have been killed inside the house. I think that's possible too. Do you think that's possible, chat? Press 1 if you think she might have been killed in the house. Press 2 if no, you think she was actually alive, like leaving the house.
She was taken out, because I don't really believe she was murdered in that house. I just don't think there's enough blood. That's just my opinion from what we see here. I don't think she was murdered.
So we disagree then, I think, with Jennifer Coffendorfer, which is fine. I think they could have done any number of things to prevent some of the blood, right? But I think it's definitely possible that it happened inside the house. And most of the chat seems to agree with me on that too.
The house. I think she was likely unconscious and was taken, but she might not have been unconscious. I think that, and even an unconscious person can wake up, so you want to have something over their head. And I think they put her in the trunk. There is no way in God's green earth that you would take somebody that you've just abducted and you're driving, and you're going to risk somebody looking in there, seeing her? No. No, no, no. That's just my opinion. I think they took her, hooded her, threw her in the trunk, and took her wherever they were going to take her. That was predetermined and pre-staged and coordinated with other people. This was not a, what am I going to do with her? I think I'll drive around and make sure the window's open and she can hang out and scream. No, no, no. Not buying it. Also, I believe 84-year-old Nancy, and really almost anyone, would be absolutely terrified, snatched out of her bed, viciously snatched. And I'm going to say viciously snatched because for an 84-year-old grandmother to be laying in her bed and to be taken by a hooded person, a masked person, someone who looked like this, for heaven's sakes, it is an absolute nightmare. It's Brian Koberger.
But also, so yeah, I get she was on blood thinners, but depending on how fast they're being moved from the house, it's like the blood might not even have enough time to fall. But I guess we'd have to examine the droplets there. Maybe they can determine the speed at which they were moving as well. I don't know. I'm not sure what's possible from that. If they can tell the distance between, okay, how far did it fall? How fast were they moving? I think those variables also matter.
Point two, literally to have this standing over you, a 5'9", 5'10", average built man dressed like this with a gun slung on his waist so you could absolutely see it, and likely have that gun drawn to manipulate you. She would have been terrified. Do I think she would have said, I think I'm going to roll down this front window and scream? No, I think that it's just all another rabbit trail. Do I think it should be reported? 100% should be reported, should be looked into. I'm just saying, from my experience, it's going to be unrelated. I don't believe that that is the MO at all for these people. So I just wanted to stop people who might be running down that, or not stop, keep looking, because you might buy into it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Look, until the people are arrested.
So what I'm saying about the blood thinners thing, though, is, yeah, it can certainly bleed a lot, but depending on how fast they're moving out, there might not be time enough for their, like, if she's being held there, yes, there's going to be a lot more. But if they're moving quickly, I think that can change how much blood you're going to see.
And if Nancy's found, we're not going to know a lot of these questions. But I'm telling you, it doesn't pass any smell test from a law enforcement lens. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Oh, let me put this up here. Yep. Alan, thanks again. So anyway, that's the show for today. More concise, more to the point. I do want to check chat really quick, because I always feel like there's so much to learn in chat. For some reason, it's not letting me see chat. I don't know why it does this. Maybe because, here we go. Maybe because I'm on a different Wi-Fi. Let me see. Yeah, I agree with you. You're talking about somebody with a very serious heart condition that has to have a pacemaker to regulate her beats, likely on blood thinners as well, judging from her arms and the importance, they said, of her having her medication within 24 hours.
Oh, we got a super chat here from Mike. Thank you very much for this, Mike. The pacemaker data will tell the story. Well, our surgical nurse in the chat, Bella, would say that, well, you would need the transmitter. And I don't think we got that information. And then they got disconnected from the phone. And only in rare cases, Bella, would there be a hospital or something also monitoring the data. So remind us, Bella, what can the pacemaker and what they have right now, what can that tell us about the story? So, Mike, you'll get a good answer here, because Bella is a surgical nurse. Thank you, Bella. I should split that with you.
No, if somebody with a heart condition at 84.
And thank you, Mike, too, of course. Thank you for your support.
4 years old, the shock that they would be in seeing this guy at the foot of their bed would be just terrifying. And the fact that they handled her to the point of bleeding in this way as they exited to the car. Terrifying, everyone. Let me see any other comments. Everyone, thank you. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate everybody.
All right, so that's the end of Jennifer for now. So what we'll do is we'll watch Brian Etten's short, then we'll go to Ashley Banfield's new video. And this is 51 minutes here. Or maybe do you want me to watch Brian's longer one first, then Ashley? Then maybe Nancy Grace? Oh, look at this.
Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house and just kind of give you an idea. Like, there are some weird people that show up out here. And so there's this guy in this car right here, that blue car, who literally drove by, like, I'm not even joking, like 50 to 100 times very slowly. And like, just
That's the time out here. Thank you for this, Mike, talking about the data received before disconnect. So that's the question I would have too, Mike, is what can that tell us before disconnect? What can the pacemaker tell us before it was disconnected? Would it just tell us, okay, normal heart rate, or, oh, elevated heart rate before it was disconnected? That's, I would have to ask Bella that question because I don't know the answer. But thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate you.
it was just weird. We would go right by like the memorial and just kept stopping literally 50 to 100 times tonight. And then like one of the other photographers with the media like tried to like talk to him and saw that he had like a picture of Nancy Guthrie on his phone in the car and was like looking at it while he was driving by or something for like the 50th time. So anyway, now the sheriff's office is talking to him and they've been talking to him for probably the last 20 minutes or so. And I think they might be trying to get a translator now. So it's probably like nothing, but it is weird. Like there's some real just like creepy people that come by. So anyway, that's kind of the latest outside the house. I just wanted to tell you guys that.
So creepy people in front of the house at Nancy Guthrie's house that Brian was just describing. And then DUI arrests outside of Nancy Guthrie's house.
Hey guys, so a little update to my previous video about the weird guy who was driving by like literally 50 times with the like picture of Nancy Guthrie on his phone when he looked in the window. He was arrested. It turns out he was arrested for DUI. We kind of watched the whole thing happen right here outside the house. Like they got him out of the car and then they did field sobriety tests and he ended up getting arrested. So they took him away. So it's kind of weird to see that all happen right outside Nancy's house. So that's pretty much the latest from outside here. Obviously, you guys, if you check out my latest episode on YouTube, I talk about this new surveillance video that's come out today, which is interesting from a camera 2.5 miles away, but the timing seems to really match up with when someone may have left Nancy's house when her pacemaker.
Oh, we'll get back to that in 1 second. But Nancy, thank you so much for your support here. I definitely appreciate you. Found your channel in the last couple of weeks, have enjoyed. Thank you. No, thank you, Nancy. I really appreciate your support. And hopefully you're enjoying the live chat here. There's an awesome supportive community of Black Sheep here. And again, I'm glad you found me. And thank you very much.
Disconnected from her phone, so check that out. And that's really it. And you guys know now there's like no cars allowed on Nancy's street, parking wise. So we have to walk in. So I'm about to walk probably about maybe a mile in that direction in pitch black darkness, which is actually kind of freaking me out. And everyone's like, oh, there's coyotes, there's bobcats. So anyway, hopefully I'll be okay. Just joking. It'll be fine. But all right, talk to you guys later. Hey guys, so a little update to my.
All right, so Brian's got a new video though here too. But before I start it, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Like for my spirit animal, the night owl. We're all night owls here, right? Or if you're across the pond in Maureen and Kat's case, it's very early in the morning for them. We appreciate their vigor to be here. Also, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, narcissistic family systems, being on the spectrum, to give my own unique perspective on those things. Now, here's what a pacemaker can tell you before it's disconnected. This is to answer Mike's question from before. Before a pacemaker is disconnected, disabled, or its battery is depleted, clinicians can retrieve a surprisingly rich set of data from it. Modern pacemakers function like small event recorders for the heart. What information can be retrieved? Heart rhythm history. Episodes of, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but bradycardia, slow heart rate. Episodes of tachycardia, fast heart rate. atrial fibrillation, AFib, or other arrhythmias, frequency, duration, and timing of rhythm disturbances. Please forgive my pronunciations. Pacing activity, when the pacemaker fired versus when the heart beat on its own. Percentage of time the patient was pacemaker dependent, whether pacing was appropriate, excessive, or failing. And then event timelines, exact timestamps of abnormal rhythms, correlation between symptoms and electrical events, sudden rhythm changes that may suggest syncope, which is fainting, cardiac arrest, or terminal arrhythmias. And honestly, it's possible she could have had some kind of heart attack. Honestly, that's not beyond the realm of possibility.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. It is now day 26 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It is Thursday. I'm outside Nancy's house. It's kind of just one house behind me. A couple of big developments today. First of all, there's this new surveillance video that captures a car. Now, this is about 2 miles or so from Nancy's house. But the time frame of when this car went by this Ring camera could be significant because it seems to match up with when we know that Nancy's pacemaker
Up. I'm going to rewind this because this is really important. I don't want to miss this.
It's kind of just one house behind me. A couple of big developments today. First of all, there's this new surveillance video that captures a car. Now, this is about 2 miles or so from Nancy's house. So
there's a car captured on a surveillance video 2 miles from Nancy's house.
Time frame of when this car went by this Ring camera could be significant because it seems to match up with when we know that Nancy's pacemaker disconnected from her phone.
So this matches up with when her pacemaker disconnected from the phone. Now the question would be what's the distance that it requires? How far does it take for a pacemaker to get disconnected? I don't know exactly the answer to that.
So I'm going to get into the surveillance video, what it means. It's also interesting that the sheriff's office apparently did not have the video up until today. So I'll go through the latest on that. Also, there was a lot of action again at Nancy's house. Remember yesterday we saw law enforcement. I saw a homicide detective, and then also prosecutors were there. Well, today there were people putting up new surveillance cameras, and there are indications that law enforcement is getting ready to turn the house back over to Nancy's family. So I have all the video of everything that happened at the house today. I'm going to get into all the latest. Again, it's day 26 in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. Hey guys, so again, I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. It's quieter out here. Not as much media now that these new parking rules have gone into effect. But there's still some of us out here that have managed to get over here. And it's interesting, some of the neighbors even just came up to me a little while ago and they're like, oh, we're so happy you're still here if you need a ride or you want to like use a golf cart or something, which is super nice. But I want to get to a couple of the big developments. First of all, this new surveillance video. This video was obtained by Fox Digital and by my friend Mike Ruiz, who is an excellent reporter.
Well, OC says that Brian and JLR remind her of Pinky in the Brain. And I would say one is a genius and the other is insane. Is that true?
It's surveillance video from a Ring camera from about 2.5 miles away from here, from Nancy's house. But if you look at the map, you can see how it would be a way to avoid main roads and kind of leave the area. I mean, there's a couple of ways, but this would be one way. And the surveillance video caught a lot of cars the morning of February 1st. But this specific video of this car going by is especially interesting because it's from 2:36 a.m. on February 1st. And remember, it was at 2:28 a.m. that Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker app showed that it was disconnected from her phone. So that would be 2:28 to 2:36.
So 2:28 to 2:36 is when that happened. And yes, chat, there's a very fine line between genius and madness. Don't forget that.
It is about a 7-minute give or take drive from Nancy's house here where I'm sitting to where this video comes from. So the timing is really, really interesting. We don't know. This could be totally not connected. There's no way to know for sure. But the timing is interesting and the route is interesting. And it's kind of shocking that the people who own this house that have the Ring camera say that the sheriff's office and FBI never came by to get this video. So it wasn't until Fox Digital obtained the video and then sent it to the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Office that I'm told that they now have the video. We haven't heard about whether it's significant, whether they think it's important to the investigation. I mean, like I said, it could totally not be. I mean, it could be totally irrelevant, but the timing is interesting here because if you look at the map again, it's about a 7-minute drive, give or take. And we know that Nancy's pacemaker disconnected from her phone at 2:28 a.m. And then the video, this specific video is from 2:36 a.m. So the timing would match up. There's also other videos on that Ring camera that show other cars going by before and after, which are also interesting. But again, I'm most interested in this 2:36 a.m. video. So we'll see if the police will comment on it. We'll see if it becomes part of the investigation. But it is something I think for us to keep an eye on. Remember when initially the sheriff's office was asking anyone within a 2-mile radius to send forward video that they had that may have been interesting to them or may have looked unusual. This is about 2.5 miles away from Nancy's house. So it would have fallen outside that radius. But still, it is kind of interesting that, no sheriff's deputies went that route and saw that camera because it's pretty easy to notice. One of my producers has been over there and noticed the camera. Also new today, there's been some action outside of Nancy's house and inside. Remember yesterday we saw law enforcement there, and I've confirmed that it was a Pima County homicide detective and there were prosecutors there, and they were walking around the outside of the house and then inside of the house. And it seems that they are now getting ready to turn the house back over to the Guthrie family, that it is no longer going to be considered a crime scene. I don't know if technically it has really been a crime scene for the last couple of weeks because it's just been a deputy outside, although they have been keeping an eye on it, but there hasn't been any crime scene tape. But from what we hear, they are getting ready to turn the house back over to the Guthrie family. And it seems that is why yesterday it was almost like a last look for law enforcement that wanted to go by the house. Today, there have been people like contractors putting cameras up, installing cameras, which is interesting, new surveillance cameras around the house. There was also a shot we got of one man that came in a Jeep that clearly didn't want to be seen. I couldn't really figure out who he was, but he got in the Jeep and left. So it seems they're kind of securing the house in preparation for when it's turned back over to the family and there's not a sheriff's deputy sitting outside anymore, which is the way it's been for the last couple of weeks. Remember, initially it was secured, then it was not secured when we were able to walk up to the front of the house those first couple of days. Then after that, they secured it again with the sheriff's deputy outside. And it's our understanding that they are now getting ready to open it back up and return it to the family, which would make sense, I guess, after 26 days. There's probably not much more processing that they want to do there. There are also reports that Savannah Guthrie may be getting ready to return to New York.
So Savannah Guthrie getting ready to return to New York. I didn't even realize she was in. I guess I did realize she was there with Annie and Cameron. They just didn't make, and we did know they were in the hotel with Annie too. So what am I talking about? But for those who don't know, this is Brian Etten. Brian Etten to me is one of the most trusted reporters in the business here. He also works with News Nation. He's part of the A-Team. So definitely check out Brian Etten's channel and support his work.
Been able to confirm that myself. But that also, I guess, wouldn't be incredibly surprising since she has, young kids and she's been here now for almost a month. So the hope is that, some leads will get going here. I mean, it's only been a couple of days since she announced the $1 million reward. And now with this new surveillance video, maybe that is going to be connected. We don't really know yet. I wanted to talk to my friend and she's also a criminologist and an attorney, Casey Jordan, about all these latest developments. I'm joined now by Casey Jordan, a criminologist and also host of the podcast, Criminal Appeal. It's always nice to see you, Casey. I haven't seen you in a while. I was talking to you all the time and then, got kind of...
You got a little busy, Brian. You got a little busy.
I got busy, but I wanted to ask you first about this new report of their surveillance video.
So before they get into that, yeah, the fact that Savannah's going back to New York, what does that communicate to you? To me, it communicates that, like they've said, the hope is kind of dwindling of getting a very positive outcome of finding her alive. And like we've mentioned before, at what point do you want closure for yourself? And it's a very uncomfortable question to ask, but eventually that is a thing. How long do you wait? I mean, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer per se. And I fully trust that Savannah's going to do what she thinks is best for herself. And it seems like to me she has wisdom in this too, like Nancy Guthrie did. And we learned that just in that short clip they did together the other day on Savannah's show, before this all happened, of course. But there comes that point where I think, well, if she thinks there's going to be no new developments anytime soon, I may as well go back to New York, right? What other reasons do you think it could be that she wants to go back to New York?
Video that's come out from a Ring camera around the corner of Nancy's house. Cars going by around the time that Nancy's pacemaker was disconnected, around, early morning hours of February 1st. Hard to know for sure if it's connected, but what struck me is that that the people who own the house say that the sheriff's office or no law enforcement has come to them and gotten the video. Does that surprise you 25 days in?
I think that from the outset, there was just this fear that if they put out an all call, in other words, everyone who might have any video, send it in, that they would be so flooded with Ring video camera footage, tens of thousands of hours, that they wouldn't have the manpower to go through it. So I think there was a misstep at the beginning by just not saying, between this time and this time, check your Ring cameras, and if you see anything, send it in. There's always been like, okay, we're going to go around and we're going to talk to the neighbors. And then, okay, we're going to go a little bit further out in the circumference of the house asking for footage. And then it's like, oh, now that we have pictures of the guy on the porch, let's everyone go back and look from January 1st onwards. But what has been missing is a lot of specificity, if you will. Once they had that 42-minute time frame of the doorbell not working and then going offline. Everybody knows about those 42 minutes in the middle of the night where.
So before she gets into that also, remember, and someone made a good point in the chat, Savannah might just be going back to see her kids as well. And again, I don't think her kids came to Arizona. I could be wrong about that because they have school, right? I mean, they're in school. Are they going to skip school to come down here? I mean, it's an important thing, but how long can you skip school for? So that could be playing into the decision making too, missing her kids and wanting to see her kids. Sure, that makes sense. And she just mentioned this 41 minutes here between the time that the Nest camera was broken and the time the pacemaker was disconnected from the phone. Remember, that does not mean they were in the house that entire time. It does not mean that. It means that it's possible they were, but they might have only been in the house for 5 to 10 minutes. So remember that too.
It appears that an invader was in Nancy's home. The key would have been to look for 3 to 5 hours before that and 3 to 5 hours after that on all cameras in the area. So instead of building the circumference of families that you're asking to check their Ring cameras, you narrow it down to a time frame. And that way, whoever is reviewing these tips and these pieces of video footage that are given to the sheriff's office actually can cull through them and get the ones that would be most important. But the end of the sentence is, it is alarming to think that neighbors in the area did not have a knock on their door by a representative of the Pima County Sheriff's Office asking them to check their Ring camera footage and reviewing it with them. I think this might be a manpower issue, but in my mind, there's really no excuse.
So I've been away from home for a while.
So here's the other thing about that. I mean, yes, it's important to get all of these Ring cam and Nest cam footages. Ideally, to me, you would get some on that street, not 2 miles away, right? So yeah, it might be a vague connection between the time the pacemaker was disconnected, but I think it would disconnect much sooner than 2 miles, right, from the phone. And it kind of seems like grasping at straws, the fact that it's so far away. If it was something on the street around that time, now that's a different story. But I think a lot of the things that we're hearing kind of points to grasping at straws here. But what do you think? Do you think that car going by at that time 2 miles away, do you think that could be something meaningful? Press 1 if you think so. Press 2 if you think, no, that's grasping at straws. So press 1, you think that car 2 miles away is something very important or could be. Press 2, no, more likely grasping at straws.
Work, and one of the things I miss so much are my factor meals. They make it seems like a time that they would be especially interested. I know people are probably sending in all sorts of video just from all different times, but I don't know. And that it's that close to Nancy's house, it looks like it's around the corner. It just
Right.
surprises me that I mean, I think there was 300 law enforcement personnel, including the FBI, on the ground for the last couple of weeks, that no one knocked on that door. I would have thought they would have knocked on. There's not that many houses in the neighborhood. I mean, the houses are spread out there.
I completely agree. And we know that video solves this faster than DNA. Everything with this case completely changed once we were able to get that back end footage just miraculously stored, in a deep archive that Google helped get from that Nest camera that shouldn't have even been recorded because she didn't have a subscription. We know video solves this time and time and time again. When we saw it with the Ohio dentist case, we've seen it with the shooting of the CEO of United Healthcare. All the time, it's video that almost always solves this. So the idea.
So far I've counted 18 people think that it could be something. Good chunk of people. Now I'm going to count how many don't think so. Grasping at straws.
Idea that people around the corner never got a knock on their door or just a written notice, please check your security footage and call us if you have anything at all. That's disturbing. It just seems like all of this evidence is coming in tardy to the party, and we don't know how many video cameras got overwritten in the first week because so many of them, if you don't actually pull that footage within a certain time frame, it's lost forever.
Right. Yeah.
So if you don't pull that video footage out in a certain time frame, it's lost forever. And I tallied it up. 12 people think it's grasping at straws. So 18 people think it's something. People like Kat weren't listening to the questions. They didn't answer. But the question was, do you think that car that they showed the video of, is that something meaningful to the case? Or do you think it's more grasping at straws? 18, I think even 19 people said, no, it is meaningful. It could be something. And then 12 people said, no, grasping at straws.
There are reports now, and I haven't been able to confirm this myself, that Savannah Guthrie may be planning to go back to New York City soon. She's been here in a rental house close by, which, she's got 2 little kids. To me, that's not really surprising. She can't just be away from her family forever. What do you make of that? And do you think, obviously she's in touch with investigators, do you think that's a sign that they're telling her like nothing imminent is about to happen?
Well, Savannah's a very intelligent human being, and she knows that there's only so much she can do. And I would argue that being on site and having no news is worse than being at home, because just being near her mother's house is going to give her that constant sense of urgency. I cannot even fathom the level of stress and the hell that this family is going through. But at a certain point, getting back to your routine and being near family and friends, and just in a situation where everything is familiar instead of surreal, is part of the healing process. I think that we got a really good taste of Savannah's healing process with her last video a few days ago, where for the very first time we heard her articulate, which words kind of seal the truth. She articulated that she was accepting that her mother might be lost, may no longer be with us. In other words, might be dead. And even though most of us have been thinking this for several weeks, it was important that we heard Savannah say that. And I think that, it has been such a roller coaster ride, up and down, different pieces of evidence coming in, arrests of people that didn't pan out. Her emotions have got to be completely frayed. So I think that she is now in the space where she has done and knows she has done as much as she can humanly do. She's communicated, she's asked for tips, she's offered a reward for the recovery even of her mother's body, not even for capture of the kidnapper. And at a certain point, you just get back to your routine. I think it's really wise and mentally healthy for her to return to New York, her home, be with her kids, and then just start contemplating what her next steps will be.
You spoke about her videos, and I've said this before on my podcast, and I've talked to some other people about it. She seems to be very careful in the way that she talks to this alleged kidnapper when she's addressing that person. I've noticed like almost like with a sympathetic tone, which has made me wonder if she thinks, or there's the possibility that this is like someone obsessed with her, or like a stalker who she's trying to kind of like almost communicate with directly. Have you thought about that at all?
Well, initially, like her very first video started by talking to the public, and then she shifted and started talking to whoever might have her mother. So every one of her videos has been a little bit different. And you can be very certain the first one was incredibly scripted by the FBI. I mean, it was like kidnapping 101. I think all of us were kind of like, was that just the line from Silence of the Lambs?
Right.
It was so scripted that I.
But remember, Silence of the Lambs is probably not the person that invented that quote. They probably wanted to be realistic, and they actually took what the FBI's protocol was in that situation. And that's what the protocol is. So it's not like they're stealing a quote from Silence of the Lambs. They're just doing the protocol. Silence of the Lambs used the protocol.
Found it to be highly ineffective, just overly contrived. And I don't think that if there is a kidnapper, which by the way, I have a big question mark there, Brian, I don't at this juncture think there is a kidnapper out there per se. I think there is a person who abducted Nancy, but I don't believe at this juncture that if she was removed from the house intentionally instead of as a crime amelioration or cleanup effort, if that makes sense, I think that if somebody had taken Nancy as a grudge against Nancy, and this is me addressing your question finally, if they really were obsessed with Nancy, if they were obsessed with Savannah and took Nancy to hurt Savannah, we would know that. Grudge collectors want you to know why they're hurting you. Otherwise, it's pointless. They don't want to just serve revenge up cold. They want you to know, hey, this is why we did it, and you did something wrong, and this is payback. Alternatively, we had the whole theory, which I caught.
So she's saying the people that would do this for a grudge, they want you to know. The people that did that for punishment or revenge, they want you to know. And I kind of agree, but kind of not, because I think the not knowing is the most torturous, really. So with that in mind, maybe that's a part of it. And maybe we'll learn down the line. And also, I mean, we talked about this a while ago, but maybe it's possible that someone who did this isn't even alive either. That's a possibility. One of them maybe isn't. But again, if you're here, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Like for my spirit animal, the night owl, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Into in the first week too, that it was a kidnapping for profit. But it was very quickly revealed that all of these communications from so-called kidnappers were hoaxes, because nobody could provide proof of life, proof of death, proof that they had Nancy at all in any state. So I think we have been through this roller coaster, and Savannah has tried different techniques with her videos with the coaching of the FBI. But I think the ones we're seeing now are Savannah. And I think that she is now open to the theory that we've been bandying about for a week or two now, that perhaps this was never a kidnapping for profit or a kidnapping for grudge to hurt Savannah. It's not revenge motivated or anything, because we have no proof of life, and we have no communications from anyone that would really support the idea that they took Nancy on purpose with a mission.
I don't agree with her there. I mean, if you don't think it was one or the other, then what do you think it was? And maybe that's what she's about to answer right now.
I think what we are now looking at is the idea that this was a burglary, and probably by an amateur, based on the activities of the guy on the porch, and that perhaps something really bad happened in that.
I don't agree with this. Why don't I agree with this? Because one, Bryant and source said, multiple days that Nest Cam footage was from. Why would they do this at nighttime when they know she's home if they really just wanted it to be a burglary? Did they really think they were going to be able to get in without her waking up in any way? And if it was just going to be a burglary, they wouldn't even have to do anything to her. Honestly, you can burglarize the house and just get out of there. You're already covered up enough. But they didn't take anything. They didn't take one thing other than Nancy. So I do not agree this was a burglary. Or a burglary gone wrong even. I don't agree with that. But what about you guys, chat? Do you think this was a burglary gone wrong? Press 1 if you think it's a burglary gone wrong. Press 2 if you think it's something else.
House, unanticipated for both Nancy and the invader in the 42 minutes, because professional kidnappers are like ninjas. They get in, they get out, and then the family gets a notice. They don't call TMZ and they don't communicate with news stations. They go directly to the family. So the fact that we have not heard, and I truly believe that we have not heard from the person who is responsible for Nancy's disappearance. Let's say they got into a scuffle. Let's say Nancy had a heart attack. Let's say Nancy pulled the mask off of the intruder and recognized him as maybe a former employee or something like that. Scratched him, got DNA under her fingernails. God forbid she had a medical emergency and the invader was terrified and gave her mouth to mouth and is like, my DNA is on Nancy. How do you deal with this? This is just a theory. It's speculation. The answer is you've got to get Nancy out of there because Nancy has the DNA. And this would explain her removal from the house.
So the chat almost unanimously agrees with me that no, this was not a burglary gone wrong. This was, to me, a targeted attack for punishment or revenge. That's what I've adjusted my thinking to. I've thought about that a while now. What really sealed it for me was that Nancy and Savannah appearance on whatever that show's called, Today's Show or whatever it is, morning show today. And just the connection I saw between Savannah and Nancy, that was something. They have a real connection. It looked genuine. And that to me made me realize, okay, they're trying to punish her. So her theory here, I do not agree with one bit.
Alive, unalive, we will never know. But it really, there's so much we don't know about the state of that house on the inside that would really help me with this theory. But not knowing it, I can at least conjecture. And I don't want to hear from people, oh, it's all speculation. Everything is speculation at this point. We've never seen anything like this. But I think more and more people are going with the idea that perhaps this was a burglary gone wrong. Nancy was removed from the house just to cover up evidence. And that only that person knows where she is. And that person's not the least bit interested in $1 million if they've actually got.
I just couldn't disagree with this more. I mean, abducting her and possibly killing her for a burglary gone wrong is, as James Sexton, the divorce lawyer, would say, it's treating dandruff with decapitation or trying to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. But really more, I think it's more, no, you're trying to treat dandruff with decapitation. No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. I think what happened was targeted attack, premeditated. That's what I think.
Gotten away with the crime.
But if it was a burglary gone wrong, you know, now that we've confirmed that that one photo is from a previous day, you remember there was the one with the backpack and then there's the other photo of the suspect outside the front door. Would they have been casing the house days earlier just for like a regular burglary? Is that what you're saying?
Okay. So here's my thing about it's from the day before. We don't have timestamps. And even the sheriff has been like, don't follow this theory. There's just purely speculation. The day before could have been 11:55 the night before.
When I don't think it's the day before. So we have sources telling us it's a previous day. I don't know what day it is. I think, and this is just now I'm speculating, but I think it's going to be January 11th because that we know that the detectives were going around specifically asking the neighbors for video from the night of January 11th. And that date kept coming up. Like, do you have video from January 11th? So that's kind of why I've keyed on that, which if that's the case, that's when that photo's from, that would have been weeks before Nancy went missing. you know,
Oh,
what she was
make no
taking.
mistake, burglars always case the joint.
Do
I
they?
mean,
Okay.
that would make total sense. I guess I'm thrown off because it looks like the same guy and he's wearing the exact same clothing. So for all I know, he approached the door when they say it happened the day before or at a date before. I'm also considering that he walked up on that porch at 11 p.m. the night before she went missing, checked things out,
Yeah.
went back and got his backpack full of burglary tools or whatever, a clean suit, whatever's in that backpack, and then approached the house again because he seems to be wearing the exact same clothing. I don't know whether it was 2 or 3 weeks before, but let's be clear, burglars case the joint. It is very, 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 very rare, unless they're under the influence of drugs, that they just hop up on a porch and go, I don't know whether somebody's inside or not inside. I'm going to just break in and find out. I do believe whoever went in there did not realize the house was occupied.
And as a criminologist, you always are so.
How do they not know the house is occupied? I mean, they thought it was just an empty house completely. I don't know about that.
Interesting because you know about statistics and stuff. I mean, it just seems is impossible that this is random. I don't know. Like, could this really just be some burglar who decided I'm going to pick this house
Yes.
and take some old lady?
Yes. He didn't consider that he didn't know who Nancy Guthrie was, right? But did know, maybe from casing the joint or watching Nancy get in and out of her car or whatever, that a little old lady lives there alone. And little old ladies are really great burglary targets because they tend to have a lot of jewelry and easily removable things, sterling silver, okay? They're not big on electronics and stuff that you can't steal and get rid of. Everybody wants gold. Everybody wants precious metals, gems, jewelry, silver. And
the only way her thinking would make sense is that they thought that no one lives here, period. But if no one lives there, period, what the hell are you trying to burglarize? Right? Nothing. So I think this woman's trying to be contrarian here because her theory doesn't make any sense to me.
And little old ladies, if he cased this joint and knew that Nancy was there, it doesn't mean he knew that Nancy is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, right? And once I saw the guy on the porch and saw just what an amateur he was. I mean, not at all smart. Goes up, sees the camera. A really accomplished burglar would have turned around and gone and picked a different house.
Yeah.
So that supports the idea that they did know who Nancy was and that it's targeted. And yet at the same time, he may have seen Nancy leave in an Uber earlier that day and not realize that she had come back to the house and thought the house was empty. There's just so much. But I looking at the guy on the porch, this does not seem targeted specifically to Nancy Guthrie to me once I saw what a clown he was.
Couldn't disagree more. And the chat's talking about Scooby-Doo, and I say Ruh-roh Raggy. And doesn't Sheriff Nanos, he kind of looks like the kind of person that at the end of the Scooby-Doo episode, they'll pull off the mask of Sheriff Nanos and say, aha, I gotcha. And then he said, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you flock of black sheep.
I just think that if this was really about Nancy, it would have been infinitely more professional. And the fact that we don't have her could just be beginner's luck. It could have been random and it could be beginner's luck.
So what do you think happens now? I mean, is this going to be, I keep wondering because I'm obviously still here and I don't want to leave because I feel like I'm invested. It almost reminds me when I covered Koberger or Gabby Petito. I want to see a resolution here. I don't want to just pick up and go. I want to see something. I'd love to see Nancy come home, obviously, or something. But part of me is like, is this going to go on for years? Like, what does your gut tell you?
My gut tells me this may go on for years. I think this might be a Natalie Holloway, if you will. And I remember her mother having to make that choice to come back from Aruba. Like, just if I come back from Aruba, people will forget. But no one's ever forgotten Natalie Holloway, even though we still to this day don't know what happened to her. And I think that might be the same with Nancy Guthrie. It depends on whether or not she's still alive. And of course, we all hope she is. But hope springs eternal. I loved Savannah saying we are blowing on the embers, and she will for the rest of her life. But at this point, she just wants answers. And if Nancy is demised, if she is no longer with us, and somebody, I don't know, buried her in the desert you may have her body discovered accidentally. This happens, by hikers, dogs, whatever. This happens all the time, actually. And that will at least give the Guthrie family some peace. But it doesn't mean that the crime will be solved. I wouldn't be at all surprised unless we get a tip from a co-conspirator or somebody who actually knows and has the evidence or has a confession. Unless that tip comes in, which could happen with $1 million on the table, I think that this may be one for the textbooks. We've never seen anything like it before, and we may never solve it.
So we've gone over this woman before. I think her name is Casey. And I remember thinking before, no, she's not my favorite guest of his at all. She might be least favorite.
That's just so shocking, though, to think about with the resources of the FBI, the president talking about it. You really think it could go unsolved?
I do. I mean, at any given moment in the United States, 50,000 people are missing, adults and children, cases that are unsolved, people who have never been found. And that's not for lack of us paying attention, although we have paid an inordinate amount of attention to this case. And I really, really love that Savannah brought that up in her last video, and that her family donated $500,000 to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. But I mean, it's not that surprising. I mean, 50,000 people are missing that we don't know what happened to them. And just because Nancy Guthrie is Savannah's mother doesn't mean that she may not join their ranks. It just means that a lot of awful crime goes on: kidnapping, murder, human trafficking, even alive captors that we discover 18 years later, like J.C. Dugard. The mystery is what is going to torment us. But yeah, there's so many people who are never found. And I hate to say, I think Nancy might become one of them because of all the attention that's being paid, but we need to be prepared for that. If she was actually kidnapped for ransom or for revenge, we would have heard from the people who took her by now.
And just kind of back to—
I don't agree with that either. I think even if it was revenge, which I do think it is, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to hear from them. I mean, again, she's expecting them all to be that egotistical that they have to kind of like rub it in their face. And sure, we have seen that happen too before, right? That's how the BTK killer got caught. But in this case, especially if they were hired to do it, right? And the people who hired them, maybe someone in association with the family somehow. I mean, is that person going to come out and brag? No, I don't think so, right?
where I started with this new video, and the fact that the apparently the sheriff still hasn't gotten it, or didn't canvass the neighborhood. Do you think it's fair? I mean, we've been very critical of the sheriff since the beginning. I mean, it seems like there's been a lot of issues. Is that fair criticism, do you think?
So I want to give them a bit of a pass by simply saying I don't think they have ever seen anything like this before. All right. This is really an unusual disappearance. And that's what it is at this point. We have the evidence is clear that she was removed from the house, but the motive for that is still a mystery.
I think this was revenge and might be a political motive. It might be because Savannah's husband was a fixer and worked with the Clintons and was a Democrat. That's all possible too. It's a possibility from the Epstein interview victims years ago. That's a possibility. Or it can just be straight up envy, especially if it's in the family. And again, I saw that interaction between Savannah and Nancy on Savannah's show, and they did have a close bond. They were genuine. And to me, if you wanted to really hurt Savannah, this is a way to do it. So those are the reasons I lean towards the revenge motive here. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but that's what it smells like to me.
Correctly, with the idea that it was a kidnapping, they brought in the FBI. And it's still the Pima County Sheriff's case. The FBI are there in advisory capacity, and there's been a lot of dust up about that. Like, shouldn't the FBI just take it over? There's talk that Savannah and her family wanted to get some private investigators involved. At this point, I think that their mistake was handling it like a homicide case from the beginning. They went in.
Oh, did you hear that? they might be hiring some private investigators too, the Guthrie family. That's interesting. I wouldn't be against that. And she's going to say here that she thinks it's a mistake to have treated this as a homicide case from the beginning. And I don't know how I think that I mean, you don't want it to be a homicide, but what's the expression? Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
They took evidence and then they said, okay, family, you can go back in there. And just because that's policy and procedure doesn't mean that you can't take an extra step to preserve that crime scene, cordon off the entire street. And no offense to the media, but I would have not let them anywhere near that house. Right. But it became a circus, a field day. Everybody was like, well, if the sheriff's not going to investigate it, I'll investigate it. People tromping through the desert behind her house, you know, drones and helicopters. It became a bit of a circus. And I have to, if I fault the Pima County Sheriff's Office for anything, it's for not putting the damper on that from the beginning. I don't know that we actually needed all these press conferences. I don't know that we, the general public, need any of these updates. And sometimes too many cooks spoil the broth, so to speak. And I think that there were too many people with their fingers in this investigation, and that in the process, important opportunities and important evidence may have been lost.
Yeah. Well, Casey, I appreciate your time as always.
And we hope that Nancy comes home.
As always, I really appreciate Casey for talking with me. It was good catching up with her. I wanted to show you guys, you see there's no cars on the street now.
So Casey's theories, I'm not a fan of Casey's theories.
Outside Nancy's house, really in both directions. There was all, like the last, 26 days, you had media parked all up and down the road. But I told you guys yesterday, the sheriff and the county, there was this new ordinance that no one can park on the street now because they're essentially trying to get rid of the media. I mean, it's pretty clear. And they put signs everywhere, said that they would give us a $250 fine. And again, most of the neighbors have been pretty happy that we're here for the most part that I've talked to, although I'm sure there are some neighbors that have been annoyed, and I understand. I mean, we've been in their neighborhood for 26 days, so I get it. But it is more of a hassle now getting to Nancy's house. Luckily, there's one super nice neighbor who basically is just letting me park in her driveway, so I can park in the driveway and then walk down. It's kind of a long walk, but I met her and I met her dog, and then she was nice enough to reach out to me and say, hey, I saw what's going on. You can just park in my driveway. So I kind of know a lot of the neighbors now after 26 days, and I know all their dogs because they all walk their dogs by. So appreciate to her, shout out to her if she's watching. You really saved the day for me. And that's pretty much the latest for today. Again, it's Thursday. I'll keep you guys posted with the latest developments. Really appreciate all the support. Thank you for subscribing, and I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. So now to Ashley Banfield, but before I do, please remember to like the video if you haven't already. Like for my spirit animal, the night owl. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And thank you very much to everyone who's been already liking, subscribed, super chatting. That's a great way to get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. People have bought memberships. And I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And there's an awesome flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Come in and say hello. We have a very welcoming community, very supportive of one another. A lot of people say they haven't fit in other places, but they fit in here, which I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to provide this space for people. Here we are. Shocking new details.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. Welcome. It's nice to have you here. Thank you for being here. Also hit subscribe, please. It's a real favor to me and I sure appreciate it if you already have. Also appreciate our members. Thank you. It is Thursday, February 26th, which means it's 26 days since Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home against her will in Tucson, Arizona. And today, some interesting developments. More video has emerged. This courtesy of Fox News. Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital dropped a bombshell, not going to lie. He went far and wide, maybe farther and wider than the sheriff's department did, outside of the 2-mile radius from Nancy Guthrie's home, because sheriffs asked everybody within a 2-mile radius if they could please check their ring cams, right? Sent out an alert to all of these residents. Please check your doorbell cams, your Ring cams, your Nest cams, whatever cams you got for any video that you might have recorded. And it's a big window from Jan 1 to Feb 1. But outside that 2-mile radius, they didn't ask those same questions. So super fascinating. Michael Ruiz went outside and his team went outside the 2-mile radius. And wouldn't you know it, they found somebody with video of vehicles that night, early into that morning, right? The morning of February 1st when Nancy Guthrie was abducted. And not only did they find, a dozen vehicles driving at night, they found one that was particularly interesting. Let me give you all the details because I, for one, am astounded that it was Fox that told the sheriff about these videos, not the other way around. It wasn't the sheriff that found these videos because they canvassed, because it's outside of the 2-mile perimeter. So this couple named Elias and Danielle Stratajulius, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, Stratajulius. I'm sorry, Elias and Danielle, if I'm wrong. But they told Fox News that they've got these street-facing Ring cameras, right, that caught 12 different cars that were passing by their house on the morning of the abduction. Why does that matter? Well, specifically, it matters because this house is on back roads. And the back roads lead directly out of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood. And more interestingly, these back roads avoid major intersections. So if you're really smart and you're trying to avoid detection and you don't want cameras or license plate readers to see you driving at that time of night, you might consider taking back roads. I've watched Brian Enton drive those roads during the day. It is.
And also, by the way, 1,000 likes helps feed my spirit animal, the night owl, so it can grow into a healthy adult night owl and take flight to fly away and fulfill its dreams. 1,000 likes for the spirit animal, the night owl. Thank you.
Really hard to find your way during the day. You either have to really know that neighborhood well, that giant neighborhood, right? Because we're outside the 2-mile zone. Or you may have had to use a little help from, say, a digital directional app like Waze or Google Maps, right? So I'm also fascinated to find out at some point if the FBI has been doing that, finding everybody using those maps in that neighborhood at that time. Because if they were using back roads, it's even harder to get around. So this is interesting about the Stratajulius, their report to Fox News. They said that the police have not canvassed their neighborhood in the last 25 days. So Fox, to their credit, let the FBI and the sheriff know. They alerted them to this video. It is unclear if the video is significant. It is unclear if the vehicles that are on this video are significant to this crime, to this abduction. But what is really interesting is one of the vehicles in all of the 12 that we're showing you, one of the vehicles was caught on camera at 2:36 a.m. on Sunday, February 1st. That time is so important because 2:36 a.m. is roughly 8 minutes after the sheriff told us on the timeline that Nancy's pacemaker separated from her iPhone, right? And it's presumed that that's when she was taken far enough away for the Bluetooth to separate.
And a good amount of people in the chat here, they think this could be something. They think it could be connected here, this car.
From the iPhone taken out of the residence. So 8 minutes. Now what's even more significant is that this house is 2.5 miles.
We'll watch it again.
Is so important because about the Stratajulius, their report to Fox News. They said that the police have not canvassed their neighborhood in the last 25 days. So Fox, to their credit, let the FBI and the sheriff know. They alerted them to this video.
And when this video pops up, what kind of car does this look like to you? Anyone think it looks like a white Range Rover?
It is unclear if the video is significant. It is unclear if the vehicles that are on this video are significant to this crime, to this abduction. But what is really interesting is one of the vehicles in all of the 12 that we're showing you, one of the vehicles was caught on camera at 2:36 a.m. on Sunday.
You gotta slow it down. This going by too fast. Slow it down.
At 2:36 a.m.
Look how fast it's going. It's at 0.5 speed.
on Sunday, February 1st. That time,
Look at that. Can you see it? Can you see that? Looks like a Range Rover, eh? Isn't that what I said? Quite interesting. Let's slow it down some more. Slow as it can go. 0.25.
and
There we go.
on Sunday, February 1st.
Reminds me of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Her voice.
That time,
It's another good shot of it. What does it look like there? Can you see it? The scene where Johnny Depp's like on acid trying to check into the hotel. What's the trouble? Or he's in the club and he's trying to escape Dr. Gonzo in the bathroom, and Somebody to Love by Jefferson Airplane comes on.
I'm
There it is. It's on the right there. I don't know. I'm not ruling out that it could be a white Range Rover. Not ruling it out, not saying definitely, but maybe.
is so important.
In a version of hell, this is what happens. You listen to Ashley Banfield and others on 0.25 speed. Okay.
Because 2:36 a.m. is roughly 8 minutes after the sheriff told us on the timeline that Nancy's pacemaker separated from her iPhone, right? And it's presumed that that's when she was taken far enough away for the Bluetooth to separate from the iPhone, taken out of the residence. So 8 minutes. Now, what's even more significant is that this house is 2.5 miles away, and it's roughly a 7-minute drive. These cars matter. Like with that kind of a timeline, again, if you're following me, Nancy's pacemaker separates. 8 minutes later, this vehicle is seen on this camera, and it is only roughly a
Here it is again. Slowing it down again.
seven-minute
There it is.
drive. So, however long it might have taken to get Nancy into a vehicle, get her secured, do whatever they had to do, figure out where they were, make that drive, I could see that being perhaps 8 minutes, right? Sounds like it's perfectly within reason to assume that could be that vehicle. Could also be someone coming home late.
So some people saying it could be a Kia Soul. And either way, even if it's not a Range Rover, it doesn't mean it's not connected, right? It just was interesting considering that's the only other car in evidence right now is that white Range Rover, and you see a white car. Yeah, not something to completely ignore. But what do you think it was, chat? Do you think that was a white Range Rover, or do you think it was something else? So press 1 if you think that was a white Range Rover. Press 2 if you think it was something else. Maybe a Kia Soul.
At night, just coincidentally, it's at 2:36 a.m. But I'd love to know how many cars were out driving at that time of night. How many Teslas were out driving at that time of night whose cameras may have captured? I mean, there's Tesla cameras all around a Tesla. I know because I have one. And you can capture vehicle traffic at that time of night. 2:36 a.m. is not a busy time of night. Yeah, I get it. It's Tucson. There'll be people out driving, but not as many as, say, before 11 at night. Maybe they've got these things. We don't know. The FBI has kept such a tight lid on their investigation, unlike the sheriff, who's sort of given us a lot of different mixed messages and also taken back some of his messaging. Ms. Stradiglius said that number of cars passing, 12 vehicles passing, I think it's between midnight-ish and 6 a.m., right? On her doorbell cam, not unusual. Not unusual to see roughly a dozen.
So someone said you can see an arm. You can see an arm, a driver's side arm, or passenger side arm, I guess it would be. But let's see. Is it going to be here?
Cameras.
There it is. Lights, camera, action. All coming from the other direction now. So now this would be the driver's side that we would see. Is that the same car or a different car? I can't tell the color.
What is unusual to Ms. Julius and to a friend of hers is that no one from law enforcement had visited the neighborhood. But again, let's be really clear. A 2-mile radius is a lot of homes. Maybe not as many as most of us would assume, because these are big properties, 1 to 4 acres. So maybe not that many homes, but maybe at some point the sheriff and the FBI were planning to expand the radius and ask more people. But I mean, time's a ticking. You don't have forever to capture ring cams. We learned that in the Idaho investigation, that some of these businesses, that had been canvassed for their videos to find the white Elantra.
So what they said was that was between 2:28 and 2:36 a.m. Arizona time. And it's significant because that's about the time the pacemaker was disconnected from Nancy Guthrie's phone.
It was already gone. Their video was already gone. So time is of the essence if you're going to grab video. That's why I don't know why they decided on a 2-mile radius. Maybe from the get-go, just capture the data and go through it in order. Start in the center of the concentric circle and move out. And maybe eventually you won't have to get to the houses that are outside the 2-mile radius. But now.
So chat, do you want me to go back to see if you can see this arm? Press 1 if yes and 2 if no. The question is, do you want me to go back and put it on 0.25 to see if we can see an arm in the first one? 1 yes, 2 no.
You might be SOL. I mean, luckily Fox was able to get this, but you might be SOL. You know what? Out of luck. I'm not supposed to swear. My husband hates it. I know some of you don't mind. Shit out of luck. Okay. And pardon me if that upsets you. So, but you might be out of luck if you're now trying to go and canvass all those houses in around Danielle and Elisa's neighborhood. But super great reporting from Fox on this street-facing ring cam. So interestingly, Fox actually did a further investigation. And what they did was they asked a retired NYPD detective and a national security expert named Pat Brosnan to review the video with them. I tried to do it, and I saw a lot of the comments saying, hey, can you slow it down? It's hard to do it on your iPhone. You have to do it on a computer. Even then, the images aren't always super perfect where you can slow it down.
I'm surprised they didn't slow it down for us. So we'll do it very quick because I think one did win. Oh, is it going to be up front again? It's going to be in front of us. So we don't have to go back when it's in front of us.
But Pat Brosnan, the expert that Fox conferred with,
It's so fast, even on 0.25. I don't see anything. Who's saying they see an arm?
he
Arms?
he's
Maybe that one? Is that what you're saying is an arm right there? Maybe. Arm? Can we zoom? Hmm. Hmm. No, that's as close as we can get, I guess. Hmm. But it's hard to say. Is that an arm or is that more like a glare? It's really hard to say. Because I don't see a way to zoom. Here. You see? Where the mouse is, can you see it? It might be an arm, but it might just be a glare. It could easily just be a glare as well. Okay.
he seemed to feel that he could assess this 2:36 a.m. vehicle captured on the camera as a Kia Soul, S-O-U-L, a Kia Soul, based on slanted roof, the design of the windows, and the rear quarter glass. He also noted that there are vertical brake lights. Now, that is not an official assessment. That's not like we heard from the Idaho, the Moscow police said we're on the lookout for a white Elantra, period. White Elantra, right? Gave us a range and dates, but white Elantra. This is a retired NYPD detective and a national security expert. So for what it's worth, let's keep our ears open and our eyes open in case we hear in the coming days that law enforcement sources are asking, or law enforcement authorities are telling us to keep our eyes open for video of a specific vehicle. Till now, on day 26, we still have no vehicle to look out for. All these eyeballs on this story, all these potential, crime solvers have not been alerted to any vehicles to look out for. This is pretty interesting. It also makes me think, well, what do they have inside the 2-mile zone? If this is outside the 2-mile zone, what do you got inside the 2-mile zone? If you've been able to do what this expert, Pat Brosnan, was able to do, why haven't you told us to look out for this? I'm fascinated, again, because the FBI is involved as well. This is not just a Pima County investigation anymore. So I know people have been piling on, and I've been, part of that, onto some of the missteps of the sheriff's department. But the FBI is involved too. So I'm just really interested. Did you not have any luck in finding any video on that morning? This isn't a January 11th video, right? This is that morning, that time, within 8 minutes and a 7-minute drive away. So it was super, super interesting. Okay, so I'm going to ask Maureen O'Connell about this in just a moment. She's just, chef's kiss on her knowledge base, former.
Danielle, where you at? We're going to be out of Maureen O'Connell withdrawal. And Bella.
FBI special agent and, security expert in her own right. So I'm going to talk to her about that in a second. But I also want to tell you a bit of other news that I've learned from my law enforcement source. And I think this is really fascinating stuff. We've kind of lost sight of the Range Rover, the silver Range Rover, right? That was towed and license plate covered and taken into evidence and assuming processed by law enforcement sources after that February 13th, Friday night raid. Do you remember just the massive law enforcement response to the neighborhood that was only about 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home? And a woman and another young man, and then another man at a different location at a Culver's restaurant, all detained while that house was searched. Okay, found out some information about it from my source. Here is what I've learned. The Range Rover, as of several days ago, still part of the investigation, right? Also, what I learned was that the Range Rover, because we all wondered, the Range Rover looked dirty and dusty. It looked like it had been in the Culver's parking lot for a while. But the guy was sitting in a law enforcement vehicle in cuffs being questioned. Did he connect to it? Yes. The answer is, according to my source, yes, he was connected. He was the one driving that Range Rover. Did he own it? That is unclear. And even that was being sort of bandied about through law enforcement. And what my source says, connected to that vehicle, possibly using that vehicle for illegal activities. That's what my law enforcement said. They were trying to assess the ownership of it, not necessarily that he owned it, but he had been driving it that night. In fact, a law enforcement plane had been following him for quite some time prior to the raid. That is super interesting. So
a law enforcement plane was following him. It's almost like Goodfellas when the helicopter's following Henry Hill and the people were like, no, you're just being paranoid from doing too many drugs. But no, sometimes they really are.
He was under that kind of surveillance from above, from a plane. Why the Culvers? So my source told me that the woman in the home is definitely his mom. Couldn't tell me about the other man being his brother, but there was some reporting that was unconfirmed that the other person was his brother. But the woman who was taken from the home and, according to the New York Times, taken to a neighbor's, and, the neighbor was asking you just, help her to stay here, keep her comfortable while we search the hell out of her house with a warrant. So he had been at the house. The man who was detained at the Culvers had been at his home with his mother and went out to get food, went out to pick up food. And that, according to my source, was the time that they decided this was a good time to hook him up. Put the cuffs on, detain, ask questions. So they followed him to the Culvers as he was thinking he was going to go grab some food and come home. And that's when they all simultaneously, went into action. Grabbed his mom, pulled her out, and the young man, and then grabbed him with a separate set of units at the Culvers. So I'm told by my source that they seized their phones and that they still had them. As several days ago, they still had those phones. Because it could take weeks to process whatever material they wanted to get out of those phones. And you understand, grabbing phones isn't just an automatic thing. There's a process, there's a privacy issue, there's warranting, there's all sorts of stuff that you have to do. And it could actually take some time if there are, say, encrypted apps on phones. So they're going to take apparently several weeks from February 13th. And here we are, February 26th. It'll be 2 weeks tomorrow. Exactly that raid happened and that those detainees were held.
Yes, whatever you do, don't put too many onions in the sauce. I don't put too many onions in the sauce.
Held, questioned, and released with no charges. Okay, why him? This is interesting. So in order to get the warrant, my law enforcement source tells me, in order to get the warrant to come after this guy and the home he was in with his mom and whoever else it was, they used cell phone data, his criminal history, including illegal trafficking. They used the fact that he had a similar description as the suspect on the doorbell cam. And here's the big one. They had a specific tip from a person. They had a specific tip from a person. So they used all of that to go to a judge or a magistrate, whoever it was that signed off on the warrant and got that warrant. And again, since they had been trailing him with the plane from above, my assumption is that that warrant was kind of in place and ready to go for a little while, because they decided exactly on the time, and that they'd wait, as he went out to get food, that they'd grab him separately and go through the house at a separate time. So lots of really, really interesting information. And then this last piece that I found so fascinating, I have not been able to put my finger on why the law enforcement source, or the law enforcement members who were on scene at the Culvers and searching, photographing the silver SUV, the silver Range Rover. And then suddenly they put up those privacy shields, and we all lost our ever-loving minds, because we thought, oh my God, that's usually a body. You're putting up privacy shields like that, it usually means you're about to take a body out of the back of a vehicle. So up went the back, hatch of the Range Rover, up went the privacy shields. Cameras were everywhere. I've learned why. It was not because they suspected a body was inside. It was not. It was because we were all there with cameras. They were well aware, the agents on the ground and the sheriff's deputies on the ground were well aware of the number of cameras that could have a direct line of sight into the back of this vehicle. And so that is the only reason. They just wanted to get a better look at the evidence inside the back of the vehicle and not give us that.
Again, I mean, it's almost like they're doing it on purpose to antagonize almost. It's like, oh, I'm going to make them think that it's something really important here. No, we just don't want the light interfering. It's like, all right. And I mean, the person she's referring to here is the LD individual.
Same, right, right. So those shields went up just so that they could get eyes on without the window, without the dirty window in between them. But it was not because they had seen anything through those windows that they suspected at the time was a body. It was just solely that, just to keep us prying eyes. And it worked, because all we saw was privacy shields, right? But my God, did it ever lead to crazy speculation that, my God, there might be a body in there, right? And it all dispelled the next day when the sheriff's department said nobody arrested, the detainees released, and that yes, a raid had been executed that night. So lots of really interesting information.
So the interesting part to me about that would be, what was the tip? What was the tip that someone said, oh yeah, check this person out? And so they're tailing them with a plane, looking at them. Search warrant is signed off on. But as I've said before, it would be a really flaky search, like attempt for a search warrant in a case like this with so many eyeballs on it, for that judge to say no. Pretty much in this case, if you come to the judge, it's almost going to be a rubber stamp, I feel like, at a case like this.
On that. And, as of about a week ago, Brian Enton had said that there was some meat on the bones of that investigation. Super fascinating. Meat on the bones meant that they would still be looking at that. We have not had an update from the sheriff or from the FBI as to the significance of that raid or that part of the investigation. But now that I know that it takes, several weeks, so that they had planned to take several weeks to extract information from the phones that they had seized in that raid, makes sense. They still have a lot of work to do, and they've got that evidence, so you don't release it till you've exhausted all of that work. All right, so I told you about Maureen O'Connell, and let me tell you, I turned to her, and I have for years, by the way. You may just be seeing her if you're new to the true crime world because of all the work that she's been doing lately on this particular story and her analysis. But I've been interviewing and watching Maureen O'Connell for a very long time because she's smart. She is a former FBI special agent and host of the podcast Best Case, Worst Case, and all around really smart lady. And I'm going to talk to her in 1 second, but first, quick note from my.
So someone in the chat says, even JLR said LD was cleared. And here they are Ashley Banfield saying, "Oh, a little meat on the bone still." To which I would say, if there was really meat in the on the bone, I mean, what are they waiting for? What are they waiting for to put the pieces of the puzzle together? That's what I would say. So I would also say then it's probably nothing at that rate. Also, please remember to like the video. Likes are free, and getting to 1,000 likes helps my spirit animal, the fox, or excuse me, spirit animal, the night owl, get fed properly so it can grow up into an adult night owl and fly away and meet its fullest potential.
Sponsors, it's that time of year again, tax time, always stressful. Ugh. Maybe you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns. Or maybe you pulled money from your 401k and you got hit with an unexpected bill. No matter what the reason, the outcome is the same. Side of the perimeter that they had canvassed. Are you
down? It's always going to come back to a vehicle. So many crimes start with the vehicle, end with the vehicle, and the arrests are a
conversation with Maureen O'Connell. What do you make of this new series of images? All these vehicles, a dozen vehicles passing by someone's ring cam, a half mile outside of the perimeter that they had canvassed for people's videos.
I'm so happy I could jump up and down. It's always going to come back to a vehicle. So many crimes start with the vehicle, end with the vehicle, and the arrests are a result of a vehicle. So I am.
And when's the last time we saw this? Michael McKee. Dr. Michael McKee, that was a big part of his arrest. Oh, this car is here right before the double murders and leaves right after. And I think it was even a rental car, but they still got him anyway. And he drove 7 hours to do it.
Very, very happy. If we were able to tell what type of car it is, we can start looking in other places for it. Just the color and the shape, and even if you can narrow it down to 2 or 3 different vehicles, it's gonna be great. Hopefully, this is the break we've all been praying for.
Well, let me bring this up again. A retired NYPD detective and national security expert named Pat Brosnan told Fox that his review of their video suggests it's a Kia Soul based on, the slanted roof, the window design, the rear quarter glass, and the vertical brake lights.
These cops know their cars because they're always looking for cars. We're always looking at surveillance tape, and we're always trying to figure out who people are and what shady behavior they're up to. So if he says that's what it is, he's probably real close. And if I'm not mistaken, that's a very square body, isn't it, on that Kia Soul? Yeah.
So I don't know my cars, but it looked like it on the video.
Yeah. All right. I can't wait to see that. That's excellent news.
It is. And I'm so interested to hear that the time is 2:36 a.m., which is just 8 minutes after Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker was separated. And it's roughly only a 7-minute drive between these two homes. That's got to mean something.
It definitely means something. Whenever you get information on a case, Ashley, throwing it up on the timeline is always really important, and it can tell you a lot of things. And that is so close to the time that this potentially happened, and when her pacemaker separated from her phone. Yeah. So her phone was left in her bedroom, and it sounds like they got her out the front door. And when she probably got onto the front porch, her pacemaker lost connection with the phone. And that's probably where this vehicle pulled up, and they put her in the vehicle.
And drove off. And so I keep thinking about this neighborhood. It's very, very dark, very hard to navigate. But somebody might have decided that this is a back road that leads out of Mrs. Guthrie's neighborhood and avoids the major intersections. You'd either have to know your way around in the dark of night, or you'd be using some kind of a navigation app. I can only imagine the FBI has been able to at least tap some kind of intelligence on the use of navigation apps in that exact neighborhood at that exact time.
Yeah, or you could roll old school and just and do a couple of dry runs. Do dry runs in the day and a couple dry runs at night, which are a lot harder. And when they're coming down that street, they probably had their headlights off. It had to be just pitch black, or just their parking lights, because you don't want to draw attention. And you never know when someone's going to just be walking their dog in the middle of the night. So you just got to be very careful. My guess is they pulled.
I don't know how you'd see though without headlights. It is pitch black because of the University of Arizona's contract to keep the lights down for the astronomy programs.
Right. Well, you have a place, you have a cabin. Our family has one, and it's pitch dark. And sometimes I just turn the lights off to see how dark it is. And could I drive around here at night? And no, only if you know it really, really well. But I'm just saying that when they pulled up to the house, they likely turned the lights off completely, pulled into the driveway, not the circle driveway. I would say the driveway to the side, but you'd have to have your lights off there just in case she was already up in the middle of the night, you know?
Yeah.
Some people can't sleep.
So the other thing I was wondering is if they were able to capture these images from a ring cam that was pointed towards the street 2.5 miles away, they must have something similar within the 2-mile radius, no?
Yes. I mean, you know, those houses are set so far back. It's
On a very side note, Maureen looks lovely today. Looks like she's done herself up a little more than the norm. Sidebar.
you can have cameras all around your house. You're not going to be able to see to the street. You may see that there is a light going by, but you're not going to see much else because there's no ambient light out there. There's no street lights. So that I think is I think they've beaten that that point to death. I am disappointed that when they didn't get any information from their original perimeter, that they didn't extend the perimeter. I'm very disappointed in that.
That's my next question is, I thought about a 2-mile radius. That's a lot of property. That's a lot of, that's a big area. But these properties are all big. They're not stacked against each other. You're not talking about tens of thousands of homeowners. You're talking about a few hundred. Why would they have even chosen 2 miles? Why not just start really big and then pick your investigations, in the middle of the concentric circle? Because those videos could be overwritten by now.
Yeah, but I mean, they were asking for them right at the very beginning. And the bottom line is, when you consider things like most traffic collisions or most accidents happen within a 1 or 2 mile radius of your house, because that's where you are most of the time. We know for a fact they were at Nancy's house. We know for a fact they left Nancy's house. So I think a 2 mile perimeter is a really good starting point. But when that didn't, when nothing came of that, it's time to open your perimeter, open your aperture a little bit more, and let's see what we can come up with, even if it's another 1/4 mile all the way around or something.
Yeah.
Or just the areas near the back road, wherever there's an egress.
We everybody's different in their settings, but.
And never forget, folks, Maureen and Brian Etten are the A team of reporters. And what would you consider Maureen? Former FBI agent and analyst now? Is that what you consider her? But to me, they're the A team.
A lot of these things overwrite. Like you can't sort of say, well, let's say in a month we don't get anywhere. Let's go ask people for video a month from now. Well, you're not going to get it. The time to ask is right away. Remember in Moscow, they were asking businesses for video a little too late, and they said, sorry, it's overwritten already. You got to ask for it right away. Well, I cast a really wide net and then just start gumshoeing through it.
Well, what I didn't mean to wait a month. I meant, within those first couple days, when you didn't get anything that was fruitful, open it up a little. Start asking for mutual aid and get people to go to those areas, at least along the roads that lead out of there, because my understanding is there aren't that many. And if this is the one that avoids the major intersections, that's definitely one to look at. You would think.
And we don't know if the sheriff or the FBI is going to release this to the public saying, hey, everybody, let's start looking for a vehicle we think might be a Kia Soul, like the Moscow police said with the white Elantra. We just don't know if there's evidentiary value here. All we know is what Fox was able to find from these neighbors, and the fact that the neighbors were surprised they weren't canvassed.
And again, it could be something, especially considering how fast that vehicle was moving. I mean, it's hard to tell, given the angle, how fast it was going, but it does seem like it was going quick. And there's no lights in that area. And Brian Etten has showed us that, right? And unless you know where you're going, it can be pretty difficult to know where you're going unless you're familiar with the area. So maybe that person was familiar with the area there.
I guess we'll watch this space for that. Let's move on to the other topic, and that is the silver Range Rover that we all seem to have forgotten about is still,
I didn't forget about it.
Yeah, right. It's still in play. And I've learned from, my law enforcement source that the guy they were targeting was at his mom's house and then, left to go pick up food. And that's when they decided to move in 2 different locations and grab the mom, pull her out of the home and search the home and grab him in the Culver's parking lot. And it turns out he was driving the silver Range Rover and they had a law enforcement plane overhead. Any of that a surprise to you?
No. Because it probably had something to do with cell phones, because anyone that was in that area, they were part of that geofence region. And so they were probably looking at this guy, and it was I don't know if they had they must have had the tag if they had the bird up.
Yeah, my source said that the plane had been following him for a while, end quote.
Yeah.
Like, quote unquote,
so
for a while.
So they had the tag. They knew when that truck was purchased. Or least my understanding is a truck just like that on the surround of the license plate, it had the name of the dealership, and they had pretty much that truck on their website as being sold. Just
All right, so I even mistaked the color. There's a silver Range Rover, not a white Range Rover anyway. So you can forget about what I said earlier anyway.
a couple of days before before Nancy's attack or abduction.
So we weren't able to find out if he owned that. My source only said that he was connected to that vehicle, could have been using it for criminal activity, and was driving it at that time. So that was the connection. He was connected to that silver Range Rover. But the other interesting thing is that they used criminal history of illegal trafficking, the fact that he physically had a similar description as the person on the ring cam or on the doorbell cam at Nancy's house. They used cell data, you were right, and that they had a specific tip from a person. That's a lot of stuff. And it sounds to me like that's an easy warrant.
That's probable cause. Yeah, right there. You've got probable cause. So that's good. And people were saying, oh, they got him and then they let him go. Yeah, probable cause will get you the warrant, but it's not going to always get you the arrest. You just have to relax and understand that.
So the other issue my source told me was that they got.
I mean, again, if they think that person's it, and even JLR doesn't think this anymore, right? But okay, he's the person on the step. If he was, and they find a way to demonstrate it, and that's where you would think, as Mike was asking earlier, if there's a way to compare those pictures, and then maybe compare it with someone else, a person. If they can prove that person was it, that's enough for an arrest right there. But clearly they haven't been able to do that. And clearly whoever they've gotten, they can't tie them to that person. That's what this all shows. It's not tied. It's not tied right now. At least not yet.
The phones in that raid, and as of just a few days ago, they still had them, but that it could take, quote, weeks in order to extract the information that they might be looking for.
Well, it's not going to take, it probably wouldn't take that long to get a lot of stuff off the phone, but for encrypted apps where you're going to find anything you really want to see, that's going to take a lot longer. And obviously they're not cooperating, or it all would have been extracted already.
A lot of people have been talking about these 2 raids that we've watched, and that those who were hooked up in those raids and detained and then released, and if they're innocent, they could it's actionable, that they could sue the department. It's really, really hard to sue the government. It's really hard to sue the police. But I am sort of curious about the mother.
Again, please like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, the night owl. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. And come say hello to the awesome flock of black sheep in the live chat. Rumor has it, with a U, that they are the best part of this place. Great community here. Adele agrees. When she was singing about rumor has it, that's what she was talking about.
There of this guy, because now my source says this is his mother in the house. She's pulled out of her house. She's taken, according to New York Times, to the neighbor, where the FBI agents say, could you just look after her for a while we raid her house? Does she have a case, given that she's not the person, she's not the target?
No,
The
but she
son
lives
was the
in the
target,
house.
you know?
Yeah. If they have a warrant for the house, they've got a warrant for the house. It happens all the time. We would have a warrant for like a drug warrant, and it's for let's say one guy named John, and he lives there with 3 or 4 other people. We're looking for narcotics. We're looking for narcotics that we can tie directly to John. And we ask questions of those people that live there when we find stuff. Who does this belong to? Who has dominion and control over this particular room? Or is this his room? Where is his room? All that kind of stuff. And we're able to search the whole house, but we want to be able to tie whatever evidence we find to the offender that we're looking at.
Even if he doesn't live there.
So he doesn't live, the son doesn't live there?
I'm not sure. I'm just curious. If he doesn't live there, they still have that same full right to raid the house if he spends time there.
He must be spending the night there. And so he stays there, and they had to bed him down in that location. There had to be a number of different data points to tie him to that location. And oftentimes they'll have to, what we call, bed him down there, meaning we take him there, we follow him there, and we watch his car, and it stays there until, let's say, 11:30 or 12 at night. And then you either sit on it all night, or you come back the next morning at 5, and the car is still there. You've now bedded that guy down in that location.
It's interesting. What do you make of the whole use of privacy shields, given that my source said it wasn't about a body? They didn't see a body through the windows. They just wanted to open the hatch, get a good look at what was in the back of the silver Range Rover, and just knew that there were just a lot of prying eyes with camera lenses nearby. And they put those privacy shields up for that reason.
I think it's
You can't hide those prying eyes.
smart. I would do it. I would absolutely do it. We would put those pop-up tents up if we thought we had human remains. And even though it wasn't remains there, I don't know what was back there. Maybe they didn't know what was back there because those windows appeared to be tinted pretty dark. So maybe they weren't sure what they were going to find. And then when you reach in and you lift up a blanket.
But my source did say they didn't suspect it was a body, and that they put the shields up not because they thought there was a body, just because they wanted to look at the evidence without all the reporters seeing it.
That makes sense. I would absolutely do that myself. Yeah. Because nothing is the press has been omnipresent with their drones up all around the house since the very beginning. And, it's just this insatiable desire for evidence. But we have to, or the law enforcement has to protect the investigation. As much as we want to know everything and we want to know it right now, they're charged with, just for Nancy, for her sake, we're trying to protect all the evidence.
Well, it is an insanely high-profile case. I mean, I don't have to tell anybody that. If they're watching this podcast, they know it. To that end, what do you make of the activity outside the house yesterday? All the folks showing up in blue suits and walking around the perimeter and walking inside, and the black SUVs with the tinted window, one of them going into the garage, and, the garage door coming down and then it leaving quickly an hour later. Like, what's your read on all the activity?
For that garage door, by the way, 11 seconds to go up, 11 seconds to come down, because I'm always thinking about that garage door and that 2 minutes and her getting in the house. And I always think
11 seconds up, 11 seconds down for the garage. Now that could be interesting if more data comes out about the timeline.
Whoever dropped her off had to go out a different door because that's just not enough time,
Really?
To open the garage door, have Nancy walk in, because the police chief said initially
2 minutes. Yeah.
2
Door went
minutes,
up,
but
2 minutes later it came down.
family members got her in the house, got her settled, and got out. You can't do that in that amount of time with an 84-year-old woman with mobility issues. So I timed that. But I think it was probably Savannah in the SUV, in the black SUV that was with the smoked out windows, that they went into the garage and closed the door. And she was probably going in there. If they're operating, since the sheriff has completely cleared everyone in the family and anyone related to them. Whatever. We're not going to get into that. But maybe they're operating under the assumption that this is some sort of a stalker situation. And if that's the case, the things that would be missing would be Savannah's personal items that might be in her room, like old photos or who knows what. People in situations like this are obviously uber creepy, but they could have just wanted photos of her or some memento that made him or him feel like, she's my girlfriend or something. So
That's
maybe
a
she
really
just went up.
Good point. I never thought of that they might have said, we need to go in and assess the inside of the house to see the things that might be missing that maybe we overlooked because it wasn't valuables.
Right. Well, initially you're going to look for valuables because that's your assumption. At first blush, that's what this looked like. It's someone who it's a kidnapping and kidnapped for ransom, but that turned out not to be the case, or who knows what this is going to shake out to be, because it's just nothing any of us have ever seen before. But then if you move to someone is stalking her, it would make sense that they're going to take some trophies from her, or what people call trophies.
Stalking, I could see much more than a burglary gone wrong. Stalking, revenge, punishment, I could see any of those three, to be honest. Also, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes will help my spirit animal, the night owl, grow into a strong adult night owl. Right now it's a baby night owl.
So maybe they had her go in to see what was missing. She was also there not long ago when her mom did that show. And, so they already got what Annie and her husband walked them through the house initially. And so they allowed them to tell them what was askew, this is exactly how it always is. Mom keeps her iPad here. That's where it is. This is out of place. This isn't.
That would be the morning that you're talking about, Sunday morning when they called for help.
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry. So that morning they were able to walk law enforcement through the house. So today, I think they wanted, my guess, it's just an assumption, but my guess is they wanted Savannah to walk through and see if there's anything she could find that was missing or askew or, whatever. Because the person spent 41 minutes in there, and that's a long, long time.
Well, I keep wondering if
Maureen, I have to disagree with Maureen on that part, but who could it be punishing? Savannah Guthrie. That's who the punishment is. And maybe by extension, her husband. If her husband is involved in politics as a Democrat fixer involved with the Clintons, that's a possibility. Punishing Savannah Guthrie maybe for interviewing Epstein victims in 2019. And as I've been saying every night recently, there could always be an off-the-wall explanation too. And I've been using the example of Reagan. The person who tried to assassinate Reagan was trying to impress Jodie Foster. So there could always be some off-the-wall explanation as well. But what I disagree with Maureen there is, she said, the guy was in there for 41 minutes. We don't know he was in there for that long. Just because that's when the camera was broken and the pacemaker was disconnected 41 minutes later, doesn't mean they were in the house the entire time. Does not mean that. Maybe he's only in the house for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. We don't know. As of right now, there's not enough information to say. But again, please remember to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered and support the channel. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. And memberships are also a great way to support the channel. I'm also going to be coming out, I think, with some merch. I have to figure out which kind it would be. Revenge of the Black Sheep merch or just Black Sheep merch. I don't know. I have to figure it out. But thank you very much to everyone who's been supporting the channel so far. Wouldn't be here without you all.
If they did. We only know that the camera was tampered with, but we don't know if that meant that the person entered the house at the time they tampered with the camera. I'm not sure. I'm still, my jury's out on that one. I don't know when they actually entered the house. We don't know the entry time. We just know the separation of the pacemaker time. So I'm curious about that. What do you make of the report that
So I agree with what Ashley just said. We only know the separation of the time, which is true. Now, someone in the chat said, well, maybe Maureen knows things that we don't. Maybe. I mean, she's not active law enforcement right now. If she was active, maybe I would think she might be privy to more insider information. But you never know.
I was able to get from another law enforcement source that the blood droplets inside the house were the same pattern as the blood droplets outside the house, meaning there wasn't a sign of struggle, there wasn't footprints through them. It was more just the same droplet pattern that we witnessed, on the video outside the house.
Well, wherever she was bleeding from, the blood droplets were able to drop then, just drop straight down. And because the ones on the porch were all round and appeared to, I didn't get a good enough look at them, but they'll be able to tell, the blood experts will be able to tell exactly how far these droplets fell and whether they came from her mouth or not. Because if it came from her mouth, they'll be able to find saliva and other things in there. Just the whole thing is just, we do everything in our lives to just treat the vulnerable members of our community the best way we can. And then to have something like this happen, it just breaks everyone's hearts. I
think it's why everyone's watching so intently, why it's so high profile. It's not just that it's Savannah's mom, it's just who does something like this, that part of the story. I was not able to find out from my source where in the house those blood droplets were, but my source did say that there were a couple things that stood out to them. That was number one, the front doorbell cam gone. My original source, different source, it said smashed. Back door wide open, blood droplets on the ground, and that the immediate reference was to tell the responding units, got to get out of here. Do not contaminate the scene. This is more to it than a missing woman who might have wandered off. So I don't know if that means that those that the blood droplets may have been right there in that front entrance area because they were able to witness the door open, or whether they canvassed around the house and saw the blood droplets somewhere there. I can't tell you that. It would be helpful to know where the blood droplets were, though. And then couple that information with Savannah using the words in her video a couple days ago, where she announced that the reward would be $1 million from the family. She used the words, my mom was taken in the dark of night from her bed, taken from her bed in the dark of night. And I didn't know if she was, literal or if it was literal. And Savannah is a journalist and she is a broadcaster and she knows words matter. It was the same terminology the sheriff used early on, and then walked back the next day saying, I didn't think you'd take me literally. It was just being figurative. But if Savannah was being literal and not figurative, that's a big piece of information that Nancy Guthrie
Savannah's
may
not
have been
going to be
actually
figurative.
That's what I thought. Taken from her bed.
Yes, and the other reason I would guess that the blood was in the bedroom is because
this blood clearly means there's signs of a struggle. I mean, there's no signs of forced entry, but that's different, right? The blood is a clear sign of struggle of some sort.
Annie and her husband were probably looking around the house and maybe not looking at that other side of the bed where the slider door is, but her mom had hearing issues. And if the person was yelling commands at her, she would not be able to hear them. And that may have been what caused whatever injury she had, because they thought she was ignoring them or whatever, and even trying to yank on her or something to get her out of the bed. And she had to, put her hearing aids in, because I know a couple of, I have a sister that can't hear without her hearing aids. And I mean, she can't hear anything. And so it's frightening. First of all, to be that frightened. Secondly, to not have your hearing aids in and you can't even communicate. It's just the worst case scenario.
Well, and Maureen, the New York Times did a piece talking to Nancy Guthrie's friends. And one of the friends said that she had recently begun using powerful hearing aids, which you're spot on. Her hearing would be very compromised if she was using powerful, those are the words used, hearing aids.
Yep. She's 84. It happens.
Let's talk a little bit about there's so much sleuthing going on online, and there's an image if you zoom.
So someone was saying in the chat, if someone's missing, wouldn't you be like screaming or whatever? And I would say it really all depends on how someone handles the fight, flight, freeze, fawn response. Some people go into a little bit of a shock. Some people are muted. Autistic people in particular, right? They don't show emotions in the same ways a lot of times. So again, not everyone's going to handle a situation like this in the same way. Some people might scream and panic instantly. Some people might become like a shell and be walled off a little bit. Some people might get really angry. Some people might get really sad. It's hard to say.
In on the perpetrator's pocket. There's something sticking out of the perpetrator's pocket. I thought at first it was the corner of an iPhone.
So let's rewind that real quick because that's an interesting thing.
Some said it looked like maybe a lockpick pen, which I didn't realize. I mean, it stands to reason. A lockpick pen kind of looks like it might be that, or maybe even a walkie-talkie, which some people have said, well, that suggests that this person was working with an accomplice.
That's what Jennifer Coffendorfer suggested. Let's see what Maureen says to this.
It could be a lockpick, I guess, but it looks to me, and I'm pardon me while I look down here, but it looks to me to be just a radio, like a radio antenna. I'm looking for that one.
Like a walkie-talkie?
Yep, like a walkie-talkie, because these guys didn't have phones on them. If they had phones on them and the Bureau didn't pick them up, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But if you look at that, if you look at some of these walkie-talkies that people have, you could call the car up without using your phone. You could tell your buddy, hey, pull it up into the Circle Drive now. And yeah, just like these.
Sure.
Yeah, those ones that we were talking about earlier.
Do you think that very small area of an image looks like the antenna of a walkie-talkie more so than the edge of a phone?
Much more so than the edge of a phone. And I asked my husband, who was a police officer for 38 years, and he said that's absolutely a radio. And I said, babe, we can't say that. That's just conjecture. And he goes, I carried a radio for 38 years. I know what it looks like. And it stands just like that when it's in your pocket. And you can't zip the pocket all the way closed because you have to have the antenna. You can fit an iPhone in any pocket. I mean, if that's the top of an iPhone, you're not going to let your iPhone hang out like that, because the last thing you want is to get into a struggle with someone and leave your iPhone at the crime scene. But this, you can cinch it up just to the just over the top of the radio portion and let the antenna stick out of your pocket.
Well, that would be huge if it was determined that this is a radio, because it does certainly speak to the possibility of somebody else being a part of this.
Right.
Sometimes I just, in my own personal thoughts, I hope there was an accomplice, and then I know it's not necessarily a sexual crime, because so few sexual crimes would involve an accomplice. And people
don't kid yourself.
Really,
people are savages.
I mean, I know, and most people who don't live the world that you and I live, and you more so than me, would say, well, who would think to sexually assault an 84-year-old woman? And unfortunately, so many times in our, line of work, we see it. We just do. We see people who just do, and they're not off limits. The elderly are not off limits for these kinds of crimes, which is just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, but sometimes it doesn't actually involve.
Maureen, where are you seeing right-hand pocket? They didn't show it. You talking back more here?
And there's an image, if you zoom in on the perpetrator's
I mean, I can't tell what
pocket. There's something sticking out of the perpetrator's pocket. I thought at first it was the corner of an.
For that one, it just depends on what way he's standing. I can't tell.
They put parking restrictions in place. No parking on either side of the street, all up and down where Nancy Guthrie. I mean, I know, and most people who don't live the world that you and I live, and you more so than me, would say, well, who would think to sexually assault an 84-year-old woman? And unfortunately, so many times in our, line of work, we see it. We just do. We see people who just do, and they're not off limits. The elderly are not off limits for these kinds of crimes, which is just unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, but sometimes it doesn't actually involve an essay on the person. Sometimes just the fear you see in someone's face gives you sexual gratification. That's a whole different story, but that happens all the time too. Sometimes they just get off on the fear. Unbelievable.
Okay, last question. It may seem like it's kind of a small thing, usually an afterthought, an asterisk, whatever, but the sheriff yesterday put parking restrictions in place, no parking on either side of the street, all up and down where Nancy Guthrie lives. And again, that may seem like nothing to people until you realize the logistics of what it takes to broadcast from a location. And that location has been a broadcast location for 26 days. Mm-hmm. Is this the sheriff trying to get rid of the media on this story? Or is there some other legitimate reason you can see why that would happen? That kind of a restriction would be, get out of here. You can't have your gear here. You can hump it from blocks away to set up your camera location, but you can't park here and you can't use your vehicle for shelter or power or temperature control, any of that. What would you see as the reason for this?
I see a number of, I see a number of things that could be happening, but then they're saying that they're turning the house over to the Guthrie family again. When I first heard this, my first thought was they're going to come in with a forensics team and go over the entire house. And even though it would be it would be really, really difficult for the prosecution, if they could maybe find 3 or 4 other points with some good DNA in there, because no one's been in the house, even though it hasn't been sealed or anything. No one else has been in the house. And the press has been around there pretty much the whole time. I mean, I don't know. I would give it another shot before I would turn it over to the family. I would look at every...
But I mean, the reporters are still there. The reporters can still be there. They just can't,
but they're not going to be there as long. They can't.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Is the sheriff, I wondered if it was punitive, get the hell out of here, you've been horrible to me, or if it was really strategic, if there's some I just don't see a lot of strategy.
I hope there's a strategy.
Doing this.
I hope it's a strategy, and I hope it involves an evidence response team getting in there and just going bananas. Because the one thing you want if you bring a big team in there is you want the whole street. You want everybody to be able to park their vehicles, have all their stuff, open their trunks, without people, all up in their business. The same thing like you talked about with those tarps that they were holding up. Nobody likes to work under those conditions, because a lot of this type of work requires, especially if you have younger people on the scene, they'll say, so for a scene like this, do you think it's better to use this or that? And you can't have anyone else hear that, because then you're going to get ripped apart on the stand. Because sometimes it's just a matter of, hey, do I use these cotton gloves under these nitrile gloves, or do you think I should use this other one because you sweat a lot? And someone with experience would be able to just say, you do this. It's what law enforcement is. We help out and mentor the younger generation, and so if it was something like that, if it's something like that, I'd be so happy. Because even though it would be a long, hard road, I think they could get a lot from it. I don't know what the search and evidence collection actually looked like those first 48 hours, and I've seen how well the Pima County Sheriff deputies are working with the FBI. They're all getting along great at the boots on the ground, but it's usually just the managers that are fighting with each other, or the hires up.
Listen, I don't know.
So I really don't know Maureen's podcast. No one I listen to ever says it. I mean, I've never heard Brian mention it once.
This business as well as you guys do, but I am just astounded that the bracket for the Nest Cam was left on the house, because if that guy had a bite light in his mouth, the only way to get a bite light in and out of your mouth is to take it, put it in, or
And you got
take it out
saliva
with your
everywhere. I've been
hands.
saying that since the beginning.
And your hands are then messing with that camera and bracket. And the only thing left behind was the bracket. So I just didn't understand why that bracket wasn't taken in the first place. And then what do you
Plus
know?
the rug
2 weeks
on
later
the
it
front-
was.
The rug.
The rug, the half moon rug was there. It was left behind. The foliage that had dropped below. I mean, I really hope.
And clearly the rug should have been taken, right? With footprints, evidence, saliva, touch DNA. You don't know. They don't know, but it should have been taken for sure and tested. But for some reason, it wasn't.
What you're saying is right, is that a massive evidence response team is going to come in, not so much for the prosecution. I get it. There's a lot of chance for some of that ship to have sailed, but to find her, that's the number one priority. Find her and then prosecute after. I get it. It's important, but the most important thing is just find her, whatever it takes.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of activity. There's a lot of bees buzzing around. Just this since Savannah offered up that $1 million money reward. Yeah, thanks. Sorry. But if no one comes forward for $1 million, what does that tell you? They can't, because they're the person who did it. I mean, when there's two or more.
So Wide Awake in the chat says her podcast is Best Case, Worst Case. That's the first I've heard of the name of it. I'm surprised they don't promote it more. I mean, of all the times we've listened to Maureen, I never hear her mention it. But best case, worst case, apparently.
They're in a pressure cooker right now. One knows that the other one could pull the plug on them, and vice versa. And right now they've got nothing. They didn't get anything out of this.
Maureen, it's great talking to you. I'm just so thankful that you take time out of your busy day. And I know you had a 12-hour day today, so I'm really thankful. Appreciate
Oh,
this.
you're welcome.
So there you have it. I will be fascinated if the sheriff's department gives us any kind of update on whether that vehicle found 2.5 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's property at 2:36 in the morning, driving past someone's ring cam, is of evidentiary value, if it matters to this investigation, or if it is just dispelled as somebody else coming home late. But I don't think I'd hold my breath on it, because the sheriff has stopped giving his digital updates and the tweeted updates, and who knows if he's going to be giving any of the press conferences that we haven't seen in several weeks. In any case, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening. Don't forget to subscribe and join our membership if you're so inclined. It's a really good group. I'm Ashley Banfield, and if you remember one thing, truth is not just serious, it's drop dead serious.
So from here, do you want to watch the video that we did not watch from Ashley Banfield? Or do you want to check out what Nancy Grace's people have to say? Now, with Nancy Grace, though, is she friendly to people that play her things with fair use? Because somehow I wonder that she might not be. But does anyone know the answer to that question? Nancy is horrible. So Rooster says no. Want to watch 9 Inch Nails. Head like a hole. Black as your soul. Oh, so she's not friendly, so we cannot watch. We will not watch Nancy Grace then. So now the choice is Ashley Banfield or Tony Bruschi. The video we did not watch. Nope. I thought that last time, Maureen, and I said, oh, people said to me, oh, these people are fine. And then they weren't fine. They were not fine. So I have to play it safe now. Livin wants me to say something like, oh, I'm going to go run and propose to marry you. It's like, oh, haven't met you? Doesn't matter. Let's see. And someone looked it up, Maureen, and they said, no, she does not. And doing that would be a thorn living, having to pause it every 30 seconds. Oh my goodness. Okay. I do all sorts of things. I comment, talk to the people in the videos, talk to people in the chats, make my assessments on what I think is going on. You have to multitask up here. Find the videos, comment on the videos, pause the videos, play the videos.
Against Nancy or the Guthrie family or against.
This is Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Here now, Tony Bruschi.
Forget the backpack, forget the gloves. The real question of the Nancy Guthrie case is one nobody can answer yet. Why has the person who took her said absolutely nothing? It's assuming the ransom notes, the TMZ noise, we'll call it that to be nice, is all nothing. Why has the person who took her said absolutely nothing? No contact with the family, no demands, no negotiation, just 3 weeks of silence, 4 weeks now. The ransom notes are noise, opportunist, not the perpetrator. So what kind of mind takes an 84-year-old woman and then goes completely dark?
No, I'd be all for watching people's opinions, but some creators are just not very happy with you doing that. And then they punish you, and then they waste your time. So that's why you have to be careful with some people. And even when people have told me before, oh, these people are fine, they're great. And then it's like, no, actually, they weren't fine.
That's what we're unpacking today with psychotherapist and author Siobhan Scott. Siobhan, as always, welcome. Let's dive into this angle of the conversation without all the noise of TMZ and this and that and nanos. When someone abducts a person and makes no attempt to leverage them, no communication, no demands, no engagement, what does that silence typically represent psychologically? Is this about control, shame, or something else entirely?
It's really hard to say, you know, we're all speculating, but it doesn't seem like, with no ransom demand at this point, it doesn't seem like perhaps there was ever meant to be that kind of leverage, that it was never about financial gain for them. And so then we get into what would other motivations be? And perhaps the simplest one is that she's not alive, and that the concealment of a body simply makes it hard to prosecute someone for murder if there's never a body found.
Does that then fall us into the territory?
And that's why you take her, right? Some people are asking, well, if the goal was just to kill her, why do we even take her? Well, because you don't want to get caught, right? I mean, who wants to get caught? Not very many people. So you take her, no body, no homicide right away, and you can be wherever. I mean, there's a magical line in the sand where someday it can turn into a homicide. I don't know how long. I've heard 2 years in some cases. But without a body, when would it turn into a homicide? So that's why you take her with you, even if they did kill her.
Basically Occam's razor, the simplest thing is the obvious. Like a B&E gone wrong, I don't want to be in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah. If I had to make my best guess, that's the best I could come up with. The B&E gone wrong. The other, which would be a less likely possibility, would be some kind of personal grievance against Nancy or the Guthrie family or against Savannah. And this is just some kind of act of twisted revenge. But I think the B&E gone wrong is probably the simplest and most apt possibility.
Yeah, I agree. Let's keep examining it if maybe there's something else for the sake of the conversation. You got hostage situations. Communication is currency. This has never been like a hostage type situation.
Also, by the way, everyone should thank Livin for being a great mod here. After all, I'm just teasing her, but I think I embarrassed her as well. But she's a great mod for the channel, so everyone should appreciate her.
People, may have wanted to think we're going to get there. We're just waiting for that to begin. You have the hostage negotiation team standing by, and great, never utilized. But the communication is currency, typically, in that sort of a situation. It's how perpetrators get what they want. But this person has made no effort to extract anything, not money, not concessions, nothing, not even a message of any sort. What does it mean if somebody takes a human being and treats them as though they have no transactional value at all?
Well, it sure shows a lack of empathy. But I think anytime you have somebody who's criminally motivated, whatever their motivation is, they're going to break into a house. This is not a person that has a lot of empathy and compassion for other people. And
so again, I don't think this was a burglary at all. That was not the goal. The goal was punishment or revenge. That's my opinion. And when that's the case, you're not going to leave her, right? You're going to take her, right? You're going to take her and then do whatever you do from there. But I don't think this was revenge in any way, or not revenge. I don't think this was a burglary gone wrong.
Don't think that attempts by the family to stir up this sense of guilt or morality, I don't think that's going to work, because just by nature of the crime, this is not a person who's wired that way.
What does it tell about the person's psychology that there's been no bite even at the money yet? And it's interesting because Savannah just yesterday put out the message that, there's $1 million up for grabs if we can figure out where she is. And there's caveats to it. You got to, basically communicate through the FBI to get this information, give us this information. And, we're going to figure out who you are. So it's not like the killer can go cash in. But whoever may know something may cash in. What does it say about the whole dichotomy of that ecosystem of who that person is, and maybe someone around them, that even thus far $200,000 hasn't done the job, at $1 million now for more than 48 hours and still nothing? What does that read into you as?
Well, whoever the primary perpetrator is probably not going to bite, probably not going to have a response to that, because they know they're going to be caught. Would anybody else come forward? Who knows? There may not be anybody else who has any information, or people may actually be communicating in some way, and it may not be any useful information, and we're just not being told about it at this point. But it certainly can't hurt to do it. I understand their motivation for trying.
People have leakage. People do talk, but not always. And especially, people hold deep, dark secrets, whatever. I doubt there's any stats on this. So I'm just going to go, what's your insight on this? Of someone who does something like this, someone who's, let's say it is a B&E gone wrong, and let's say Nancy accidentally died. What are the odds? What do you think about?
I don't agree with that. Not a B&E gone wrong, and not an accidental thing. I do not think. I mean, because of all the people to do an accidental B&E on, and then you take her. Think about the odds on that. It's just not going to happen. I don't think so.
The likelihood that this person did speak to anybody else or told anyone else about this in any way, shape, or form, or is this something that maybe they're just operating as normal, back to their normal life, and no.
Livin's acting like she's playing the a musical instrument on the Titanic. It's an honor to be here with you all as the Titanic goes down.
Nobody knows except that one person. Is that a possibility? Because so often we hear of leakage. Somebody said something to somebody, but again, that's not always the case.
Yeah, I don't think we have stats. You're right. But there certainly have been other cases, and sometimes high profile cases, where the person simply never told anyone. And I mentioned, I think when we were talking last week about the Kristen Smart case in California, happened back in the 90s. And 25 years later, a guy was arrested and successfully prosecuted for her murder, even though the body was never found. And no one ever talked. And he did.
Now, that's the point we were just talking about. Somebody reminded 20 seconds to hear it again.
Again, that's not always the case.
Yeah, I don't think we have stats. You're right. But there certainly have been other cases, and sometimes high profile cases, where the person simply never told anyone. And I mentioned, I think when we were talking last week about the Kristen Smart case in California, happened back in the 90s. And 25 years later, a guy was arrested and successfully prosecuted for her murder.
25 years later, successfully prosecuted for her murder. 25 years later.
Even though the body was never found.
And body was never found.
And no one ever talked. And he did. Paul Flores is in prison now for the murder of Kristen Smart, even though no one has ever found her body, and Flores has never confessed anything to anyone. But he was convicted on circumstantial evidence discovered by a podcaster who kind of set the wheels in motion for a successful prosecution. But I don't think he's ever going to talk. I think the family is going to go to their graves never knowing exactly what happened to their daughter or where her body is.
Yeah. And there are a lot of cases like that where there is no grand motivation. Sometimes, especially if it's a younger victim, a lot of times it can look as it's sexually motivated or something of that nature. It doesn't appear to be the case here, but who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? But there are, look at like the Golden State Killer. There's all sorts of ones that come out of the wood.
And by the way, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are to help my spirit animal, the night owl, get its wings to fly and meet its fullest potential. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and come in and say hello to the flock of black sheep here. We have an awesome group, a great community here. Also, super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers are a great way to support the channel. And memberships are a great way to support the channel. And you'll be able to get in on some members-only live streams at a point too. But more like a Q&A.
Work years later, it's like, oh God, they were responsible for this and that. And it was never, let's go make money. It was never, let me get a message across to somebody. Let me show Savannah, or let me, whatever, insert motivation or insert some sort of sensibility that the rest of us are waiting for to explain this out, which will never really ever make sense. But sometimes there is no sensibility to it other than it's what that person wanted to do at that moment in time. There was some sort of box that was checking for them of kidnapping somebody, of killing somebody, just the exercise of doing so with no other motivation other than the twisted joy that they're feeling doing such a crime. Does this lean into that area for you at all when you look at this case? Nothing taken, we don't have any messages, nothing at all. It does kind of feel like maybe this was pure, again, I'm not trying to be cold here, but just something pure joy for the monster that did this.
It is strange enough that, it's hard to speculate. Could it have been somebody who had, as you said, a sexual motive? Even in a woman of advanced age, those things have happened. And as awful as it seems to be, it certainly could go in that direction. But I think the person was in a burglar getup, so it wasn't, I mean, sometimes we see people murdered on the street for absolutely no reason other than it was a psychotic person, with a board who hit a whole lady on the street in Seattle. That happened a couple weeks ago. So you see weird things happen like that. But this was a person who obviously had done some planning, who came with what looked like preparation for burglary. So that's kind of where I keep going back to, that somebody maybe did not intend to.
Now, this woman, Siobhan Scott, I was in discussions with her to come on the show here as a guest, but I do disagree with her theory here about the burglary gone wrong. I don't think so. I just don't think so. It doesn't make sense, especially if that Nest Cam footage was from multiple days. You mean to tell me they would go there intentionally while she was there? I mean, what's the best case they're thinking in a burglary attempt at that point? Okay, we know she's sleeping and we know she's not going to get up. I mean, that's a massive risk, right? Why would you do it? Wouldn't you rather do it during the day? Especially if you know to get into the house without having to force in an entry. That's the other big part, right? They were able to get in without a forced entry.
Run into her, and they did, and there was an unfortunate outcome, and this is where we're at right now.
Obviously, the search is ongoing. They're looking. We've heard every which direction it could possibly go. People who do B&Es, it's usually not a one-off. It's not like, hey, today I'm going to go do a B&E, and that's the last time I'm ever going to do it. Just gonna dip my toe in the pool and see how it is. It's a pattern. It's usually something, they learned it from somebody, and then it's going to keep going for however long that benefits them, and that makes the most sense for their own modality. Is the best odds of finding who did this really keeping an eye out on B&Es and seeing if they go strike again? I mean, what do you think the odds are if whoever did this is going to be back out there doing B&E?
And imagine you do a B&E and it goes so wrong that you have to take Nancy. And not only does it go so wrong, you take her, but then you absolutely forget to take anything of value besides her. How do you do that? How do you do that? It just doesn't make sense.
And hoping for a better outcome where somebody doesn't accidentally die along the way. I'm wondering or is this an event that may make them take pause and go, maybe I should do something else to get by?
It's sure the community I would be looking at, who has previous arrests for those kind of things. And I would guess that at this point, they're going to be very careful and maybe not do anything in the near future. But it would be, as you say, people are creatures of pattern, and it would be something that eventually they would go back to. And so that's, if I worked in law enforcement, I would be looking at that.
How curious would you be to be looking at the communication, the incoming communication to Savannah Guthrie? And what I mean by this is, she's a public figure on the Today Show. There's no way in hell she's reading all of her emails. There's somebody that's going through that and picking out the important ones. And there's the barrage of crazy that comes with that sort of a position.
So here's the question. So people say she couldn't walk more than 50 feet. What does that mean? Does that mean you can't walk more than 50 feet without a walker? Does that mean that you can with a walker? Like, what does it mean? And how are you living on your own if you can't walk 50 feet? Truly. So again, I don't know whether she came to the door, and this is a one-story place, by the way. She doesn't have to come down any stairs. Or did the people come into the bedroom? Apparently, Nancy Grace says they came into the bedroom. But I really don't know. I don't think we know the answer to that question. But yeah, what does it mean when they say she can only walk 50 feet?
Everything from saying, I love you, thank you for the tips on how to make a delicious broccoli salad, to, you're not listening to me. Why aren't you listening to me? Those sort of folks, they get upset when they don't get the communication back. Might that be an area, if they're not already, I would certainly think they are, but God knows, might that be an area that would be interesting to explore for something like this, where it could be something that's done out of spite? Or are we getting too much into the world of where this would be the made-for-TV version of this horror story?
I would definitely be looking at that. Everybody who has sent her things, I've even gotten things in the mail, weird letters about how to find God or whatever. Somebody sees me on a show and it's like, here's a message for you from God.
Yes.
Okay. So
and my dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine she has, as all television personalities get stuff like that, I would imagine that she has gotten a lot over the years from people who like her and people who don't like her. And so I would certainly be going through every bit of that and looking at it really closely.
It's got to be absolute hell. I mean, words can't describe. I can't.
So, okay, and that makes sense what I heard. They say Nancy has mobility issues, but not so bad that she can't live alone. And that makes sense to me, considering she was on her own. And she'd have Kane to help her sometimes. That makes sense too. Now, what does it mean though? Because, well, here's the question, chat. Press 1 if you think Nancy went to the front door and maybe let them in, maybe. Or do you think the intruders got in and then took her from her bed? So press 1 if you think she went to the door. Press 2 if you think, no, they went in there and they dragged her out of bed. Those are the choices.
I cannot imagine the purgatory that the Guthrie family are dealing with right now. The not knowing, the watching the clusterness of this investigation in every step of the way that it's been. Where we're sitting right now, where it really, hopefully, I'm wrong, and hopefully they do get somebody and something changes here. But the way it's looking right now is that this is...
Oh, wow. It's almost unanimous. Everyone thinks that they went inside and took her from bed. Wow. Interesting.
Slowly, we're quickly slipping into cold case territory. What would you say to that family as they try and not move on, but continue to move forward in their lives with this burden that is now attached to them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's clear they're getting lots of support, and we wish them the best with all of that, but there's just not any. We always use the word.
So we got like 30 to 40 votes, and every one of them thinks from her bed, and they didn't go to the front door, or she didn't go to the front door. Noted and interesting.
Closure, right? This is particularly bad. Does closure ever really happen in a situation where there's a violent crime or some kind of mysterious death? No, but particularly here where you don't even know what happened and you don't really know, is she dead or is she still with us? It's just incredibly hard for them. And I think just the kind of, the way they express their faith. I know Savannah is very religious, leaning on your faith community and being surrounded with people who love you and care about you. But it requires a lot of emotional resiliency to move forward and to pick up life and go on without ever really knowing. It's just super hard. You have to hold those two realities at the same time of holding hope. She could be alive, but then sitting with the increasingly dark possibility that she's not.
And it sounds like in their, at least the message that Savannah recently put out, that they seem to have come to that realization or acceptance that she might not be around anymore.
Yeah.
That whatever happened is incredibly heartbreaking. Your thoughts in the comments section. We'd love to hear them. Your thoughts on Substack or YouTube. The links are in the descriptions, and be sure to press subscribe wherever you're listening so you don't miss any of our coverage on this case.
Want more on this case and others? Then press subscribe.
All right. And we got one more. We're going to a blonde, but not with the initials NG.
that dovetails with something Ashley just added.
Now, I haven't played this one yet, so this is interesting to me. This is new theory emerges after reporting on blood droplets both outside and inside. Let's see what the theory is.
To her reporting over the weekend about the DNA that was inside the house. Sheriff Nanos won't tell us, but she got some details. I don't know if this is the entirety of the DNA, but she did get some more details on what was found inside of that house. Here it is in SOT 54.
Today, another law enforcement source familiar with the investigation has said that the pattern of that blood inside the house matches the pattern outside the house, outside Nancy's front doors. Those pattern droplets, as many experts have, described it, are as vertical. They fall straight up and down, 90 degrees, and there's no smears. There's no stepping in it. There's no struggle. There's no signs of struggle on that front doorstep. My source tells me it is exactly the same inside the house, that there's no sign of struggle in that blood. It's not smeared. There's no steps. They are those straight up and down drop pattern blood. I asked where in the house, and I did not get that answer. I can't tell you if it was in the bedroom, if it was in the front entrance.
So that's a pretty good clue as to what went down that night, potentially. Will.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to cover your first point, Megan, which was about the search and rescue and the sheriff calling it off very quickly, I am more inclined to, although statistically, yes, the chances of recovering someone within a designated period of time, it diminishes beyond that time. But until such time as, unless he had specific evidence to support the reasoning for calling off that search and rescue, I think the search and rescue should continue, whether it be using drones, whether it be using aerial capabilities, whether it be soliciting neighbors, all sorts of things. This can go on for an awfully long time, and determining also what Nancy's typical pattern of life was. What was her routine? Where did she go? Was there a local coffee shop that she would regularly frequent? Until such time as all those inquiries have been exhausted, I don't think you can call off a search and rescue. And I've had individuals where communications with kidnappers has broken down, and you'll actually send out a missing persons initiative. So again, it falls again into this bundle of errors that the sheriff seems to be calling.
So please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Owl. Shadow the Night Owl, to help him become a strong adult night owl. Also, subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live every night to talk about true crime and current events. 10 p.m. Eastern time, give or take, usually a little bit after, though.
Opening up the crime scene, enabling treasure hunters to come and start digging around. And I agree with Eric entirely on the point of, if she was going to be incapacitated, and certainly from the drops of blood, it would appear, and I think I can give the credit to Eric on this because we discussed this during the break, that she was probably being carried over the perpetrator's shoulder, which is hence why the drops fell as they did through the property and then out. And I'm sure Eric will probably be able to give you a little bit more on that. He's probably more of a blood expert than me. But certainly it just seems a catalogue of errors as to how the whole site has been managed, the process has been managed, and it smacks horribly of a pettiness that the sheriff has towards the bureau and his unwillingness to cooperate.
Now, former Undersheriff Rick Castiger, he specifically said that Sheriff Nanos is resentful that back in 2016, the FBI investigated him, and he thinks he's still holding a grudge and is vindictive about that. And he said that might be some of the reason that he's not being as forthcoming as he could be with the FBI. Now, former Undersheriff Rick Castiger, he kind of disagrees even with people like Maureen and Jennifer Coffendorfer, because he had a problem with Sheriff Nanos sending the DNA samples to the private lab. He said, this is all just ego driven by him. And I think he's right to a point. I think a lot of it is ego driven by Sheriff Nanos, but when the FBI people were agreeing with that decision, I was like, okay, that maybe that decision's not as bad. But the other ones and the disagreements with the FBI, I mean, that's the vindictiveness. That's the part of him that seems narcissistic to me.
On that front, this is speculative on my part, but My understanding is if this is officially a kidnapping from day one, the FBI does have jurisdiction, like that the FBI could have swooped in and said, we'll take it. If it's just an abduction, if it's a murder, then it's a local crime and it's the sheriff's. So I could have that wrong, but
So here's an example of Sheriff Nanos being vindictive. Sergeant Cross, a union leader that Brian Etton was interviewing, he was working the night shift so he could see more of his family and spend time with his kids and go to their events during the day. Well, there is a confidence vote in Sheriff Nanos that was anonymous. And everyone except for one person said they do not have confidence in Sheriff Nanos. And the law enforcement were actively campaigning against their sheriff because the sheriff is an elected position. And because the union leader calls out Sheriff Nanos, and he can because it's his position and job to do so, to punish him, two things happened. They took him off of night shift to go to day shift, and basically now he does a job well below his potential. Why? Because Sheriff Nanos is vindictive. And yes, that absolutely happens. So he basically handles a garden hose was stolen calls. That's what he said on Brian Etton's show. Instead, he's capable of doing much more with his experience. But instead, they have him doing like the dinky dunky under $200 crimes as a punishment because Sheriff Nanos is vindictive. He didn't like the fact that they were campaigning against him. He didn't like the fact that no confidence vote came back negatively against him. And that's what people who are petty and vindictive do.
I did hear that from a legal expert I trust over the weekend. And that could potentially, we know this sheriff, he denies it, but we know from his earlier statements, he can't stand the FBI. He has a bad history with them. He does not like them. They've investigated his department. And it's possible he was like, it's an abduction. It's not a kidnapping. There's no reason for the FBI. And then eventually, like 72 hours in, he realized, oh shit, I'm in over my head. I don't know. It's just a possibility. But the blood pattern inside the house matching the blood pattern outside the house that we've seen, Eric, is interesting. That with the new detail that she was taken from her bed is starting to give us a visual in how they got her out. So expand on your statement to Will.
Well, so where is Megan even hearing this taken from the bed thing? Now, granted, my chat unanimously thinks that's what happened, but where is it coming from? Or are people just thinking it, or did someone say that? I think Nancy Grace said it too. Or is it also just coming from Savannah Guthrie's video where she said it out of bed?
What we were talking about earlier is it seems like if it's a 9 degrees, so you have a straight line, a pattern of blood droplets moving along. Now, she could have been carried, she could have been dragged and bleeding. There are a couple of reasons she could be bleeding. There could have been blunt force trauma, and then she's pulled out. She could have been actually killed in the home, and it's not a abduction of the person, but a taking away of the body. Or something could have happened in the home, an altercation, and they decided we need to get her out, we need to go. And as she's being pulled along, she's bleeding. When you're 84 years old, if you're grabbed roughly, that skin can tear a lot easier than when you're much younger. And so that could have caused it. But either way, it looks to me that she was pulled out or carried. She dropped blood in a certain pattern that matches interior of the house, the porch, and of course, along the driveway. And then she's thrown in a car and taken away. And we don't know what happened to her since then.
Well, and the other thing we don't know is how much blood is inside, right, which is why, I've wondered all along if this sheriff is leaning toward murder as opposed to abduction. And he's got to keep abduction open because she's no longer there, James. But if there's a lot of blood inside that house, it's possible this sheriff all along has been, and don't forget, he called in homicide detectives immediately. It's possible from the get-go he's been thinking this is a homicide.
Yeah, and you're right. And he also might have told her, or told Savannah she was taken from her bed because that's where a large deposit of the blood was. That would make complete sense with the video we're now seeing.
That would make sense too, right? If that's where the blood was, by the bed, that would make perfect sense.
But why take the body? This case, just the more you look at it, the less and less it makes any sense. Well, why take her body? If she died, in the bed or right there, there was a struggle.
What if she fought, James?
What a dumb take, actually. Like, you take the body so there's no evidence. Why else wouldn't you? Like, seriously, why would you leave it?
Yeah.
And then she's got the perpetrator's DNA under her fingertips.
Yeah, it's possible. Again, there had to have been a reason. I try not too much to get in the head of these people because, you drive yourself crazy. But it's just bizarre. And then I think, unless Eric saw it somewhere, I have not seen a lot of blood leaving the porch, going down that little step up, the steps with the wrought iron where that blue T-shirt was left. I've only seen blood. Yeah, like I don't see any.
Here's the Fox News video,
right?
And it does show some blood on this little path that we're looking at right now, leading into the red bricks. So the blood does continue. That was news that we didn't know, courtesy of Fox.
Yeah, it's
after they released that video of the intruder.
Right.
You can see blood.
Okay.
Drops of blood. This is courtesy of Fox.
Yeah, and interesting that he didn't step in it. Interesting, and it's very dark. We know how dark it is there. So how do we, from an evidentiary standpoint, how do we get there? How was he able to carry her or move her? And that thing's fallen at a 90 without, any real movement, which you would expect carrying someone out, and then not step in it at 2 a.m. It's so dark there. Maybe he's using that mouth light that he had, but it's odd to me.
Well, Eric's theory of her possibly being over his shoulder, like bleeding behind him as he walked forward.
Yeah.
That would explain it.
I like that a lot. And then,
so that is possible, but a dead weight body is pretty heavy. Even if it's only 140, 150 pounds like Nancy, that's still it's not as easy as it seems, right? Firemen can do it, but is everyone as strong as a fireman? So again, I don't know. But if she was alive, it would have been a little bit easier. Dead weight, though, is something else.
And to the car, and then we go.
But I mean, you guys could speak to this more easily than I think I could speculate to it. But I think she was 5'5" and 150 pounds. If she were no longer living, that would be extremely heavy, right? To lift.
Yes.
Dead weight, like a dead weight of 150 pounds weighs even more. It feels like it weighs even more, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Eric.
Megan's correct here. Dead weight is very heavy. Now, does it mean it's impossible? No, but dead weight of 150 pounds of dead weight's more than you think.
But we're also assuming that there's only one person. That there could be multiple people, and I suspect there would have been multiple people if they're carrying her out, right? That's very difficult for one. Or it could be one person who kind of restrains her. He had a lot in that backpack. So he could have had restraints. She could have gagged her. She could have been bleeding. He walked her out and forced her into a car. So we just don't know.
We have zero reason to disbelieve that.
Right.
Zero reason to disbelieve. We haven't seen it like an empty car sitting there waiting. We didn't see the perp come up and turn off the ignition with no one else in it. Like there absolutely could have been another person there. International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There's a never-ending list of reasons gold.
Got to check out to see what the next thing to play might be. Or if we're going to wrap it up. We might wrap it up. Let's see here. Now, a dead body does not weigh more than a live one. It just feels like it does. That's the difference. That is the difference. Because even when you're alive, you can you carry your weight a little bit differently than when it's dead weight. Yeah, we got to try to get to 1,000 likes. Why is it 786? I mean, we need 1,000 likes so my spirit animal, the night owl, Shadow, the night owl, can grow up into a healthy adult night owl. Let us see. Jennifer Coffendorfer has tons of videos to go over, honestly. That's a good one. Dispelling rumors from fact. Let's see what she says about this. Now, Mike, I guess Mike is not here, but he does not like Jennifer Coffendorfer. And Pepe doesn't either, for that matter. Some people think that she's not an FBI agent or a former one. I don't know why. Or here's the choices, chat. Should we watch Separating Fact from Fiction by Jennifer Coffendorfer? Or should we watch one of Brian Netton's older videos about what former Undersheriff Rick Castiger said about Sheriff Nanos, or Shars and Cross said about Nanos? Tell Meg to stop. Stop what? She's just living life. Fact from fiction. This is important.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffendorfer. Big show today. I've been dying to do this show, and that's a show regarding, of course, Nancy Guthrie, who disappeared back on February 1st. She disappeared from her bed in her home in Tucson, Arizona, where she lived for 50 years. She is the mother of Savannah Guthrie, a very famous news personality, appears as the anchor on the Today Show, which is
and this is an important video. I believe her that she's a former FBI agent. I don't know why anyone wouldn't believe her. Why I think she's colleagues with Maureen, or at least was, right? But separating fact from fiction, that's important. And that's why I think this is a good video to go over.
Very coveted position worth $40 million. So a big name in the, certainly in the news and morning news genre. Today, I want to talk about, and I really want to get chat involved in this, if anything else comes up that either, if I don't know the answer to, that I can find. But essentially, there's facts that are known in this case. I want to go over those. I want to go over rumors. And then I also want to go over information we know from source information.
Well, here's the other choice, chat. So it's this video or the other Ashley Banfield video that I didn't watch already. That was the one that's not even a day old yet anyway. But that's where she talks about Annie's car and what it means. So this video, press 1 for this video, 2 for the other Ashley Banfield video that we didn't watch.
As there's been some important information that has come up in this case from the beginning that has been attributed to high-level sources in the know. And so I've been talking a lot about sources, and I want to add this, that I do not blame reporters. I really don't. Their job, a good reporter's job, is to report what sources tell them, what they glean from the ground, what neighbors tell them, whether it's good information or bad. That's not their job per se. Their job is to report facts that they're being told. So when I say facts, it's a fact that the person told them that, not that it's a real fact in the case, but that somebody passed on the information. So I think we all appreciate that reporters are trying to get out there different news angles and different information, and they're including their sources. Because as I said, when you hear source, you just have to caveat that information. May be good, may not be good, but it's from a source. So we're going to talk about source information. There's 3 main areas I want to hit on there. Got a pretty big list, but we'll try to knock it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm in likes withdrawal, and my night owl, my spirit animal Shadow the night owl, is starving as well. We need to feed him so he can become a full-grown night owl to go live deep into the night, 2:24 a.m., as opposed to withering and being tired.
First of all, let's talk about rumors. Let's just dispel some rumors, okay? The number one rumor that is still flying all around, I see it all, even on
So we can watch some of this and watch some of Ashley's thing too, by the way.
my Twitter, from accounts that I think are, they're good accounts. It's not that they are necessarily conspiracy theorists. It's just that with a lot of different information out there and with a podcaster that, in my opinion, absolutely, and I really, I swear, I hope that at the end of this one particular podcaster who put together this entire elaborate show showing how Tommaso Cioni is guilty and how he was called in and interviewed by the FBI, and the FBI showed he was a big liar and that he did all this crime and he had accomplices, and that there's information on his text messages that show it's unbelievable. It's literally like a movie, only it's shown to be real. Now there's a lot of clues that it's just nonsense, like Ted Danson being the head FBI agent that they have in conducting this case, 20 years of experience in these matters. And it's kind of funny. Like from the beginning, I'm like, oh my God, here we go. But you wouldn't believe all the thousands of people that believe that all of that is true. So that's my number one rumor that's still flying around, that people that are very logical and good people are believing. And it's because really, when you consider like an Occam's razor approach, it made sense in this case, kind of like in the Idaho 4 initially, that you're going to look for somebody close to the individual, somebody who has something to gain, an inheritance, a life insurance policy, power over an estate. You're looking for all of that, and you're going to try to point the finger. Also, the fact that it seems obvious. I mean, this is just my belief, said it from the beginning, that whoever is involved with this has a familiarity with Nancy, with that house, with Savannah. It's somebody familiar.
I do think that's true. I think there's some familiarity here. Or at the very least, they got informed by the people that did hire them, if they were indeed hired, right?
Familiar to that family, or at least peripherally familiar, meaning they might have met, Nancy and Savannah might have met a lot more to this person than this person meant to them. So nevertheless, I want to stay on our rumors, because tomorrow's segment, unless there's something breaking, we're going to talk about theories, and we're going to go through the possible theories that exist in this case. Not everything out there, but possible theories that have at least some basis of belief, and that in discussions with individuals like Cheryl McCallum, like the guys that I work with and worked with at the FBI, cutting it up with all of them, kind of the most likely possibilities. But that's tomorrow's episode. Today, we're going to stick with going through facts, going through rumors, and going through source information. So again, the number one, and I want to put the chat up here so everybody can see in case you can't see. And then let me put something up here. Let's see. Let's just put this one up here. So he was
maybe Matt Lauer will blame it on the ADD.
The last one to see her. Definitely was the last one to see her. And that was another reason that, of course, you're going to look at him. But at the end of the day, the reason I want to put this rumor, and I'm calling it a rumor, because there's not one iota of factual information that says he murdered her, or that he put together a conspiracy with others and conspired to murder Nancy. And in fact, I don't know if you noticed, but yesterday in the latest message from Savannah Guthrie, she says that the $1 million is from the family. She makes that very clear, not from her. I think we all know the money likely is directly that Savannah is pledging that kind of money, because Savannah has that kind of money to pledge. Not Annie, and not Cameron and no one else. It's her that has the money to pledge, but she specifically says the family. She also quotes her sister saying that basically their hope is on embers, or words to that effect. So
remember, chat, I'm in likes withdrawal. Likes are free, and likes help my spirit animal Shadow the Night Owl become an adult night owl, because again, Shadow the Night Owl became a night owl because during the day he had to walk on eggshells. His father, Night Owl, would criticize him and belittle him and was very controlling and would put him down. But at nighttime, Shadow the Night Owl was free to be himself. So that's why he prefers the night. And we need likes to help him to become his own autonomous person, to be independent, because when he was growing up, independence and autonomy was not allowed.
Essentially, we just need to recognize that what we have before us, when it comes to Annie and Tommaso, it's been put to bed. It's been put to bed. And I know a lot of people don't believe and don't have any faith in Sheriff Nanos. And we're going to talk about that a little bit here. But at the end of the day, Sheriff Nanos is not going to make, to me, what was an epic turning. The most important statement he's made in the entire case was when he said, the family is cleared. A lot of people say, oh, that's unusual. They shouldn't have done that. I've heard even some of my fellow, talking heads, whatever you want to call us, that, that was inappropriate. It's not inappropriate. The difference is that many of us that are.
Now, and I decided to not need likes to cure illnesses because I don't want to speak those illnesses into the present. I don't want to manifest those things onto myself. I do think that kind of stuff does work. I do believe in that a little bit. And I think where I am today in life is a little bit of evidence that can be true. So I decided I want something more positive than healing myself from these horrific ailments that I don't want.
Out here, pundits giving our expertise. We have never had a case that has been, I'm not going to say not this big, cases that have been far bigger in terms of intricate and more suspects and more difficult investigative tools like Title III investigations, deep-seated informants, deep-seated undercover officers, all these other mechanisms that you use in 1, 2, 3, 4 year-long investigations into organized crime. I'm not talking about that, but what I'm talking about in those cases, in most of our experience, you don't have cases that light up like this. When I say light up, where there's a huge social media and mainstream media and overall worldwide interest in a case.
And I promise we're not leaving tonight. This chat is not closing down until there's 1,000 likes. And Shadow the Night Owl is fed with likes. And I'm out of likes withdrawal. If other streamers can stream for 12 hours a day, even if they're not saying something the whole time, I can do it too.
These cases, like
claim it and manifest it.
Nancy Guthrie, are unusual. Gabby Petito, that was really the first one of the first ones we saw most recently. But if you look back to Lacey Peterson, that was another case that blew up. But again, it didn't have that social media component. And I say that only because now social media is so much bigger. And I talked about the show on Paramount about slews and about what that means to cases in the future. And I really think they did a nice job with that show. Somebody in chat brought up the exact name of it. It's at Paramount. Actually, JLR was in it. I was in it. Multiple people that you would recognize from YouTubers and social media individuals were in that. And the premise of the show was very well done. And that is basically things have changed.
You guys are reminding me of that TikTok viral thing. The hoot, that song. Just like an owl comes out at night, inappropriate lyrics.
And social media has a huge influence on these cases. But nevertheless, most of the people talking, while they may have had very big and important cases, they didn't have this element. As I said, other than John Bonet, Lacey Peterson, Gabby Petito, Idaho 4, and this case, which is starting to get into that realm of interest, you don't have that. And so because of that, it's important to send out a list, just like they did in Idaho, which was so very important.
So Jennifer is not like getting to the fact versus fiction part of this.
They said, listen, these people are cleared. I mean, people were blaming the boyfriend of Kaylee. They were one person, including a talking head, and I'm not going to say his name, former FBI. He was actually blaming Steve Gonsalves as being a part. There was a whole group of people that were saying this was drug related, the Idaho 4 case meaning. Just rumors were going rampant. And when you have that, you have an absolute assassination of people's character. You have a situation where people can't go to school.
Appreciate Heather for Night Owl's good one. Thank you for becoming a member, Heather. We appreciate you. We have Night Owls and Black Sheep.
They can't, look at their social media. They can't do anything without being called a murderer. I mean, poor Dylan Mortensen. She's still enduring all of that. It's horrible.
And yes, chat, I haven't seen Sweet Caroline for a while. I hope she's okay. I don't know if she's lost interest in the case or maybe lost interest in yours truly. Oh, a sad thought. But if anyone sees her, let me know so we can make sure she's okay.
The assassination. So it was very good, I think, that law enforcement came on very early and said this was the list. And listen, if you look at that case too, the FBI does not talk. I am telling you, was in Houston anyway, there was a red shoe award if you slipped up and even said anything to media at all, because a lot of times media would be crawling all over our cases, particularly as we were doing arrests, takedowns, SWAT operations, and then you have media everywhere and they're trying to get your attention. Hey, what is this? Did you arrest so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. And even if you turn and said something like, yes, red shoe award, and you could get in a lot of trouble for it too. This is just the FBI is not going to come out typically with pressers and information other than Kash Patel. Look, Kash Patel loves to talk to the media. He loves to, give out information about cases. He stepped in it a few times. We all saw that where he had to retract or otherwise, the statement was wrong. I've always said.
So I'm going to give Jennifer a few more minutes here before I go over to the Ashley Banfield video.
And this is how it used to be done. And I think it should still be done. Either what we call the media coordinator, which is like the PIO called in departments, which is the public information officer, but we call media coordinators. They should either address the public, I think, or the case agent. A lot of times they want to keep them shielded because the case agent just knows too much. And, and they're also, the case agents aren't necessarily good with media. Just like we're seeing with Nanos. He's a sheriff, but he's terrible with the media. Maybe.
I hear you, Bunny. I think Jennifer does best when she has someone like Joe Pags or Tony Bruschi kind of directing it and guiding it. I think without that, she kind of goes around. And not that she's not smart, but it's just not concise. So this one, the Pima County Clown Show. This is the one we didn't watch.
And the person who can put the brakes on that is the...
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. It is February 25th, which means it's day 25 of the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I've got a lot of new developments, including one that just happened seconds before I was, coming on to do this podcast. First, just a quick hit subscribe if you would. It's super, super helpful to me. And I really appreciate when you do that. I also really appreciate the members who have joined. We've had some really great Q&As, and we're going to have more. But thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. This was a hell of a day. Out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home, there was more activity than they have seen combined for a week. And I remind you, we are into week 4. We are well into week 4 of this investigation, and still no sign of Nancy, no word about a suspect that they know of. They've seen him. No word of a suspect car. So today, when all of a sudden several unmarked white vehicles rolled up on Nancy's driveway, I described them as unmarked white pickup trucks. One of them actually with a hard shell type enclosure on the back, the kind that, CSI investigators typically use. But again, no markings on it. Those vehicles rolled up onto her driveway. At least one person, according to Brian Enton, got out and walked around the back of the house. Then several SUVs, black SUVs, about a half hour later, rolled up on the property as well. It was like a convoy. It was described as a convoy of black SUVs. And in the middle was one that had darkened out windows. Several people got out of those SUVs wearing blue suits with white shirts. They looked like FBI agents, but nobody knew if they were or if they weren't. There were no insignia anywhere. Some people guessed, are they FBI? Are they attorneys? Turns out a lot of that's true. I'm going to tell you exactly who these people all ended up being, because it took the whole day to get confirmation on who they were from different agencies, okay? Multiple different agencies. But in the middle of the convoy was one SUV with blacked out windows, and it turned into Nancy Guthrie's garage. Garage door went up, vehicle went in, garage door went down. It was in there for about an hour before garage door went back up. SUV came out and made a very quick exit. So a lot of people are guessing, well, who?
So now what they know is there's prosecutors. There were prosecutors in those suits there. And then maybe Annie Guthrie, maybe a member of the family, but definitely prosecutors looking around the crime scene there, apparently for the first time too, which is also pretty interesting.
Who would that have been? Nobody could see for sure, and no one's confirming who it was for sure. It more than likely could have been a family member who needed the privacy. It could have been an authority who wanted privacy, didn't want the media seeing who was going into the home. I can tell you that there were multiple people in the home. Fox at one point got a picture of a guy who was standing at the window at Nancy Guthrie's front door, right where that doorbell cam had been affixed to the door frame, and he was sort of looking out the window. So multiple people were in the house. Brian Enton even saw at least one of these people, again, no uniforms, but one of them at least had gloves, was wearing gloves, which, by the way, in a moment, you will find out if that is normal for this kind of a visit. Because Matt Murphy, who is a homicide prosecutor from California, has a very unique perspective on this. Because
so, Eva, that's amazing. I'm definitely going to get some Black Sheep merch coming around, and I'll figure out what kinds of things people would like, and we'll figure it out. But that's something to look forward to too. I mean, I like it as well. I have some Revenge the Black Sheep shirts, but I'm not sure what other slogans I'll have. But there'll be some good ones.
In his jurisdiction, the prosecutors are on the crime scene. Often the tape is still up. Often just hours after the crime. I mean, they are there with the investigators, with the detectives. And so Matt is looking at this from a different perspective, through a different lens, because not every jurisdiction does that. It's very, very critical of some of the things that have gone on, as many of us have been. But you're going to hear what his perspective is on this phalanx of non-uniformed but blue-suited official-looking folks that have shown up, and some confirmations as well. And I will tell you what I can confirm. So Brian Enton confirmed from his sources that a Pima County homicide detective was at least among this group. Okay, this group also went into the.
And that's a question I have too, Bird. Why didn't they take that doormat where the blood was, the foliage was right there? They all theoretically walked on it and then walked on it out. Why not take that to the lab? Why not analyze that thing for touch DNA, saliva, hair, blood? I mean, what were they thinking? Seriously. I mean, and maybe they they did open up the crime scene too soon. and then they missed that opportunity because then the crime scene became contaminated. But why didn't they do that right away? I have no idea. If anyone has an answer to that, I'd be all ears, but I don't think we're going to get one. Also, I made a promise to get to 1,000 likes here, and I'm in a likes deficit, a likes withdrawal. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. So please help Shadow the Night Owl get fed well. Thank you. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
The guest house. They went in and out of the guest house on Nancy Guthrie's property, as well as in the main house as well. I'll tell you this, Fox Digital confirmed fairly quickly during the day that federal prosecutors visited Nancy Guthrie's property Wednesday to assist the FBI with a, quote, routine legal process. The United States Attorney's Office for the District of Arizona confirmed to Fox News Digital. So that was pretty key. What's also interesting is those black SUVs that arrived today. Those SUVs actually came up driving the wrong way on a one-way street. And it's only a one-way street since the Pima County Sheriff's Office decided to make it a one-way street. There's just been a flurry of reporters and activity all along that street for the last 3.5 weeks. And so a couple of days ago, they changed it to a one-way. They forbade parking on one side of the street. And on this particular day, those SUVs came up the wrong way on the now new one-way street. Also, late today, there was like a big parking restriction put in place. That wouldn't be big news, but the way this happened kind of is, because there are, hundreds of reporters who have been lined up along Nancy Guthrie Street doing this reporting, many of them with live shots, monitoring the activity in the neighborhood and at the house. And now they're not allowed to park anywhere along that street and a few other streets as well, which basically means you can park your vehicle and hump all your gear and stand in the hot.
Underdog, I think the motive in this case is revenge or punishment for Savannah Guthrie. Maybe Savannah Guthrie had a stalker. I'm not ruling that out either. I do not think it was a burglary gone wrong. I do not think that in any way. I think it's bigger than that. I think the goal was to punish or revenge. And again, we can't rule out the possibility the motive is pretty wild. I keep on saying Ronald Reagan, when someone tried to assassinate him, the motive was to impress freaking 12-year-old Jodie Foster from Taxi. So again, you can't rule out something being off the wall as a motive either.
Climate, but you cannot park. It just makes it more difficult for reporters to do their jobs. Basically, that's what this is. Many of the people who live in that community have said to the reporters, Brian Enton has said this, that he has been approached by several of the neighbors.
Oh, we got a super chat here from Heather. Thank you so much, Heather. Soft breezes for an owl journey. Ah, it's very poetic of you, Heather. I like that. Shadow the Night Owl. He appreciates that. He appreciates the soft breeze at his back. Because airplanes, they take off against the wind instead of with it. Perhaps the same can be said for the black sheep and night owls, huh? Thank you very much for the super chat, Heather.
Who say, look, it's a pain that you guys are all here, but we're appreciative. We like the fact that you're doing this work because it keeps the focus on this case. It keeps the tips coming in. It keeps the story alive, because when you guys leave, the story leaves. The headlines go away. And the tips go away. So I can just tell you from what neighbors have said on the street, sure, why wouldn't they be pissed off that there are all these reporters there? But at the same time, they've said this to those reporters. And now the sheriff's making it harder for the reporters to even be there. He's been at the brunt of a lot of their reporting, right? It has been, it's been a shit show. Let's be frank. I don't think this is a secret, And he has been angry. He even said to Brian Enton, I've got questions for you, as Brian Enton walked in for his interview. So that's what happened outside the house today. And then Arizona Family, which I have explained a few times in past episodes, that is the brand name for a company that owns several television stations in the Phoenix area. And one of the reporters under the Arizona Family brand, her name is Brianna Whitney. She's been doing some really good reporting. She tweeted this out today. And this is a big deal. She said, multiple people have asked me what the status is on Annie Guthrie's car after it was taken for processing in the case. Remember, I reported on Tuesday after the Sunday that Mrs. Guthrie disappeared, that the sheriff's department, they had their focus. They were focusing on the family, and they towed Annie's car. And then a few days later, the sheriff confirmed that, saying the car was towed under a warrant and is being processed. And now Brianna Whitney is posting about, well, what about that car that was towed? Because, you've cleared the family and, spouses as well. So she's asking, the sheriff's department, what about the car that you towed? And this is what she writes. I asked the Pima County Sheriff's Department today, and I just received this response, quote, all we can say at this time, Sheriff's Department, the vehicle is still part of the investigation, end quote. Again, all we can say at this time, the vehicle is still in part of the investigation. Annie's vehicle. That's interesting to me. I wonder what Annie is even doing about that. Oh yeah, by the way, my vehicle is still part of the investigation. Interesting. I wonder what they're saying to her. They're saying, oh yeah, well, since this is the last vehicle Nancy Guthrie was in that we know of, you just can't have your car back? I guess, right? Is still part of the investigation from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. That's kind of weird. I mean, full-throated clearing, but you towed a car under a warrant and told the reporters it was under processing, and you're not returning it, and you're saying it's still under investigation. So this is not a good day for the sheriff, because the Hollywood Reporter came out with an interview of Heather Lappin, who was the Republican candidate who lost the Pima County Sheriff's seat to Chris Nanos back in 2024. She says that he sidelined top homicide detectives who backed her in her race and is now, quote, bungling the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping case. And this is the quote that she gave that outlet. This is Heather Lappin speaking, quote, he is a tyrant. He tries to be super charming, like when he did his quote at the press conference, I'm not used to people hanging on my every word and trying to hold me accountable. And then Heather Lappin continues to say, he tried to put his hands on his hips because he was trying to be cute. Nobody thinks you're cute. You're a 72-year-old man. Nobody thinks you're cute. Again, this is Heather Lappin saying this to the Hollywood Reporter about Sheriff Nanos. She continues to say that she was the target of 13 internal affairs investigations in just 6 months, each of them allegedly an effort for Nanos to discredit her as a political opponent.
Sounds very underhanded and vindictive and spiteful, does it not?
She says Nanos also attempted to, quote, intimidate her at campaign events. She says, quote, he sent his 2 female captains to my campaign events to try to intimidate me. He's like a mafioso. That's what he's like, end quote. So again, scathing words from her political opponent in the 2024 race. Also, on top of that, Matt Finn from Fox News Channel brought us this. The Pima County Sheriff's Office says it has no pressers planned, and now it will be limiting its updates to media about the Guthrie case. These have come in the form of an email, and they do provide us with new information, Matt Finn says. But here's the quote from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. The Pima County Sheriff's Department PIO team has been distributing updates to the media on an almost daily basis. At this time, we will limit further updates to instances when new information warrants release.
And remember, just because Sheriff Nanos might be toxic doesn't mean he's the only toxic person there. There could also be other toxic people, right? When I remember listening to former Under Sheriff Rick Castiger, I'm thinking, you know what? This guy might be just as vindictive and spiteful as Sheriff Nanos. And it's maybe one of the reasons they don't like one another. But again, perhaps they're both correct about one another too, though, right? That can also be true. But please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow of the Night Owl. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And come say hello to the awesome flock of black sheep here. A very great community. Got to try to get to 1,000 likes here before I tune out.
Weirdly, there was a lot that went on at that house today, at Nancy Guthrie's house today. But the Pima County Sheriff's Department is not commenting, not giving us a release, not giving us information. And in fact, I mean, I can't believe this is true, but Matt Finn from Fox News reported early today when they were trying to figure out who was who among all these blue suits. He did say that the movement on the property includes FBI. And then he capped, off the tweet today by saying the Pima County Sheriff's Department reports no activity. All I can say to that is no activity. There's a lot of activity. We are all looking at it happening live in front of us. So just another, messy kind of messaging from the Sheriff's Department when there's clearly activity. And one of them, actually, according to Brian Enton, was one of the homicide detectives from the Pima County Sheriff, right? So this is like, we just don't go a day without some total botched messaging from the Sheriff's Department. Okay. Also, Matt Finn reports that the FBI says it's now received 1,500 tips since Savannah's video yesterday offering the $1 million reward. And this neighbor, this is according to Michael Ruiz of Fox Digital, this neighbor of Nancy Guthrie's says that she saw a man who, quote, didn't fit in the community walking near Nancy Guthrie's home back in January. This is the quote. He didn't have.
I wonder if this is what who Brian Etton was talking to in the car that one day, but maybe not, because she said it was a car or like some sort of van that she saw. It seemed like to her they were casing out the place. But let's see what Ashley says about this.
Have your typical walking gear on, and he had his hat pulled really far over his eyes, the neighbor told Fox Digital. She lives in the Catalina foothills now for about 30 years. Another longtime resident of the foothills area said that investigators came to her house a total of 5 times. And in particular, they asked for home security video from January 11th. We've talked a lot about January 11th, right? Ever since the news broke.
What do you all think is the significance of January 11th, by the way? Any theories in the chat? I'd love to hear them.
Not from the sheriff, but from multiple media, almost all the media outlets, the mainstream media and digital, and my sources as well, said that the video and the photo images that show the man with the backpack and without the backpack at Nancy Guthrie's front door that was captured on doorbell camera are from different nights. Sheriff says, well, any mention of that is speculation. However, sources for almost everybody have confirmed it. So it is very interesting that the January 11th date gets a lot of traction. 5 visits from the feds. This longtime resident of the Catalina foothills says, maybe not the feds. She said investigators. It might have been locals and investigators, but said specifically they asked for January 11th video. As you all know, the sheriff expanded it to January 1 to February 1. We're looking for your video. But this person says they specifically asked for January 11th. So that is just an interesting aspect to all of this. So I called Matt Murphy because today was just so big and bold. And I wanted to know what it meant that all these folks in blue suits are walking around the perimeter of Nancy Guthrie's house on day 25. Here's my conversation with Matt. And remember, Matt is not only a homicide prosecutor, but he has decades in the world of solving crimes. And
Matt, homicide prosecutor. It's good to know the names of them. Ashley Banfield does a very good job at that, by the way. Also, for those of you who don't know who this is Ashley Banfield. She recently retired from News Nation. She does podcasting and her YouTube channel full time, but she still is a contributor to News Nation. She's still on their site too. But Ashley Banfield used to be with News Nation. Brian Etton still is with News Nation. And Jeremy Weber is still with News Nation, and he's from Law and Crime Network. But make sure you support Ashley Banfield's channel. She's kind of enough to let us use her videos like this without any guff, and I really appreciate that. And make sure to like the video if you haven't already. Likes are free, they say.
And prosecuting crimes, and he literally wrote the book. It's called The Book of Murder. I encourage you to get it. It is a fascinating read, but here's my conversation with Matt Murphy. Quick note from my sponsor, being on camera means that having the right makeup to keep my skin happy is really important. I've always hated when it feels cakey or heavy, but today's sponsor for effortless routines. For a limited time too, our listeners are getting a free Shimmer Face oil on their first purchase. Click the link below. Very easy.
It's like fuel shimmer.
Matt, what do you make of this flurry of activity? More activity than we've seen in a week at Nancy Guthrie's home. And we're now coming, towards the end of week 4.
Well, we're trying to read tea leaves at this point, right? We've got, we're trying to interpret information. Like I saw the clips of those people walking into the house. Like those look like prosecutors to me. I guess there's some information that's come out, apparently been confirmed, that the U.S. Attorney's Office did have prosecutors go to the place. Actually, for me, when you prosecute homicides, if you do it long enough, you will inevitably have 2 experiences. One is you will work task forces with FBI field agents, and they are some of the best police officers I've ever had the honor of working cases with. And I've done those high profile, sheriff in front of the camera cases, and I've done several of them. And the FBI is the best in the world at tracking down missing people. They also have investigative tools that are available to them. They can do a thing called an administrative drop warrant. As a state prosecutor, you have to get a search warrant now to get phone records, for example. The FBI can just literally get them in about 2 hours if you get a motivated enough agent, but it's a completely different process, 1,000 times more efficient. And then, of course, you've got Quantico, which is where a lot of these DNA techniques are literally invented. Arguably, depending on who you talk to, forensically, it's the best lab in the world. The UK has some really good forensic scientists over there, but Quantico is kind of the gold standard. They're not using Quantico. They're using a crime lab in Florida, which is a big head scratcher to me.
Have heard it's great, though. Have heard they're amazing. The DNA International in Deerfield Beach.
So this is another guy that just happens to disagree, right? He agrees more with former Undersheriff Rick Hastiger. But Jennifer Coffendorfer and Maureen, they didn't seem to have a problem with the private lab. Neither did Cece, the geneticist, or whatever the correct term for that is, the genealogy expert. She didn't have a problem with it either. But this guy does.
I hope they are. But I also just heard that there was some struggle over a DNA mixture. I think that was misreported because DNA mixtures happen all the time. I've prosecuted personally. I did a double homicide where we had triple genetic mixtures and everything, and there's nothing unusual about that. So
that by the way may have been the sheriff misspeaking, and I'll only say this: the lab in Florida is not talking. The sheriff is talking for everybody, and he said something like they're struggling with the mixture, and it wasn't long before the reporting came out. I think it was 24 hours, and the report came out. No, it's a partial sample, meaning they didn't get enough for a CODIS sample. That it maybe it was maybe it was a mixture, maybe that happened, but no, the issue was it was two different things.
That in the forensic world, actually, that is night and day, apples and oranges. And when you say that the sheriff misspoke, I think we have to say the sheriff misspoke again. And I guarantee in that lab, if they're a properly accredited lab, the director of that lab was probably pulling his hair out or her hair out when they heard that. They weren't struggling with a mixture, because they deal with mixtures in every sexual assault case. You have a mixture in even the purest ones. You're going to get the epithelial cells from your victim mixed with the sperm fraction DNA of your bad guy.
And so for those who don't know, there was a creeper in front of Nancy Guthrie's house tonight, driving back and forth. And then apparently he got arrested for a DUI. Now, what else could that guy have been doing? I don't know, but that's what he did. Pretty stupid, right? Or maybe he's just trying to get mentioned in the news. Oh yes, I'm going to get a DUI in front of Nancy Guthrie's house, and hopefully everyone reports on it. I don't know.
Over and over and over again. So if that is a lab that is even halfway professional, and I have no reason to doubt that they're anything but.
And we've heard great things.
They were losing their minds because somebody was speaking for them who clearly doesn't understand the science.
Entirely possible. Let me ask you this about these people who've arrived today. Like, you're right. Fox Digital did report that they had a confirmation from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Arizona that federal prosecutors visited Nancy's property to assist the FBI with a, quote, routine legal process. Is that moving the case forward from where they are? Is it possible that it's something that I just learned the term today, a clean team? Now, I don't know if you've heard that before, but I had to look it up, and it means basically fresh eyes, fresh eyes coming in and starting over and looking at this, maybe with a new group.
I think fresh eyes can do a lot, actually. I think once you've been on the case for a while, you can get a little stale, but taking a break or taking a step back or getting new fresh eyes on the case, that can give you a fresh perspective. And that does really help. You could talk to anyone in law enforcement. They'll tell you, yeah, a fresh pair of eyes, as long as you're open-minded to what they have to say, can be really helpful. But again, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are from my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. And come say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat.
That brings me to the second thing you deal with if you do homicides long enough. You will, in addition to the feds being awesome on the street level, you will eventually butt heads with somebody in the U.S. Attorney's Office who might have an interest in your case. And I've fought wars and won them all against eager U.S. attorneys who wanted to come in and do some of the murders we were working on in Orange County. And you fight that fight. It's known as dual jurisdiction, where you have a state jurisdictional venue, I guess we could say, or the state jurisdiction to prosecute a case, and there might be a dual federal thing. Like I had one big battle with the local guys, and they were fine except for this one guy that I was butting heads with. But that was
like,
it happened.
By the way, like Luigi Mangione.
Right, not dissimilar at all. But that was one where the murder happened on a federal military base within Orange County, so we both had jurisdiction. So look. Under 99.9% of the cases, Ashley, I got to tell you, like, state prosecutors are almost always going to be the better option because they have a lot of experience in murder cases. Like almost every murder case is a state case. There are some cases that can be federal, but they're few and far between. What U.S. attorneys or federal prosecutors are very good at, they're good at RICO stuff, going after organized crime, and also white collar crime, which is a huge bulk of what they do. In fact, a lot of people don't know this. They recruit FBI agents straight out of law school. I was recruited by the FBI out of law school, almost did it. And so when it comes to street crime, which this would be considered, this is like you're in the gristle, bloody murder. State prosecutors are almost always more experienced and better. Now, I hope, Ashley, that these were federal prosecutors that are coming in, that they have a federal theory on how the feds can assert jurisdiction, because this has been, in my opinion here, and I want to be fair, I defend police officers now. I have a soft spot for cops. They have a very, very difficult job. I've stood on that stage before with 25 cameras in front of us, as watching my elected DA or our elected sheriff try to field questions on big cases. It's a really tough job. That said, in my opinion, just my opinion, this is a clown show in Pima County. The DA should have been there from day one. If these are the first prosecutors that have been to that scene, that's shameful. When you have a case like this, it's not just about...
This guy is a homicide prosecutor. His name is Matt. He does not seem to be a fan of local law enforcement here, maybe particularly Sheriff Nanos. He didn't agree with their decision to send the DNA to the private lab. But again, I got a fever that only likes can cure. I shouldn't say a fever. It's just likes are free, and I'm trying to get to 1,000. For Shadow the Night Owl.
Figuring out the mystery. It's about holding the person who did it accountable. And what that means is you have to prepare the prosecution long before you even get a suspect. And also all these times where this guy's rolling out, he's having his SWAT team go out and put handcuffs on people. If that's true, and I have no inside knowledge other than what I've read, but the Uber Eats guy, apparently they cuffed him, they detained him. Look, that's really heavy-handed. It looks, maybe there's a good reason, and I'm prepared to be wrong, looks performative to me by the sheriff. I was in the homicide unit for 17 years, and I tried 133 jury trials, Ashley. I can't recall a single time that we needed a SWAT team to arrest a murder suspect. And I dealt with Russian mafia and gang members. It's like, I don't know what they're doing. And the person who can put the brakes on that is the prosecutor who's going to be responsible for that. And you go in heavy-handed like that, that's a good way to get your department sued, in my opinion. And it also ultimately looks bad in front of a jury, you have to treat the case from day one like you're going to catch the guy, and you've got to hold him accountable for the Guthrie family. And you need a prosecutor to be working hand in glove with the investigators, and not even directing it, but just kind of a different set of eyes with different considerations, somebody that has prosecuted murders before and can anticipate defense motions so the case doesn't get screwed up by overzealous detectives or cops that want to kick in doors. This is amateur hour in Pima County. The DA there is a woman named Laura Conover, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've been really active behind the scenes and we haven't seen her. But if those were the first prosecutors that have been inside that house, the voters, in my opinion, of Pima County need to clear out their law enforcement leadership and elect people that are more responsible. Because all I've seen is a failure, and in my opinion here, a failure of the sheriff and a failure of the law enforcement leadership of Pima County to bring justice to this family. And it's maddening to me. I had to stop watching this about a week ago because it was so frustrating.
Well, I don't think you're the only one. We're tracking what's going on basically in the Twitterverse and online. And that's where a huge conversation, has been really going after this sheriff for the things that have happened.
Can I add something there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
yeah, no worries.
Do you mind? No, it's, you have to anticipate that when you go to the media, when you ask for the public's help, you are going to get a deluge of people that, well-meaning people that want to help. But part of that also is you have to be prepared to answer legitimate questions from the media, and you have to be prepared to get some heat. Now, I always hated it, okay, when a talking head would come in and criticize my cops or criticize me about something that we were doing on a high-profile case. So I get it. However, I was on your former colleague's show, our mutual friend Elizabeth Vargas, and she's a pro, and I'm in the green room. This is last week, and this is after the gloves were found down the road, right? We talked about that a little bit on your show. So you're going to get DNA off those gloves. And one of the questions that she had, and she interviewed the sheriff. He stopped doing press conferences, but he started doing individual interviews.
Cherry picked, yeah.
Yeah, whatever, good. But Elizabeth Vargas is a real journalist. She's a pro.
Yes.
And she asked the question. She's like, okay, so you got those gloves. Or Mrs. Guthrie's DNA, were they found on the gloves? And this is like 3 days after that story broke that they found the gloves. And not only did he appear not to know the answer to that question, he pushed back on her and said, you guys in the media. And it's like, you guys in the media.
I mean, Sheriff Nonos was absolutely kind of being absurd to the media, going out of his way to contradict Ashley Banfield, going out of his way to contradict Brian Netton when Brian Netton said his source told him the Nest Cam footage is from multiple days. And I would say, Sheriff Nonos just didn't seem to have a good media strategy. Whatever you do, okay, share what you're going to share. But then I think what happened was when Brian shared things and Ashley shared things, it kind of took some of the glory and credit away from him. He didn't like it very much. So he went out of his way to contradict it, to control the narrative and get things back on his term. And that's just also, I think, part of the reason why he's trying to make it more difficult for the media to even be there and do their jobs. Now, someone said, well, it's the county commissioner. And I'd say, well, he very easily could have gave him a nudge, or he might have asked the neighbors, hey, are you guys okay with the media being here? And he went to find some people that were on his page with it. Oh yeah, you want him to go too? Yeah, let's get him out. Why? Because it seems like he's got ulterior motives in a way. Part of it's to be elected, but I can't say he's necessarily done everything that's best for Nancy Guthrie. He hasn't done everything in his power to find her, in my opinion. And he's blundered. He blundered that crime scene. Why wasn't the mat taken for evidence? Why wasn't that searched? That's more important probably than even Annie's car at this point. Like, yeesh. And if you're still here or just coming in, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Come say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. Awesome people, good vibes, great community.
Media? What are you talking about, dude? You called the media. It's like, you have to expect questions like that. How can you not know the answer? Now, I have no problem at all, please understand, with a law enforcement professional going, active investigation, I'm afraid I can't answer that question. or I don't want to say, but scratching your head going, well, I have to ask my people or something like that. I mean, it's just, it undermines the integrity of law enforcement, and it certainly undermines the public confidence in law enforcement. And a lot of this stuff, if they catch this guy tonight, whoever he is, or whoever they are, and this prosecution starts, I guarantee that the defense already has mistakes in their tool belt that they're going to be able to use against the prosecutors because of some of the things that we've been seeing. And look, another thing, in fairness, a lot of these cases take months, years sometimes. I prosecuted cases from the 1970s, my Rodney Alcala case. So sometimes it takes a while, but nobody should be arguing with the FBI. There shouldn't be a feud between locals and feds that are there to help. So very long answer to your question. I hope it's the feds. I hope they've got an angle, and I hope they're taking everything over, because that's the only way, in my view, that this can be solved. And that is not a criticism one bit of the fine, hardworking police officers working for Pima County Sheriff's Department. I've dealt with them before, and I've dealt with Pima County. I did it on a very high-profile case out of Newport Beach, and they were top-notch, absolutely amazing law enforcement.
That's what we're hearing, Matt. We're hearing that the guys on the ground are working their asses off, and they are working day and night, getting very little sleep. And many of them are pissed off themselves. I mean, I think Brian Enton had a report 2 weeks ago saying he's talking to these guys, and many of them don't know who's in charge, which was shocking as well.
They're being failed by their leadership, and that includes Laura Conover, the DA. Sorry.
But let's also say, and props to the good men and women who are working this case on the ground, because they are working really hard. But one of the things that also Brian Enton reported was that
So before Ashley Banfield gets into that, we're creeping towards 1,000 likes, just like that driver in front of Nancy Guthrie's house, creeping back and forth that finally gets a DUI. We're creeping just like that. We need to be going faster than that buffoon, whoever that was. So
new today, amongst the confirmation that these are federal prosecutors at Nancy's house today, Brian also knew that local Pima homicide was there, at least one member. So if that is the case, if the federal prosecutors are there assisting the FBI with a, quote, routine legal process, and a Pima homicide investigator is there, and let me just be really clear, we don't know that Nancy Guthrie has been murdered. We don't know that yet. Everybody has their opinions and theories on what's happened, and it is, 4 weeks in at this point, but we don't know that to be fact. It's just that these investigations have to happen. So a local Pima County homicide detective is there with the federal prosecutors and the FBI. Now you've got 3 agencies. Tell me what that tells you.
Well, it should be working that way. And let's not forget, Border Patrol was there on that stage, I think, the very first day. So look, when you have a case like this, that's what you do. You go all hands on deck. You reach out. Hopefully the FBI will help you, because their resources and their agents are fantastic. And you bring what's happening. There's almost 2 different tracks here, Ashley. Having been in that room so many times, you've got your political class, and you've got all of that stuff. Sheriff, elected DA, you've got all those people. And on the ground, you've got dedicated, hardworking professionals, some of whom I guarantee have probably not slept more than 4 hours a night since this thing started. You got your rank and file, hard-nosed.
And this is what Sergeant Cross, the union leader, that's what he said. He said these guys on the ground are working very hard right now. And they're not saying it because they're trying to grin and bear it. But that's what he said. He said, they're working hard right now, maybe even overworked.
Those gumshoe cops, and they, I guarantee, are grateful for the FBI agents. They're grateful for the resources that are available to them. So you've got that, and they have bonded now. There should be a prosecutor in that room. And again, I want to be wrong. I want to be fair to Laura Conover. I want to be fair to the sheriff, but I've reached a...
That's a good question, D. We'll put it on the screen here, actually. I'll make an exception. If she had a heart attack seeing that monster come in, is it still homicide, Jared? I'm sure they would still try to charge him with that, yes. They would certainly try. They might not be able to do murder 1-ish, but they'd probably try to get it to be murder 2. Any death related to that entry, they're going to call it a murder, even if it was a heart attack.
point where personally, my heart breaks for this family. I've done a million of these, and this is not how you do it. And so I feel bad for the hardworking women and men in law enforcement and the CSI professionals as well.
What were they doing today? What do you think specifically? They were inside and they were outside walking the perimeter in suits. What do you think was actually happening?
Well, I think if that's the first time federal prosecutors have seen it, remember, we've got those blood drops outside. I have always believed that there's a very telling scene regarding the blood inside the home, which we have not seen yet.
Matt, I'll tell you what, I had a break earlier this week from a very well-informed source connected to this investigation, law enforcement source, who said the blood droplets outside the home, outside on Nancy's front entryway on the tiles, it is the similar pattern inside the home. Blood droplets, but not, as it was described to me, not a footsteps through the blood, not a sign of a struggle, just those blood droplets inside the home as well. And I was not able to get from that source where exactly.
Yeah. Well, remember going back to the very first day, and again, I have a hard time trusting anything that this sheriff has said personally, but he did say that first day.
This guy is going even further than former Undersheriff Rick Castiger. Brian Etten asked him directly, do you think he's dishonest, Sheriff Nanos? And former Undersheriff Rick Castiger did not say that. He said, I think he's honest and good-hearted, but spiteful, vindictive, ego running the show. But this guy says, no, I don't believe anything he's saying. Now, the other way to think about it would be, well, is Sheriff Nanos protecting certain information and he's playing chess with it? He wants someone to make a mistake. That's a charitable interpretation. I don't know if it's true, though.
One of the things I don't think he walked back because he keeps saying one thing and then he'll come back and walk it back later.
So there was some evidence inside the home that was concerning enough to get the homicide detectives out.
Right. And also they said she was abducted from her bed. Remember that?
And then he walked that back. And then Savannah yesterday released an Instagram that literally said the words, in the dark of night, taken from her bed. Those were Savannah's words. And she's a journalist and she knows her words. I don't know if she's speaking literally or figuratively.
She easily could have been hyperbolic, but at the same time, people in the chat all think it was from the bed, so it could easily be literally as well. And I do think we should send some good vibes out to Nancy. We should at least be doing this once a day, right? Sending some love, light, positive energy and prayers to Nancy and her family. In particular, the family now too, right? Because they're the ones that are going through this in no man's land, really. I mean, who wants this to be their case when you're in your 40s and 50s to have this happen to your 84-year-old mother? So it's important to remember the humanity of the case here. So let's send some good vibes her way from the black sheep and have the spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl, fly them to her.
Figuratively, but that's now twice we've heard that.
And my heart just breaks for her and any family member that is suffering as a result of this thing. You know, this is the most apoplectic thing a person can experience. It's absolutely horrific. But no, the first thing that you want to look at if you're a prosecutor is there's an entire forensic discipline known as blood spatter evidence. A lot of people mispronounce it, say splatter with an L. It's spatter, S-P-A-T-T-E-R.
Spatter, not splatter.
Where essentially you closely examine, and blood is a very viscous material, as we all know. We're all familiar with blood, but it's like you can tell directionally. You know, a lot of times if somebody was stabbed or beaten, you have a thing called cast off that can be on the ceiling. There are so many different aspects of that. The way the blood falls, you can get directions out of it. You can learn a lot of information just as, trying to understand it. So if there's blood in her bed, that tells you a ton, right?
They haven't said that.
No, they haven't said that. I'm saying, and no, they haven't said it. I'm saying if they knew that she was taken from her bed and they keep repeating that, that's very different than somebody knocking on the door and her going to answer it and getting snatched from her doorstep.
And very different, Matt, than say her potentially hearing a noise and coming out of her bedroom and startling a burglar who was only there to steal. To that, we've also learned from the New York Times, who interviewed a friend of Nancy's, that she had recently started wearing powerful hearing aids, which means you take them out at night, which means it would be hard to maybe hear something going on in the home. This episode is sponsored by Cowboy Colostrum. And if you have been trying to fix your gut health, this might Banfield at checkout. That's 25% off when you use the code Banfield at cowboycolostrum.com/Banfield.
So powerful hearing aids would mean what? You're not going to hear something at the front door. More likely for her to be taken from the bed as well. I think that's more evidence in that direction.
So to answer your question, what are they looking for? I think that obviously that has not been cleaned up yet, unless, again, after the sheriff returned the property after less than 30 hours of CSI workup, which was another head spinner for me and everybody else, I guarantee, that has worked these cases before. But unless they cleaned it up when they went in, that should be, all of that stuff should be preserved. It should be something that a prosecutor would want to look at, because depending on what that looks like, that can tell you a whole bunch. Now, if it's just blood droplets in the hallway, even that can tell you a lot, because and look, my Kathy Torres case, I know you read my book, but that was one where we had arterial bleeding on the inside of a trunk lid. We had two people that loaded her into the car, and that was hugely significant because that meant her heart was still beating. That meant the guy that came along later was not an accessory after the fact to murder, but in fact was a principal to the murder, because an arterial spurt meant her heart pumped that blood out, which meant she was alive. So you can get a tremendous amount of really good evidence from looking at the blood. And I don't know, I'm guessing that's the first thing I would ask to see if I was the prosecutor. But of course, if I was the prosecutor, or any of the prosecutors in Orange County, LA County, or anywhere else that handles these things professionally, you'd have a prosecutor there that night before the blood is even coagulated. That's the way it should work. That way you've got another mind who is experienced and can anticipate, like I said, what is going to come at you from the defense. And the DA, from what I've seen, maybe working really hard behind the scenes, but she's been a ghost, at least publicly. And maybe that just means she's way more professional than the sheriff. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Arizona politics. I don't know who the good guys are, the bad guys. I have nothing to do with that. That is my objective opinion based on what we've been seeing and that's been widely reported.
Which brings me to the next round of vehicles that arrived after the white, about a half hour after the white vehicles arrived, about several black SUVs, a convoy, it's been described as a convoy of black SUVs arrived. One of them that was in the middle had all the windows darkened, and it ended up pulling into the garage. The door of the garage came down, and apparently whomever was in there was inside the house for about an hour before the garage door came back up, and that vehicle sped out quickly. I have my theories on what that could be, possibly the family coming to the home. But if it is still a crime, at least if it's still a scene where they want to see where the crime happened, because it's not officially a crime scene anymore, would the family have gone into the home if the blood were still on the floor?
So here's what I think about this, right? You have to assume maybe they didn't go in the front door, right? Maybe they came in through the garage. That's their normal way. So they come in through the garage, and then depending on where the blood was, maybe you don't see it instantly. That could be a thing too. But depending on what entrance you came in, you come in the front door, you probably see it instantly. If there's blood by her bed and you go into her room, you see that instantly too. So again, there's variables to it, but you have to think, where did they go first? What way did they come in? But you would think if as soon as they see blood, they have to expect not good. Not here plus blood equals a terrible equation. But also, folks, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. I'm trying to get to 1,000 likes. I refuse to stop until I get to 1,000. I know we'll get there. I'm showing the power of manifestation. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And thank you to Livin and George and Maureen and everyone else who's been helping me to get more likes too. It is not, what's the word for it? It is very appreciated. And it is not going unnoticed. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, there's 100 different reasons why that might have been family. I mean, they drove right into the garage. There was a heavily tinted window, so it was clearly somebody that didn't want to be seen by the media. So I wouldn't at all be surprised. And that could also be family just wanting to get belongings in the house that have nothing to do with the investigation. Just wanted to recover them. And you know, these people have huge hearts, like those FBI agents, and I guarantee those homicide detectives, and anything you can do that doesn't compromise the integrity of a crime scene, you want to do if it can alleviate just a little bit of the grief for the family. So that could be something personal that they just wanted to go in and get, something they might want to look for, or it could be they wanted to perhaps access to something. Maybe a combo to a safe wasn't working. There's 100 different reasons why that could be a family member, or maybe somebody else. That could be the DA herself finally showing up 4 weeks into this, which I hope not. That would be, and look, maybe she was there the first night, nobody saw. I don't know, but it could be anything. And again, we're trying to read tea leaves because the information that's been provided has been schizophrenic, if I can use a term, right? It's like we were told one thing one day, then another. Right. The family, nobody's ruled out. The family's ruled out. The family's not ruled out. We're keeping the car.
I have news on that.
I'm getting whiplash listening.
I have news on that. So obviously my source early on said that the focus right from the jump on day one was my brother-in-law. And the sheriff tore into me and didn't say my name, but said, absolutely not, but we're not ruling out family. And then the sheriff came out and said, they're all cleared, including spouses. And now Arizona Family, which is, of course, that consortium that owns 2 TV stations in Northern Arizona, Brianna Whitney reports this. This is her tweet. Multiple people have asked me what the status is on Annie Guthrie's car after it was taken for processing in the case. And then she says, I asked the Pima County Sheriff's Department today, and I just received this response, quote, all we can say at this time, comma, the vehicle is still part of the investigation. But if they've cleared the family members and their spouses, why would they keep the vehicle for part of the investigation?
Okay. So number one, all right, I don't even know where to start with this. One of the things that you learn is that you have to keep an open mind at all times. Okay, and when you have a mystery like this, you start with your list of suspects with the population of the earth. Okay, and I cannot tell you, Ashley, how many times I thought a case was one thing, and then there is a radical change, like a piece of evidence is discovered that turns the whole thing upside down. And my detectives, like on my Daniel Wozniak case, you remember, like the killer murdered a young man, war hero, because he wanted to get out his $65,000 in his bank account, and he figured out what his PIN was. So he murders him, takes his ATM card, cuts off his head, but wants a reason why he can't be found. So he decides part of his plan, he's going to lure another mutual friend to his murder victim's apartment, and he killed him. That's the one on the military base. Kills him someplace else. So he lures this poor young woman named Julie Kibuishi, totally innocent, murders her, and stages the entire crime scene to make it look like Sam, his first victim, killed her. Utterly diabolical. And I mean, this is embarrassing to admit, but I went into that scene and I bought it. I'm like, okay, well, clearly this is some sort of lover's quarrel between the two of them. And the parents were insistent that they weren't dating, but what do parents know, right? Like, and my detectives, to their credit, were saying, no, this is weird. That's not it. And they were right. And all of a sudden we learned that this was one of the first witnesses. Like, it was, who would ever believe that somebody would come up with a scheme that diabolical? So
Brendan Banfield did. I mean, Brendan Banfield and his nanny, they did.
Yeah. So, when you rule it out, you rule people out when you have a suspect and you figure out the case. No, like, and by the way, the sheriff doesn't get to rule people out. He doesn't have charging authority. That is a prosecutorial agency that makes that call, not the sheriff. That's a TV thing. The idea that the cops are ruling somebody out, that means nothing. Because they don't have the ability to file charges. They can request charges from the DA. They can book people. That's very different than the formal criminal charging process in the United States. So, and I've had case after case where I think it's one thing, And I had a case with a guy who we believed that it was he is very wealthy, lived in Newport Coast, murdered his wife, and they were in the process of a divorce. And there was a lot of money at stake in the divorce. And so I file what's known as a special circ for financial gain. So it's a murder, strangled her to death, dumped her in a trash can in San Diego County, comes back. And I firmly believed that obviously this has got to be it. Well, then we get into the computers. The computers come back. Turns out what was actually happening, turns out she had a ton of money and her family had a lot of money. His family had a lot of money. Their big dispute was he kept going and trying to think of a polite way to say this, engaging in the services of sex workers without using proper protection and giving his wife STDs. And that's what they were fighting about. So I've already charged him, believing that money is at least part of the motive to do this. And then I had to go and dismiss that enhancement the same day as soon as I subjectively became aware, like, oh, that's what they're fighting about. I can no longer have faith in the charges. And ethically, as a prosecutor, you got to dump it. So you have to have an open mind through the end of the trial on these things. So the idea that the sheriff is making a call and saying, we are eliminating this person as a suspect or that person as a suspect, how do you know until you've figured out the case? And clearly they haven't done that. This could be somebody else who did it, but you just don't know. So, and everybody's presumed innocent, and I'm throwing zero shade or accusations at anybody. Right. But I'm saying that the process of a sheriff going, I have eliminated that person. Dude, until you have a suspect in custody who gives you a story that you believe, or that you're able to piece it together with their phone records or their computer records, and you have a near complete picture of how this happened, the entire world is a suspect.
Seems to have done it very quickly as well, because like my source said, and I still believe it based on the actions of the police, the source said that right away, the Pima County Sheriff's Department zeroed in on that family member, and they towed the car. They returned the scene right away. They said they called the search off within 24 hours of Mrs. Guthrie disappearing, and said the words, there's no threat to the public. There's no reason for anybody in the public to be concerned. And then showed up at night, photographing in that home, the family member's home, for 3 hours. And so the actions certainly seemed to speak to the reporting that I had, which was that was their focus. And so very, very quickly, suddenly, he's saying everyone's cleared, and yet won't return the vehicle that they towed under.
Correct. I mean, I have no doubt that Ashley Banfield's source told her that in law enforcement. I mean, why would that person lie to Ashley Banfield? Ashley Banfield has a reputation to protect. You can't be breaking things that are just completely inaccurate. So she's not going to share something like that unless she knows it's true and from a credible source. And then Nanos goes out of his way to contradict her. But oh, by the way, we still have her car. That's still a part of the investigation. So ridiculousness, if you ask me. But we're coming down the home stretch to 1,000 likes. Show the world that we are not like that drunk driver in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. We are sober as a judge here, and we have clear sailing, and we pass all field sobriety tests here too to 1,000 likes. Thank you.
Warrant.
Well, not only that, but I mean, that's just another of the hundred statements from the sheriff that at first I was sympathetic, and I'm really not anymore. I saw that video, and look, I'm a man, okay, and I've had FBI firearms training. I've been threatened a million times. That video is terrifying to me. Guy in a balaclava showing up in the middle of the night. How do you announce to the public that they are not at risk when that guy, and he's still on the loose? That
to be fair, when he made the statement, they hadn't yet seen that video.
Right,
they hadn't yet.
Right. Well, but to be fair,
it sure was scary. 24 hours afterwards, 24
Right.
hours after the announcement that she's missing, the announcement is you're all fine.
Yeah, everybody's cool. And then what, a week or two later, we get those images. Turns out everybody not so cool anymore. Like that guy's friggin' scary.
So the only excuse I would give Sheriff Nanos is if you think, okay, I want to make them lull them into a false sense of security so they mess up. Maybe the Guthrie family asked him to say that. Maybe. But overall, how can you clear people when there are no suspects? It seems like you're no closer and you're already clearing them. I mean, you can clearly just go back and say, well, we changed our minds. But now you're making the prosecution's case harder when it comes to court. Oh, Sheriff Nanos, why did you say they were all cleared if they were not? So you're just making life more difficult for whoever the prosecutor is down the line. Also, we're almost at 1,000 likes. Remember to like the video on your way in. Likes are free.
Imagine if you're the same demographic as that poor Nancy Guthrie, right? Like if you're an elderly person living in Pima County, how secure do you feel with the assurances of a sheriff who says everybody's good, nobody's at risk, and then a few days later, the boogeyman turns up on a video? And again, that's just amateurish, poor leadership, poor law enforcement leadership in my view.
Once bitten, twice shy. I recall in the days after the Idaho 4 were murdered in their beds, we were all told, oh, there's nothing to be concerned about. There's no risk out there. This was a targeted attack. There's no risk to the community. Well, there was 6 weeks worth of the worst risk to the community. And he was walking about the cabin and sitting next to associates at Washington State University. And Brian Koberger was out there, and we were told otherwise. And so now I'm concerned because it feels like a bit of a repeat. We're told, nope, there's no risk to the community, when in fact, there is a risk to the community. It just makes me wonder where his focus was and where his department's focus was on that day.
Well, and can I tell you the difference? And I'm with you 100% on that. On Koberger, which we both covered, right? Like you had me on your show a bunch on that. And that, look, the difference between the Brian Koberger case and this one is you had really good leadership on their investigative team.
This is a good point, right? Because some people are saying, well, it took a while to solve the Brian Koberger case. They found that sheaf later, and only through Ancestry or 23andMe did they figure out his dad's DNA, and they connected it to Brian. But he's saying, no, this is why this case is different. So let's hear what he says.
Team, which is I was super impressed by, because that's on that. And that, look, the difference between the Brian Koberger case and this one is you had really good leadership on their investigative team, which is I was super impressed by, because that's a very small area, right? The person who let everybody down, in my view, again, just my opinion.
So they say there's no problems that good leadership can't solve. And my personal philosophy with leadership is a good leader takes extreme ownership and takes responsibility for everything that happens under his or her command. And a good leader takes a little less than his fair share of the credit and a little more of the fair share of the blame. That's my opinion. That's old school, though. A lot of people don't play that way, especially when it comes to politics. They do the opposite of that, which I don't like. So also, please remember to like the video. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes, and we are almost there. We got this.
Was the prosecutor who came off the death penalty. That's another story. But the difference is they had Koberger pretty much ID'd very quickly, and they were following him. You know, that whole drive, the video that we saw where they pull him over twice in like a couple of hours, they were onto him, and they were monitoring him. They were watching him. So I'm a little more comfortable there, because they figured out very early who did it as the investigation was proceeding. And as
they lied to us. But they lied to us. Lied to us. And I will tell you this, that to me, again, once bitten, twice shy as a reporter, I watched the police chief. He filmed a video and posted it on the Moscow police website saying, we have no suspects. There is no one. And it was the day before that they'd identified him with his DNA. It was the day before that they identified him with his DNA and knew exactly who they were after, and then recorded and posted, we have no suspects. So I have been lied to before, and I get it. I get it. It is the purview of the police. It's not illegal to lie to the press or the public. But as a reporter, my boss is the truth.
Sure. And I get that. And I don't disagree at all. But if you're gonna, I have less of a problem with that if you've got the guy ID'd and you want to put him at ease so you can effectuate a safe arrest. Like if that means a little BS to the press because you got the guy, I have much less of a problem with that than announcing in a case like this, no danger to the public. And when this guy is obviously incredibly dangerous and he is out there right now. And I mean, look, those images, and they released another one today. Actually, that it was being reported that maybe it was on a different night. Another guy in a balaclava. It looks like the same guy.
Again, the mess here. I mean, they
Right.
released them all. Many of us in the true crime community said, well, wait, this image, he's not wearing a backpack or a gun. Is it the same guy? What's going on? And, a couple weeks later, we're then, it's confirmed that, it's confirmed through every source that every outlet has, other than the sheriff, that it is a different night. And the sheriff saying, well, that's all speculative. But the sources that every other media outlet has said, no, that is confirmed. It is a different night. So we had the pictures, but weeks later, we find out they're a different night.
Yeah, I mean, when you go to the public and ask for help, you got to expect the heat, and you got to.
That's right. You got to expect the heat. Eva, thank you so much for the super chat. That black sheep is black sheep. Black heart sheep equals black sheep. For those of you who did not know that, but I try to make sure the flock of black sheep is all in good health and that we can take care of one another. I try to take responsibility for that and help everyone fend for them. Thank you. And thank you again, Eva. Good to see you as well there, Karen. Make sure you like the video on your way in. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. We're almost there.
Expect a lot of people.
Scrutiny.
Yeah. And look, when you do that, this is a part of the deal. Like, act like you've been in the end zone before, dude, as they say in the NFL, right? Like, be professional about it. Understand what that means. And I have no problem appealing to the public. I've done that before on cases in conjunction with the FBI and local police. But it's something you map out, you strategize, and you're prepared. You've got a phone bank waiting to accept the calls. And the vast majority of people, you can break them down into three groups, right? You got people that really want to help, and that's going to be the vast majority of them. And I saw a weird guy walking down the street in September, and they're people that they mean well. You got to chase all those things down. It consumes a tremendous amount of resources, but it's a part of that. And every once in a while you get lucky and you hit a home run. Most of them are, I heard I heard noises, but it might've been the raccoons. I heard somebody screaming, but my neighbor's wife yells at them a lot. Like, most of them the vast majority go nowhere. The second group is you got your Looney Tunes that come out and say I know it was aliens that abducted or blah, blah, blah. And those come out, and that's just a part of the modern world. And then also, and I think we talked about this before, you got your scammers and all of those friggin' letters all that stuff none of those are real. None of those are from this guy. They're all scams. And even the back and forth, I've in my private practice, a few times I've been brought in to try to help people as almost like a fixer. These people that get scammed, the people that actually do call.
So I always say this: family are the people that friends are the family you choose for yourself. Because friends, what are they really? They're supposed to be the people that you can be yourself with and you feel safe with and you're connected with, right? That's where a lot of families go wrong. There's no emotional safety, which leads to disconnection, which leads to all sorts of other problems, right? And none of us choose our family, which is one of the reasons why family relationships can be so complicated. But friends are the family we choose for ourselves. And sometimes there's just compatibility issues within family as well. But with friends, there's really no excuse for that. Right? Because you choose your friends. Why are they your friends if you're not getting along with them and whatever? Co-working relationships are different too, because you can choose your job, but you can't necessarily choose all of your co-workers all the time.
And you're dealing. Last one I dealt with was in the Philippines, and that the language, the back and forth, like, well, you don't trust me, so now I'm only going to do it this way. That is exactly how they sound. They try to personalize it. It's all bullshit. It is all bullshit. Those parasites are, so you got well-meaning people, you got your crazies, and now we have parasites in the modern era that attempt to cash in on the absolutely horrific grief of this poor family. And for me, I don't think there's any fate bad enough for those people who try to profit from something like this.
I mean,
so as Adele would say, rumor has it with a U, we got to 1,000 likes. And I promised I would stay live until I did, because one, I wanted to show an example of determination, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without all the people that were helping me in the chat, asking for the likes, etc. So I give a lot of the credit to them for sure. But this is the thing: determination plus refusing to give up Now, there are times to give up on other things. For example, in a toxic relationship, yeah, you should probably give up on a toxic relationship. But knowing when to give up and knowing when not to give up, that's the wisdom. But in something like this, yeah, you go. And you can put your mind to anything and you can go. And you can probably overcome more than you think. So that's one of the lessons and why I do this, even though it took over 5 hours tonight to do it. But the reward is worth it. 5 hours with you all. What more could anyone ask for? Right, Livin?
You call them parasites. There's many more adjectives I could add to that. They seem to be abating, but I will say this. The FBI, it's now being reported, has received 1,500 tips, Matt, since Savannah put out her messaging yesterday.
George made me laugh. He's like, all right, shut it down. Thank you for the super chat. Tatiana Batista. How come none of Nancy's church friends have spoken? Imagine it was a church member, someone that knew she lived alone. Now, that's a good question, and I think this is part of the answer. So what would happen is she would go to a friend's house to watch church, but it wasn't a local church that she would watch. She would watch the church that Savannah Guthrie goes to in New York. So that would be the reasoning. So she's watching with a group of friends. The group of friends are the ones that realized something was up. So if the congregation was in Arizona, then I would agree. Yeah, it was more of the church friends would be reaching out. But right now, it's just a group of whoever she was watching it with and whoever else knew her in New York, which, again, how much do you really know somebody if they're only watching it remotely from Arizona and you're in New York? So that's the answer to that. But thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate your support.
Today, and I just wondered, is that because it's now $1 million reward and suddenly people have a conscience, or is that because the eyeballs are back because that was a big story and it made a lot of press?
I mean, again, I want to give the benefit of the doubt to anybody who'd call in and think that I think that it got, the $1 million maybe got another news cycle out of it and reminded people like, hey, we're still looking, maybe you got something to help. So I want to interpret that the best way. But I think anybody with actual information that's willing to share it would have revealed it a lot earlier. I mean, the longer these things go.
Or is it possible, because I've spoken with people about this before, some folks that were willing to turn them in were too terrified about their own security and could not afford to move their families or secure themselves. And now with $1 million, they can.
Yeah, maybe. I'm skeptical on that one.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they're not going to have to worry about this guy if the FBI gets him. He's over and out if they can put together a good enough case. So no, I don't think so. I'm skeptical that it maybe. I mean, look, you never know. Every one of these cases is different, and I pray to God that I'm wrong about everything. And this poor woman is still alive, and somehow they've managed to keep her alive, and she'll be freed. But look, I mean, I've been on record on your show before. I think she was dead inside the house. That's always been my thought. But I see these cases through a very jaded lens of 21 years of homicide and sexual assault. So,
yeah, well, you've seen a lot. There's to the tipsters who, like you mentioned, they're well-meaning. They want to help. Matt Ruiz from Fox News reported.
So he also thinks that Nancy might have been dead in the house. And I certainly think that's a possibility, unfortunately. So is it definite? No. But I'm 50-50 on it. I think 50% it could have been.
Fox Digital, that a neighbor of Nancy Guthrie's said that she saw a man who, quote unquote, didn't fit in the community walking near the missing woman's home in January, a couple weeks before, and said he didn't have your typical walking gear on. He had his hat pulled really far over his eyes. If that was a tip and you were looking at it, what's your lens?
That's probably some well-meaning, very nice person who wants to help, and that's the best they got. And when that is the latest tip that's getting reported, we're officially at the bottom of the barrel. But look, I've had cases again on my Nairi case that you remember. We had nothing, and my cops were doing a canvas. This is a kidnapping with a man who was sexually mutilated in the desert, who's a marijuana dispensary owner. and horrific case. And, you know, a canvas is kind of it's semi-desperate when essentially you just send explorer scouts and police officers, usually the young ones, out to knock on every neighbor's door and just hope you get something. And that one, they knocked on a woman's door who's like, I mean, she's a hero, so I don't want to belittle her by the comparison, but I just think of Mrs. Kravitz from Bewitched, you know, the lady that's always looking out her window. We had one of those. This woman was absolutely awesome. And the cops are like, hey, did you happen to see anything? And she said, as a matter of fact, I did. I saw a white truck, 3 boys in workman's gear that didn't look like it had ever been used. And they're like, please tell us, you can give us a description of the truck. And she's like, well, I've got the license plate. Would that help? And it broke our case wide open. So you never know, you know, every once in a while you'll get that tip and you hit the home run, case gets solved, bad guys get arrested. And, you know, but again, the arrest isn't the end of this. They have to be prosecuted, and the prosecution has to withstand appellate scrutiny. And that means that decisions now need to be correct. They need to conform to the sacrosanct constitutional rights of whoever this person is going to be. And one day this case is going to be solved. Okay, hopefully it's tomorrow, maybe in a year, maybe it's in 5 years. One day this case is going to be solved. And decisions have to be made today. In fact, starting 4 weeks ago, that don't screw up the prosecution so that that person is held accountable. There's justice for the family, and they were never given the opportunity ever again to hurt anybody else. And that depends on the integrity of the prosecution.
To that end, I should also tell you that Fox is reporting today that the Pima County Sheriff's Department reported no activity at the house today. And yet our very eyes, we're seeing, you know, a half dozen people in blue suits, and also Enton telling us that one of the people who was there was actually a Pima County homicide detective. So after that, Pima County Sheriff's Office said that it had no press conferences planned. It will now be limiting its updates to media about the Guthrie case. And here's the quote: daily updates. The Pima County Sheriff's Department PIO team has been distributing updates to the media on an almost daily basis. At this time, we will limit further updates to instances when new information warrants release. So now suddenly we're not even going to get the the printed statements anymore.
No, it's like that old statement, you know, believe me and not your damn lying eyes, right? And by the way, Brian's a friend of mine. Brian's reporting on this, I think, has been absolutely stellar.
Great.
Look, the problems on this one, and I've had cases where I butted heads with the media, and now I kind of work in the media, I guess. The problems on this case have never been the media. The problem on this case is the leadership. And look, in fairness, these cases can be very difficult. They can be difficult to solve, and they can take a long time. When reporters are saying we've had the most activity ever, you got feds rolling in their suits, you got somebody in the garage, everybody's outside doing that, and the same day you get yet another contradictory statement from the sheriff's department saying
no activity,
nothing happened today. It's like, dude, we know stuff happened, and just every time they do it, that's an unforced error. And every day it seems like we got something else. It is, and I don't want to be too harsh.
Brian really is killing it, by the way. Brian definitely is. And also, there is no problems good leadership can't solve, like I said before. So when things are going poorly, you have to look to leadership. I agree.
Again, I really don't, but it is amateur hour with the sheriff's department. And that doesn't mean if we had a real pro in there that they would have made an arrest, but it sure would increase public confidence in the integrity of this investigation, which is critical for public confidence in the integrity eventually of a prosecution. Because if you lose that, you're going to lose the case. And then this guy gets out and does it to somebody else. This is a public safety issue. And of course, he's not doing any more press conferences because he doesn't want to be grilled anymore on going to basketball games, 5 days after this poor woman goes missing. Or whatever other questions, or I guess you'd have to read the DNA report to answer questions about whether or not this poor woman's DNA is on those gloves. And by the way, I that's about the time that I hung it up and I couldn't watch anymore, Ashley. So there are people who definitely know the details of this thing more than me, but all that hullabaloo about those gloves, and it turned out that was nothing. And you and I talked about this, and I told you that every time you do a canvas, You always find gloves, always. You know, there's gardening gloves, there's bikers gloves, there's Central Park right now is filled with frozen gloves, one glove. You know, that's just the nature of the beast on these things. And I guarantee they found gloves in the neighbors' yards, and, you know, gloves that gardeners have used and workmen have, you know, roofer gloves. There's all kinds of gloves out there in the world. Every one of them, you're going to get DNA in them. And virtually none of them are probably going to have anything to do with this case.
Today, Brian Enton said that at least one person who was on the property today with that big group of folks that all showed up, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the...
Yes, everyone should thank Livin. She does a great job as a mod. And yeah, we're going to be ending in a minute here anyway, because this is only going on for 2 more minutes. We're just finishing it out, and then we're done.
Sheriff's homicide detective. One of them was seen wearing gloves. Does that sound normal to you? That if they're just doing this canvas, they would have gloves on?
Yes. Okay. Every time, and look, this is this is kind of funny. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this on air, but HBO optioned my book, right? So in working with the writer who's trying to develop a screenplay, and hopefully they buy the rights. Keep your fingers crossed for me. But great writer, and he wanted to know, like, what actually happens when you go to a murder scene. And you go to the yellow tape, you sign in so they can keep track of everybody, and then you put on nitrile is what we would use, nitrile gloves, everything, so your DNA doesn't wind up on anything that you touch inside. You also put little paper booties over your shoes to ensure that, you know, number one, you're not tracking anything from the outside into a crime scene, but number two, some of those crime scenes with viscera and blood, you don't want any of that stuff in your own kitchen. So yes, it's totally normal. Those gloves would be on. And then depending on the sensitivity of the case, sometimes we would mask up. Sometimes you put on the little hat thing just to make sure, you know, and if you're a police officer or prosecutor doing homicide cases, you have to submit your DNA for CODIS so that it can be eliminated, you know, if you breathe. And some people are what are known as shedders, Ashley, where they just seem to leave a lot of DNA. Really? And some people aren't. Yeah. We had a CSI guy in Irvine, a great guy, real professional, but just whatever it was about his body, we thought we had a serial killer as DNA was coming up, because we kept getting unknown male DNA at a bunch of different scenes, but it made no sense because one was like a 7-Eleven robbery, another was a domestic murder where we had a confession from the husband. Like, it didn't make any sense that we had unknown male DNA until somebody was...
Unknown male DNA. Doesn't sound too good. AMBC, thank you for becoming a member and the super sticker. I'm very grateful for your support. Keep your eyes open. We're probably doing some members-only live streams that I guess would be before the normal chat. But thank you very much for your support.
It's like, wait a minute. And we tested him, and it was, I'll leave his name out, but it was his DNA. And he would mask up. He was aware of it, like, especially after that became an issue. His DNA still kept turning up. It's just one of those things. Some people shed, and they call them shedders, just a ton of DNA. And other people just don't. That's a quirk of organic chemistry.
Matt, as we've been recording, this is just in, according to Fox, from the Pima County Attorney's Office. Quote, veteran prosecutors from the Pima County Attorney's Office continue to work with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. I think this is a response from rumors that maybe the county attorney was on scene today.
Or she's watching your show, Ashley, and wanted to respond to the heat. Look, the comments about, she said that they can't comment, they have ethical provisions against commenting regarding the details of the case. That is true. And they have to be very careful not to do that, once again, in order to preserve the integrity. However, we're 4 weeks into this, and I hope, again, I don't know what's been going on behind the scenes. I hope that the local prosecutors were involved, the experienced homicide prosecutors from that county should have been involved that night. And I hope that's the case. I have no information that it is. So it looks like the people that showed up today were in fact feds. That's been confirmed. I don't know one way or another, but it looks like they're denying that those were the local prosecutors. So I don't know.
or maybe there was somebody there from the county attorney, because she's not confirming or denying either.
They
so.
need to take an active role in this. And like I said, hopefully that's been happening behind the scenes, but we just haven't heard or seen anything indicating that. So hopefully, maybe it's like a duck, all calm on the surface and under the water, the part we can't see. Maybe her office has been working really hard. I hope that's the case. Otherwise, the Guthrie family has been disserviced, in my opinion. You need vertical prosecution on a case like this. I mean, you need prosecutors assigned to that case on the ground from the very beginning. And this is the first peep I have heard from this DA a month into this. So, hopefully.
And that is an interesting an interesting difference between the Nick Reiner case and this. The Nick Reiner case, the DA is talking immediately at that press conference, right? In this case, we haven't heard the DA say anything. Sheriff Nanos is taking the lead. So it's interesting how different cases are run differently. Now, granted, the difference is Rob and Michelle Reiner are definitely dead, right? Double homicide. Maybe that makes a difference on who talks and takes the lead.
She's been quietly working behind the scenes. I hope so. But I wouldn't be surprised by anything from Pima County officials at this point.
I learn so much every time I talk to you. And oftentimes it's something like this that I didn't expect. Matt, thank you. Thank you so much for your time and for your expertise.
Thanks for having me. Thank you for letting me vent. I'm just frustrated with this case. So I hope I didn't offend anybody. Again, all just my opinion, not throwing shade on anybody or casting suspicions or aspersions on anybody except maybe the sheriff.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
I know you're not alone. Thank you. So that's where we are, folks.
So Ashley's been dying for a little bit of a clapback against Sheriff Nanos, and rightfully so. I totally understand Ashley's position because Sheriff Nanos was going out of her way to try to make Ashley Banfield look ridiculous and contradict her. So well done. Ashley held off on it until now. Brian Etten did it for her twice with Sergeant Aaron Cross and former Undersheriff Rick Castiger. So, but all right. That's about enough of that. And as they say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You can stay on the channel and watch my other content. And in fact, people were making fun of me yesterday because once the stream ended, people were like, where's all the comments on the video? You got 36,000 views and no comments. And I was like, the live chat was popping. So if you could, leave a comment on the video once it's posted on the stream there too. That would be awesome. But all right, everybody, I'm tired. It's 4:06 a.m. I wanted to make sure we got to 1,000 likes to demonstrate the power of teamwork and determination and grit. And of course, practicing radical self-respect. So Maureen, Zowie, Mudrix, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Bella, prayers for your brother, Bella. Everyone's to send some good vibes to Bella and her brother. You got it, Teresa. Heather, thanks for joining us. Don't forget, thanks for joining us as well. Troy, glad you stopped by and chatted with us. Mob Investigates. What's shaking? Contempt? Shaken? Eva, thanks for your support. No hype. Didn't know you were still here. Wide awake. Just like Shadow the Night Owl. Wide awake. Katy Perry likes it too. See, how about that, Maureen? Wisdom requires a flexible mind and being open-minded, they say. So sometimes you give someone a chance, it goes well. Thank you very much, Karen. Always lurking. I like it. Good to keep people on their toes. Amen to that, Bella. Thank you. Praying for and peace for our family, your family, and the Guthrie family as well. Thank you, Tony. Yay. You're right, Heather. Yay, lurkers is right. And Zoe's correct too. Okay, Black Sheep, try not shedding too much. Zoe, got to be out of here. Love it. And great chat mods and host. Thank you, Zoe. Appreciate you. Good night, Black Sheep. Till next time, which will be tomorrow night. Good night, Maureen. Thanks, everybody.